Chapter 1 Uncle Joe, can I stay overnight? Baiji opened the door of the room. The man and woman's clothes were scattered all over the floor, and because they were too engrossed in the sex, they dropped 5 or 6 unopened condoms on the floor. Bang! She was so angry that her chest heaved and she slapped the man hard. Su Tian is my best friend. How could you do this to her? The man was half sober. He tried to argue, but the shape under his pants couldn't lie. Gigi, I was confused just now. I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I found her lying on top of me in dishevel. Baiji glared at Su Tian again. Several buttons of Su Tian's shirt had burst, and half of the shoulder strap had been torn off, revealing her snow-white, round shoulders. She awkwardly got up from Lu Hao's legs and straightened her shoulder straps. It wasn't me who took the initiative. He was the one who pestered me first. You know I've always been addicted and couldn't resist handsome guys, so you two should get out of my life from now on. One is a slut and the other is a slut. You are a perfect match. Baiji finished speaking while crying, turned around and wiped her tears across her eyelashes with her fingertips. In a second, the pain that had just been there disappeared completely. He tightened his grip on the phone, a gleam of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. An hour later. In a red Porsche heading to the suburbs. Su Tian complained while driving, "Fuck, I really made a big sacrifice for you this time. That Lu Hao, I tell you, he can't do it." Baiji smiled charmingly, "You didn't do anything just now, how can you feel that it's not okay?" "No, it really is no." "How does that saying go?" "That's right, all men who are involved in art are muscular dystrophy, not even dogs can talk about it." "Yeah. Not even dogs talk." The two girls laughed and talked happily, as if the drama of snatching the man just now was not performed by them at all, but a drama directed and performed by them together. Su Tian, hey, it's a deal. I'll help you get rid of Lu Hao, and you have to help me take down my future stepfather. Su Tian felt a little guilty when she mentioned the word stepfather. She knew that this deal was a bit unfair, as she was only targeting a young art student who liked to act mysterious. And the person Baiji is going to seduce next is her stepmother, who is only 6 years older than her and is rumored to be marrying the richest man in Beijing North City, Zhou Chong. This man was also a close friend of Su Tian's father. He is 34 years old this year, a full 14 years older than them. That's the kind of person who is really ruthless. It is said that all the women who wanted to get into his bed would either reveal various nude photos in dark history the next day, or suddenly have an accident and either die or become disabled. If she wasn't really desperate this time, she wouldn't want Baiji to take the risk. Finally, the car arrived at the door of an English-style villa in the suburbs. Su Tian's voice trembled, "Gigi, if there is anything, you must call me. It doesn't matter if the seduction fails, safety comes first, understand?" The girl who had just been sitting on the man without any shame and allowing himself to be photographed, now became as timid as a sheep when Zhou Chong was mentioned. Baiji acted very calmly, "Don't worry, I will never let your stepmother marry him successfully, and let your lovers finally become siblings." After the girl finished speaking, she walked towards the villa without looking back. Baiji was wearing a simple and elegant pure white dress today, walking in the night, like a dumbra flower emitting a faint fragrance. Su Tian looked at her back and thought, "She is so beautiful, Zhou Chong should show some mercy, right? Oh, by the way, Uncle Joe likes well-behaved girls. You are the pure goddess of our school. If you behave normally, he will definitely like you." Baiji said he heard it. "But, is he good?" She took out a mirror under the moonlight and looked at her own eyes in the mirror, which were clear and innocent with a little blush after crying. A milky white silk scarf was tied around her slender neck. But under the scarf, the girl curled her lips and smiled, revealing half of her fangs. She has never been the obedient type. "Uncle Joe, my classmate is coming in." When Su Tian was very young, her father had business dealings with Zhou Chong. She has called Zhou Chong Uncle Joe since she was a child, and she still calls him that. Su Tian didn't dare to act with Baiji. She was so timid that she could only make a phone call. "Uncle Joe, my classmate is a once-in-a-century talent in our school. She ranks first in all subjects in the GPA competition every year. She is very well behaved. She just borrowed the book and left. She won't cause you any trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Baiji opened the door of the villa with a bang. This was the first time Baiji met Zhou Kongyi in person. The man had his back to her. From his back, she could vaguely see that he was in good shape. Although he was over 30 years old, he still maintained excellent muscle lines. It was obvious that he was extremely disciplined in his exercise and diet. He was wearing a high-quality blue shirt, with a precious stainless steel watch visible from his left sleeve. His every move showed the charm of a mature man. He was many times more attractive than Lu Hao, a student who was still immature. Of course, the temptation is proportional to the risk factor. Bai Xi's voice was soft and docile. "Hello, Uncle Su Tian, which floor is the study room on?" Zhou Tsong did not turn around either. Bai Xi saw him flipping a page of the financial report in his hand and casually told the servant, "Take her there." His voice was very pleasant, like the first frozen snow on the mountains, or like mellow amber liquor, which made people drunk just by smelling it. Bai Xi said thank you in a gentle voice. In a corner where no one could see, she showed a delicate and charming smile. "I just like this kind of gentle and indifferent Buddhist." She wanted to pull him down from the altar and sink into ruin together with him, and tear his blue shirt with a few buttons undone. Zhou Kongyi's study is very big. After Bai Xi entered the study, she pretended to be a girl who loved books and picked books silently upstairs for 2 hours. In fact, she had already got what she needed. With it, she could successfully solve the crisis at school next week, but since no one was urging her, she might as well play here for a while longer. Until the phone vibrated. Su Tian texted, "Gigi, it's been 2 hours, are you still alive?" So, did you sleep with my uncle?" Bai Xi raised his head and glanced outside the door. "Not yet. But it will be soon," she added after a few seconds. Bang! Suddenly, Zhou Kongyi, who was sitting in the living room, heard the sound of glass breaking coming from the study. The servant immediately wanted to go upstairs to check what was going on, but before he even stepped on the stairs, the girl came down on her own initiative with a pleading look in her eyes. "Uncle Zhou, I accidentally knocked over the water cup and my clothes got wet. Can I take a shower and stay overnight at your house?" This time, she took the initiative to stand in front of Zhou Kongyi and spoke directly to him. This was also the first time that Zhou Chong passively saw the appearance of the girl who came tonight. The girl was barefoot, and her pure white skirt was wet with a large patch of water. Half of the skirt was sticking to her body, vaguely outlining her long, straight legs. She is a little girl who looks very well behaved and smart. Su Tian said that she is the same age as her, so she must be in college. However, because of her temperament, she looks much younger than Su Tian. Even from a visual perspective, it is difficult to determine whether she is a minor. But he only needed to take one look to know that she was not as obedient as Su Tian said. Chapter 2 ZCY's Love Cat. The thing was totally out of tune with her skirt and temperament, and therefore looked particularly glaring. The man stared at the collar and frowned slightly. "Before you came, didn't Su Tian tell you that Shishu had no precedent of allowing outsiders to stay overnight?" Bai Xi nodded. "She told me." "How dare you deliberately knock over the water cup?" The man's smile became colder. In his eyes, the tricks of a girl of this age were not even worth mentioning. "Just making a fool of myself." The servants also began to worry about the girl's future situation. But surprisingly, she was not at all panicked, and even admitted it directly. "I'm sorry, Uncle Zhou, I did it on purpose. Because my ex-boyfriend has been pestering me and hacked my apartment password, I really don't dare to go back tonight." "My ex-boyfriend's name is Lu Hao. You are familiar with this name, right?" Zhou Chong also heard this name, and his eyes darkened. Bai Xi quietly observed his reaction. Sure enough, as long as Lu Hao was brought up, he would not remain indifferent. She was clearly well prepared, but her innocent eyes showed no sign of observing him. Her pupils were clear as day, with a hint of grievance as she caught Lu Hao cheating. Her fingers were fiddling with the waist string of her skirt, as if she was afraid that he would disagree. "Uncle Zhou, can I borrow a guest room? Otherwise I can only go to the police station and call the police to have him arrested." "Please." Sure enough, Zhou Chong also closed the file. After a long while, he said to the servant in a cold voice, "Take her to choose a room she likes." Bai Xi smiled. After going upstairs, she boldly chose a room next to Zhou Kongyi's. She knew that Zhou Chong would not let Lu Hao have a record of sexual harassment. This was how rich and high-ranking people like them were. Their reputation was more important than other people's families and lives. But these tricks tonight are not enough to seduce Zhou Chong. Not enough. Sure enough, Zhou Chong did not go upstairs the whole night. It was almost dawn when Bai Xi sent a text message to Su Tian. "Your uncle agreed to let me stay the night. Let him touch me next time." After that, she decided to secretly leave a surprise on his bed. Baiji took the bus back to school. The bus intelligence screen is broadcasting the marriage news of Zhou Kongyi and Luo Fei. Written at the bottom of the screen was Zhou Kongyi's personal information, which Baiji already knew by heart. The richest man in Beijing, with businesses all over the world, graduated from Stanford University in his early years, Master of Laws, Doctor of Philosophy. Luo Fei's profile is relatively simple. He is 27 years old and the founder of Venus Investment Company. Of course, it wouldn't be written on TV that Luo Fei intervened in Su Tian's parents' marriage and became a mistress at the age of 19. I will not even write about how Luo Fei killed someone else's father and husband at all costs in order to successfully marry Su Tian's father. Baiji's fingers, which were gripping the armrest, turned white one by one. She recalled the scene in which her father was hacked to death and her mother cried blind. Her lips were filled with the taste of bitten blood, and she tried her best to hold back her tears. Her eyes were red. Getting married? They destroyed other people's homes and still wanted to be blessed by the whole world. How could they let it go so easily? Luo Fei, Zhou Kongyi, and the Lu family, she will never forget any of them. Before Baiji went to school, she carefully folded the quilt in Zhou Kongyi's guest room neatly. Zhou Kongyi's nanny praised her highly, saying that she was a well-educated girl. But what the nanny could never have imagined was that this well-educated little girl sneaked into Zhou Kongyi's room, which had just been cleaned, when the nanny was not paying attention, and stuffed something under his pillow. Zhou Chong also saw the thing she left behind at 12 o'clock in the evening. The man had just finished taking a shower, with a few crystal drops of water still dripping on his head, sliding down his protruding Adam's apple and onto his chest muscles. He had a face that was naturally full of desire, but that face was usually indifferent and cold. Just as he turned off the lights and lay down, a hard object poked the back of his neck. Zhou Chong also stood up, turned on the light and reached out to touch it. It turned out to be the collar on the girl's neck last night. He stared down at this thing that shouldn't have been here in the first place. The texture is very soft, without the unpleasant smell inherent in leather, but instead is permeated with the unique scent of a girl. But on the top, there was a row of hard golden rivets. Just like herself, seemingly pure and innocent, but in fact full of ambition and edge. The man's fingers touched the laser-engraved words on the back. When I turned it over, I saw that the content was extremely terrible. ZCY's beloved cat. The frown on his brows deepened. There was a note she wrote under the pillow. Uncle Zhou. I want to sleep with you. When Baiji returned to school, people were all around discussing Zhou Kongyi and Luo Fei's marriage. I heard that Zhou Chong also took classes at our school, but that was 10 years ago. It seems that he went abroad later and did not get a diploma from our school. He is so handsome, and his fiancée is so pretty. She looks like she grew up in a wealthy family and is a famous lady. Baiji sneered. Have you ever seen a socialite who becomes a mistress at the age of 19 and breaks up other people's families? The more people support the couple Zhou Kongyi and Luo Fei, the more people she will expose Luo Fei's true face to. Baiji saw Zhou Kongyi again at Su Tian's birthday party at the weekend. In the hall, she was sucking a cherry out of boredom while waiting for Zhou Chong to appear. Several senior schoolmates walked towards her. Baiji? Why are you here alone? Aren't you Su Tian's best friend? Why aren't you two together on her birthday? Baiji replied casually, we're done. Wang Jiao's eyes flashed. Baiji's answer was consistent with what she had heard. She heard that Baiji's best friend stole her boyfriend, whom she had just been dating for a week, and was caught in bed. From then on, the fairy tale of the school hunk and the talented girl ended. Similar rumors were already rampant in the school. Several people surrounded her, watching the show. Could it be that Lu Hao fell in love with the rich daughter of Su Tian and kicked you, a poor student, out? Ha, this is so interesting. I thought I could only see this kind of bloody plot in novels. Baiji glanced at them indifferently without saying anything. She knew that Lu Hao was the most handsome boy on campus and a rich second generation with excellent academic performance. If she fell in love with him, there would definitely be many people who would be jealous. But from the very beginning, Lu Hao was not her target. Baiji twisted the cherry and said, he has dumped me now. I am no longer your enemy. Don't forget to return the classical literature you stole from me on Monday. If you lose it, Professor Zhang will not let you go easily. Sure enough, Wang Jiao's expression changed immediately. What nonsense are you talking about? What does the book you borrowed from Professor Zhang have to do with me? Baiji didn't finish her words, and her beautiful eyes just looked down at her with a cold smile. Wang Jiao was frightened by her look and cried out, I know, you lost Professor Zhang's book yourself and you want to put the blame on me. Don't even think about it. With such a valuable item, who knows if you lost it accidentally or stole it on purpose? I'm going to tell Professor Zhang about this right now, and I want him to fire you. Bai Ji's smile became more seductive. He won't fire me because I'll return it on time on Monday. Wang Jiao showed an expression of disbelief when she heard this. Return it on time? How is that possible? The book that Professor Zhang lent to Bai Ji is now. Chapter 3 Entanglement. Wang Jiao thought of another person who also had this book, and looked her up and down. You don't want to find a second copy, do you? Bai Ji did not give a direct answer. Wang Jiao suddenly smiled with some contempt. As we all know, there are only 2 copies of this precious book, and its value is inestimable. One copy was in the hands of Professor Zhang Quanshui, a domestic cultural giant, but it has now been lost, and the other copy is said to be privately kept by financial tycoon Zhou Chong. If Bai Ji's idea was really Zhou Kongyi's, then she was too fanciful. Do you know who has the second copy? Bai Ji, you've read so many books that you've become stupid. You've got paranoia. Ha, if you want to borrow Zhou Chong to fool Professor Zhang, you will definitely die an ugly death. Zhou Chong is a person who can only be seen in textbooks. Ordinary students would not even dare to think of asking him for help in borrowing books. Wang Jiao had once met Zhou Chongye at a top domestic academic forum, but at that time she only glanced at him from a distance. He was a distinguished guest at the forum, and she was just a guide who led him from the school gate to the library. You are not even qualified to enter the venue, hand over a pen or hold a glass of water. Bai Ji thought of the words she had left under his pillow yesterday morning. A faint smile appeared on her red lips. I wonder if Uncle Zhou has seen the note now. I wonder if he will miss her after seeing this. The girl stirred the cake with her pale and slender silver fork, and the strawberry-flavored cake was scattered on the plate into pink crumbs. Bai Ji was still thinking about the face of the man she saw last night until the crowd started to make a small noise. She looked back and saw that tonight's target had finally arrived. Zhou Chong also came in hand with Luo Fei, looking like a perfect couple. She squinted her eyes and looked at the man. How about we play a game, she suddenly said to Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao was a little confused. What? The man you dare not even think about. I can make him go crazy on me. Bai Ji said this unclear sentence, ignored Wang Jiao's cursing, and walked towards Zhou Kongyi. Bai Ji saw Luo Fei standing in the crowd, wearing a sexy red slit long skirt, which set off her extremely plump figure. She is a head taller than Bai Ji, and her skin has the healthy wheat-colored complexion that is currently the most sought after in North America. She looks like a supermodel who walked off the Victoria's Secret catwalk. Netizens commented that Luo Fei's appearance is what rich people love most. But Bai Ji doesn't believe what people say on the internet that pure desire is nothing compared to sexiness. At least for a man like Zhou Kongyi, it is definitely not the case. She was very sure that Zhou Tsong also had no feelings for Luo Fei. But she also wanted to see how he got along with other women. Bai Ji wanted to insert herself into them directly, but there were so many people at the banquet that before she could get close, Zhou Tsong took the woman's hand and went up the spiral staircase in the center of the hall to the guest room on the second floor. Bai Ji tried to catch up with him, but was stopped by someone else. Bai Ji frowned in annoyance. Branches. Lu Hao begged her with red eyes, I have been looking for you for a whole day, Gigi. I really don't know what happened the night before last. I love you. I really only love you in my life. Bai Ji had a blank expression on his face. Really? But you got hard on my girlfriend. The boy's handsome face instantly turned red with shame and anger. I'm sorry, I did have a physical reaction at that time, but I really rejected her all the time. I can swear on my life. Bai Ji looked impatient, but I want to vomit when I think of the scene of you being hard on her, especially now that you dare to come to her birthday party. Then I'll go out now and wait for you outside. Can you give me another chance? Bai Ji noticed out of the corner of her eye that Zhou Tsong upstairs had also entered the room, and she didn't have much time left. Bai Ji, then go wait for me outside by the swimming pool. He thought Bai Ji meant that there was still room for discussion, and his mood, which had been silent for 2 days, finally revived a little. Before leaving, he watched the girl walk quickly up the hotel's spiral staircase covered with royal blue carpet, his eyes full of nostalgia and admiration. In his eyes, Bai Ji was like a noble and arrogant goddess, so smart, so holy. But he could never have imagined that this goddess who usually kept the school spotless would do something so crazy next. Su Tian's text message came at this time. Gigi, I've called my stepmother down. Zhou Tsong is also alone in the room now, so hurry up. Nu. After Bai Ji replied, he put down his phone, took a deep breath, and stood at the door of Zhou Kangyi's room. As a stepmother, Luo Fei should go downstairs and show up at her stepdaughter's birthday party according to etiquette, even if the relationship between the two of them is not good. But it is hard to say how long Su Tian can hold Luo Fei back. We must capture Zhou Kangyi before Luo Fei comes back. Bai Ji rang the doorbell and imitated the waiter's tone to say to Zhou Chong inside, "Hello, Mr. Zhou, turn down service." Her tone was professional and respectful. But the moment the man inside opened the door, the girl stepped straight in. His actions and words became arrogant and disrespectful, and he stood naked beside his bed, took off his hoodie jacket and threw it on his bed. "Uncle Zhou, I'm here to get the collar I left on your bedside last time." She raised her swan-like neck. "Can you help me put it on?" She was only wearing a white halter dress, which exposed her shoulders, but the neckline was so conservative that no hint of sex could be seen, revealing only the girl's unique snow-white and slender neck. The man who was just chatting and laughing in the crowd now had no warmth on his face. "Ice cold, get out." Of course Bai Ji wouldn't go out. She even took a few steps further into the room. She came to the balcony, opened her arms in enjoyment, and the evening breeze blew her skirt gently. "Uncle Zhou, your and Aunt Luo's rooms are so beautiful. You can also see the swimming pool." She saw that Lu Hao was indeed standing by the swimming pool downstairs, waiting for her diligently. Bai Ji seemed to have discovered something new. "Uncle Zhou, look, why is Lu Hao here too?" If he saw his girlfriend standing by the bedside of his most respected mentor, would he cry? He should be able to find out that the guest in this room tonight is your Uncle Zhou, right? Bai Ji turned her head and looked at him innocently, with her fingers on her chubby lips. There was no sign of provocation, but every word she said undoubtedly danced wildly on his bottom line. "Uncle Zhou, tell me, if I call him from here, can he hear me?" One more step on the bottom line. Sure enough, Bai Ji saw anger on that calm and cheerful face. He stepped forward and tried to chase her out himself, but at this moment, Bai Ji climbed up the balcony's protective fence, half of her body was exposed, and she shouted, "Lu Hao! I'm in your..." The boy by the pool immediately looked in their direction. But he didn't even have a chance to see clearly as Bai Ji was pulled back by a powerful force. She felt her entire body suspended in mid-air, her buttocks sitting on the cold metal guardrail. With a quick and flexible body, she turned easily and was face to face with the man wearing only a thin shirt. Bai Ji's cold hands quickly held the man's hard jaw, opened her mouth, wrapped around his lips and kissed him. "Wrap it up completely and even stick out your tongue to taste it." "Well, it's not sweet after all." Bai Ji looked like he was eating candy, with a disappointed expression. Zhou Tsong's face was extremely dark at this time. Her resistance even made her feel pain. The man used his arm to block her mouth, which was still doing whatever she wanted. Just as he blocked her, Bai Ji screamed again. She fell from the vacant space behind her back, as if she had been pushed down. She was meticulous about the length of the suspenders, the curvature of the neckline, the slit of the skirt, the scent of her skin that Zhou Chong could smell, and every tone of her voice. Every detail was carefully designed by her. She was already beautiful like a fairy. What's more, she is now paying with her life. So it's not surprising what his reaction will be next. As she expected, Zhou Kangyi's big hands supported her back to prevent her from falling. At that moment, she easily hooked her legs around his body. Chapter 4 He just had a feeling for me. Bai Ji clung to him tightly, and began to cry on his shoulder. "Uncle, hold me tight. What if Lu Hao sees me falling? What if he misunderstands that the person he is most grateful to has killed the woman he loves most? He will become so pitiful. What should I do? This is so exciting. I am almost dying." The girl grabbed his cold, smooth shirt fabric with both hands, like a daughter that was clinging to someone without any aggressiveness. Her only bargaining chip is that Zhou Tsong will never do anything to hurt Lu Hao. But she kept talking about sports cars. It was clearly a threat, but she made it sound as soft as a puddle of water. If it was a boy with poor self-control like Lu Hao, he might have lost control long ago. However, Zhou Chong also seemed to have no reaction. The man just glanced at Lu Hao, who was constantly looking in their direction downstairs. Then he stretched out his left hand and turned off the light on the balcony. Noticing that he was turning off the lights, Bai Ji's red lips became even more charming and beautiful. "Uncle Zhou, the way you turned off the lights looked like we were having an affair." It was also the first time that Zhou Chong saw her so closely. Next, every word he spoke was extremely cold. "I stole it, can you afford it?" Bai Ji was stunned for a moment. She admitted that she was confused for a second and forgot what to do or say next. At this time, Lu Hao downstairs only felt that he seemed to have heard Bai Ji's voice just now. But when I looked up, the lights were turned off by the man in the room. I couldn't see anything except the outline. The man gave him the same feeling as his high school liberal arts tutor, Mr. Zhou, but he quickly dismissed the idea. In his impression, Teacher Zhou was cold as ice, but now the man was being entangled by a woman's legs on the balcony, which was extremely ambiguous and erotic. It was completely different from the image of Teacher Zhou Kangyi in his impression. The Lu family had strict family education, and Lu Hao had always been conservative. He would blush when watching a kissing scene in a movie. When he encountered such a scene, he lowered his head and changed a place to wait for Bai Ji, not daring to watch it anymore. Little did he know that Bai Ji was now leaning on Zhou Kangyi's shoulder, breathing heavily. It was seduction, but also a shock. After all, if Zhou Chong hadn't rescued her just now, her head would probably have been smashed. She felt that Zhou Chong was also trying hard to pull her off his body, but she held him even tighter. Suddenly, she found something interesting. The girl blinked curiously, looking into his eyes innocently. "Uncle, that doesn't look like a belt, right? You missed me." Her tone was affirmative, like a victorious child eager for the reward of a lollipop. Zhou Chong pressed his fingers harder on her wrist pulse, but she didn't know whether he was going to drop her or grab her completely in the next second, when the doorbell of the suite rang. "Kangyi, are you in there?" "Chong?" Luo Fei called him from outside the door. But Baiji's heels were still touching the man's suit pants. Zhou Tsong also let go of Baiji, walked back to the room, picked up her coat on the bed, and threw it hard on her. "You'd better come up with a reason to explain to her." The words and actions were equally merciless. Baiji felt a little pain from being thrown around, and put on her coat with a look of grievance on her face. "Uncle Zhou, won't you help me explain it to Aunt Luo?" Zhou Chong also gave her a chilling look, and she kept quiet. "Then I'll explain it to her myself." Baiji tied up her loose hair, behaved like a bird, and walked out in a coquettish manner. Baiji specially picked out a cheap sports jacket with a very student-like feel today. After putting it on, all the charming seduction just now was completely covered up. Now she even put on a mask, covering up her beautiful face like a fairy. She looks like a middle school student who is completely insulated from fashion and beauty. But Luo Fei is not a character that is so easy to fool. When Luo Fei saw Zhou Tsong and a man walking out of the room, he was stunned at first, and then his voice became more alert and cold. "Stop. Who are you?" Bai Ji was very obedient. "Hello, Aunt Luo, I am Su Tian's classmate. I borrowed a book from Uncle Guan Zhou last time, and I am here to return it." Luo Fei looked her up and down from head to toe. When Luo Fei, who was dressed in luxury goods, saw her worn-out sweatshirt, the vigilance in his eyes completely disappeared and turned into a hint of contempt. "So you're Tian Tian's classmate? Why didn't you wear a dress to the party? I almost thought you were a thief." Baiji's lips under the mask began to sneer. "Luo Fei, you are still as mean and arrogant as ever." The hatred in her eyes was gradually hidden by Baiji. She changed her mind and didn't want to pretend to be good anymore. Baiji said faintly as she passed by Luo Fei, "Aunt Luo is right to think so. I do want to steal. But it was not the money I stole, but something more valuable in that house." "What do you mean?" Luo Fei narrowed his eyes. Baiji smiled. "Aunt Luo asks even though she knows the answer. You have the ability to explain it clearly." Luo Fei reached out and grabbed her. Baiji staggered, but her back remained straight. She even raised her head to meet her gaze. The only pair of eyes that were exposed were clear and bright, with a hint of madness in them. "I'm here to steal Uncle Zhou's. He had feelings for me just now. I'm afraid he won't marry you this time, Aunt Luo. You look for..." The word "die" was on the tip of his tongue. Luo Fei raised his hand and was about to slap him when the door of the room behind him suddenly opened. Zhou Chong also walked out of the room. "What happened?" Luo Fei quickly withdrew her hand, but when she turned around, the ignorant little bitch had disappeared like a ghost. "Nothing, just a slightly mentally disturbed female student, nobody care." Luo Fei pretended not to mind. But he kept looking at Zhou Chongya out of the corner of his eye. Fortunately, he was dressed neatly and didn't seem to have done anything out of the ordinary. Zhou Chong felt her scrutiny and his expression grew colder. "What do you want from me?" "Oh, Kangyi, I came here to ask if you want to go to the gym together. The gym in this hotel seems pretty good." "It's too late today. Luo Fei murmured, "Is it very late? It's only 8 o'clock now. I want to rest, Luo Fei." His tone was calm, but it revealed a strong determination that brooked no room for argument. Luo Fei never dared to overstep the line in front of Zhou Kangyi. After being turned away, he tactfully said good night and saw him tomorrow before leaving. Luo Fei returned to the room in disappointment. She boasted that she was sexy and bright enough tonight, and several men at the party noticed her reactions when they looked at her. But why did Zhou Tsun still have no intention of keeping her overnight? Not to mention spending the night together, they are now almost married but have never even held hands. Even if it was a marriage by arrangement, she didn't want to have a handsome guy in front of her but never be able to kiss or touch him for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Luo Fei thought of the girl just now. She said Zhou Chong also had feelings for her just now. What does that mean? Hatred suddenly emerged in Luo Fei's eyes, and he sent a text message to his assistant. "Help me find out which of Su Tian's classmates who came tonight sneaked into Zhou Kangyi's room. She wants to find out the girl's name and make her life a living hell." Chapter 5 I came here openly. While Luo Fei was making a fuss and wanted to dig deep into the ground to find the girl in the sweatshirt that night, Bai Ji was walking leisurely in the campus with a book in his arms. On Monday, I have a class taught by teacher Zhang Quanshui. His classes have always been known for being strict. Before the class even started, a girl ran out of the classroom, covering her face and crying. "This homework is terrible. If you guys hand in homework of this quality in the future, just don't come to class." When Zhang Quanshui got angry, no one in the classroom dared to make a sound. As soon as Bai Ji entered the classroom, he saw Wang Jiao walking up to the podium with his homework. Zhang Quanshui took a look at Wang Jiao's homework and looked quite satisfied. Just at this moment, Wang Jiao leaned over and whispered something in his ear. The old man's face suddenly changed, and it became gloomy. He looked coldly at Bai Ji, who was standing at the door. "You two come with me to the office." Bai Ji glanced at Wang Jiao, who looked like she was enjoying a good show. Bai Ji knew that it was most likely that Wang Jiao had told Professor Zhang about her losing the Wenxin manuscript. "Bai Ji, where is the 1xin manuscript that I borrowed from you last week?" Seeing that Bai Ji didn't answer, Zhang Quanshui's expression became more and more ugly. "I lent you the most precious manuscript of my life because you are talented and hardworking. Don't tell me you lost it now." Zhang Quanshui is a heavyweight in the school. He has a loud voice, and the other young professors in the office are so scared that they dare not speak. Wang Jiao added fuel to the fire. "Bai Ji, you can't possibly lose something that important. You're usually so organized. Think about where you put it and forget about it." Seeing that Bai Ji still didn't say anything, Wang Jiao said with ulterior motives, "This manuscript is worth tens of millions. If I call the police and they accidentally find it here, you will have to go to jail for decades." The office teacher's expression changed a little. Isn't what Wang Jiao meant to say, explicitly or implicitly, that Bai Ji is a thief? "Wang Jiao, don't jump to conclusions yet. Maybe we'll find it soon." "Yes, Bai Ji is such an excellent student, there is no way she would do something like what you said." Seeing that everyone didn't believe her, Wang Jiao's face flashed with malice. "Bai Ji, I didn't mean to doubt you. I just took into consideration that you are a poor student. It's better to find such a valuable thing quickly to avoid gossip." Every word he said was about not wanting others to gossip about him, but every word was pushing Bai Ji into the position of a thief. Finally, Bai Ji, who had been silent all this time, began to fight back for himself. As soon as he opened his mouth, he shocked everyone. "Teacher Zhang, I have carefully locked your copy of Wenxin manuscript in the bookcase, but a few days ago, someone broke into the bookcase and stole it. So I found another one, hoping to make amends to you before I find the real thief behind it." As soon as she finished speaking, she actually took out another identical Wenxin manuscript from her school bag. All the teachers in the office, including Wang Jiao, stared at Bai Ji in disbelief. "The second 1xin manuscript? Shouldn't this be in?" Zhang Quanshui took the Wenxin manuscript and looked at it for a while, confirming its authenticity. He only asked one question: "Did you get this from Zhou Kangyi?" "Yes." "Okay." Zhang Quanshui said, "Although you said it was stolen, the things were indeed lost in your place. Before you find my 1xin manuscript, I will keep this one." Bai Ji had not discussed with Zhou Chongye about pawning his books to Zhang Quanshui, but she acted flawlessly and was confident that she would catch the real thief, which made Wang Jiao's face turn pale and she was a little flustered. Left the office. Bai Ji did not leave. He nodded his chin playfully and looked at Wang Jiao with a playful expression. Wang Jiao felt uncomfortable with her gaze. Why are you looking at me? I was wondering how many years you would be sentenced to for stealing the Wenxin manuscript. Wang Jiao's voice trembled slightly. Watch your words. I haven't asked you how you convinced Zhou Chong to lend you the book. Maybe you stole it, too? Ha! Bai Ji sneered, and a charming red appeared at the corners of his eyes on his pale face. I slept in broad daylight. She looked at Wang Jiao's face, which turned pale with disbelief, and her smile became brighter and more innocent. I slept with him, go and tell him about it. Bai Ji, you are mentally ill. Wang Jiao didn't believe at all that Zhou Song, who was printed in the book, would be interested in a petite girl like Bai Ji. This so-called pure goddess is good at deceiving male college students, but what do the men at the top of human society want from her? But if it wasn't what she said, why would Zhou Song give her such a precious thing? Wang Jiao felt a little panicked as she thought about it. Bai Ji stepped forward, held her head, and whispered in her ear, don't you believe it? If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see him and me with your own eyes tonight, okay? Wang Jiao was frightened by her expression and tone. But remembering what kind of occasion it was tonight, he quickly cursed out loud, psycho. Bai Ji, you are a psycho. You don't tell a single truth. The media is everywhere, who doesn't know that tonight is Zhou Kongyi and Luo Fei's engagement party? Bai Ji actually said that he wanted to be with him at this time. What a complete lunatic. He was talking nonsense. Perhaps because she felt guilty, Wang Jiao ran away after cursing. At this time, Bai Ji received a phone call and soon rushed to the hospital with a gloomy face. Hospital corridor. Bai Ji, who was so arrogant just now had a thin layer of sweat on his face, and his tone was a little choked with anxiety. Doctor, my mother just had surgery the day before yesterday, and she hasn't been under observation for 7 days yet. Why are you in such a hurry to discharge her? The doctor could only evade the question. Hospital beds are always in short supply. I will tell you the dosage and related precautions. Of course, it would be best if you could hire a nurse to take care of you at home. The effect will be similar. Ask for a nurse? Bai Ji sneered. Who in the whole department didn't know that the mother and daughter were in financial difficulty? Even the surgery fee and hospitalization fee had taken a long time to be raised. Some treatment time has been delayed, and now they have finally waited for a hospital bed, but they are going to be kicked out. How can they afford a nurse? Doctor, did someone use the back door to occupy my mother's bed? Bai Ji's unexpected words made the doctor's expression pause. It seemed that he didn't expect the girl to be so smart at such a young age, but it was hard to say such things directly. Bai Ji looked at his reaction and became more certain of his guess. Doctor, can you tell me the name of the new patient? Chapter 6 First Partiality. This. I'm not sure, but it is said that he is a relative of the dean. Little girl, if you want to negotiate, communicate well and don't be impulsive. Thank you, doctor. I understand. Bai Ji was very well behaved and returned to the ward holding her school bag strap. Mom can't be kicked out. If we are kicked out now, the consequences will be disastrous. The girl's thin shoulders were tense, and Bai Ji was struggling to think of a solution. At this time, there was a noise in the corridor, as if a lot of people had come. Aunt, just rest assured and get treatment here. This hospital belongs to Kongyi. Your mother is not feeling well, and my cousin has no mood to hold an engagement banquet tonight. Oh, don't worry about these. The hospital beds in Jingbei City are so tight. It's not easy for Luo Fei to get such a bed. Maybe he had to drive someone away to get it. Don't think about it anymore. Hearing this voice, Bai Ji suddenly woke up. Is it Chong? Laffy? Aunt? It was Luo Fei and Zhou Kongyi who drove her mother away. At this time, Bai Ji's mother, who also heard the noise, stroked her hand. Xiuji, is the doctor rushing us out? Then let's go, Mom is fine. Bai Ji quickly supported Wei Li. Ever since Dad died 3 years ago, Mom's eyes have been blinded from crying. This time he was hospitalized because the eye disease had spread to the nerves and showed early signs of eye cancer. Postoperative care for eyes is particularly important, and it was extremely irresponsible for the hospital to kick her mother out at this time. While the mother and daughter were still hesitating, the door of the ward over there was suddenly opened. The woman in the lead looked somewhat similar to Luo Fei. Seeing Wei Li still lying on the bed and Bai Ji beside her, she frowned at first, then shouted loudly to the outside, "What's going on? Where are the doctors and nurses? Why hasn't the patient in bed 3 left yet? Whaley whispered, "Miss, I'm sorry, I can't see. My daughter is packing up by herself, so it's slow. We'll be gone right away." Chen Shan then turned and looked at Whaley. She looked down at them, and in front of Baiji, she waved her hand twice in front of Whaley. "What a blind man." Then he casually said to the two bodyguards behind him, "You two bring my aunt's things in first, and then urge them to order." Baiji looked at Qian Shan's expression, and her fingernails clenched in her sleeves left white marks on her palms. She suppressed her surging hatred and pretended to lower her head to pack her things. At this time, Qian Shan saw her profile and felt that she looked familiar. "Hey, why do you look familiar to me? 3 years ago, were you?" 3 years ago, Baiji once stood alone under a skyscraper in northern Beijing on a snowy day holding a banner, demanding an explanation for her father's tragic death. That night, it was Chen Shan and a group of security guards who pushed her down in the snow. Baiji tried to seek justice for her father but to no avail and could not get compensation. She missed the best time for her mother's eye treatment and watched her mother become blind. Baiji will never forget Qian Shan's face. But Baiji didn't want to be recognized by Qian Shan so early. The ending she designed for Qian Shan was to be thrown into prison and despised by everyone. "Baiji, miss, I'm packing now and will be there soon." Qian Shan then remembered that her aunt was still waiting to move in, so she ignored Baiji and continued to ask the two assistants to move things. And it is at this time. Baiji raised the chamber pot under the bed. Pretending to be careless, he fell on the luggage that Luo Fei's mother had just moved in. Ah! The brown-yellow liquid flowed down the ground and soaked the goatskin Chanel high heels. After Chen Shan saw clearly what it was, she started screaming wildly. "What are you doing? Don't you have eyes?" "I'm sorry, miss, I didn't mean to, Baiji had already prepared a video on her phone to record all of this. She fully understood Qian Shan's lawless character. On that snowy night 3 years ago, she had also slapped Baiji and beaten her in the snow. It's a pity that Baiji was still in middle school at the time and didn't record the incident in advance, otherwise the scene of Qian Shan beating someone would definitely cause an uproar. As expected, Qian Shan rushed over and slapped Baiji twice, leaving fingerprints on the girl's face. Baiji's mother also heard the noise and immediately begged Qian Shan to stop hitting her daughter. But Qian Shan raised her foot and kicked the blind Whaley. Baiji stepped in front of her in a hurry and took the kick seriously. Baiji was kicked in the stomach. The pain made his face turn pale instantly and he squatted down, holding his stomach. It wasn't that Baiji couldn't avoid Qian Shan's beating, he did it on purpose. This time, she wanted to record Qian Shan's every word and action and post them online so that everyone could see Qian Shan's true face. When the accident happened in the hospital, Zhou Chong was also sitting in his luxury Maybach. The assistant reported all the itineraries and matters. In the evening, traffic in northern Beijing began to get congested during the evening rush hour. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, the assistant tentatively asked, "Mr. Zhou, Miss Luo's mother has arrived in Beijing North this evening. So, will the engagement party that was originally cancelled today be rescheduled too?" Originally, tonight was Zhou Kongyi and Luo Fei's engagement party. It was not large in scale and the guests were only some business partners and media friends in the circle. It's just that Luo Fei's mother had a sudden heart attack last night, so the engagement party had to be postponed. The man in the back seat of the Maybach looked out the window, as if thinking about the issues raised in the project meeting. Regarding the engagement party, he only gave a two-word answer: "Let's talk about it later." He flipped a page on his phone and suddenly thought of something. Which hospital is Luo Fei's mother in? The third hospital. The Zhou family manages many hospitals, and the third hospital is one of the better ones. Zhou Tsongsuo was thoughtful. Isn't the third hospital always short of beds? Can she get a bed? The assistant said respectfully and implicitly, Miss Luo should have found someone she knows. Hearing this, Zhou Chong also frowned. Luo Fei had never mentioned to him that she had used the back door to get her mother into the third hospital. And Zhou Chong has always hated using connections in private. The atmosphere in the car grew cold, and the man uttered a few words through his thin lips. "Let's go to the third hospital now." Zhou Chong also arrived at the hospital, and what he saw was Chen Shan bossing around and getting angry at a group of doctors. The doctors and nurses probably didn't dare to get angry because she was the dean's quasi-relative. Even the old director, who was in his 50s, was scolded in public by Qian Shan. Zhou Chong also looked at his doctor being insulted by Qian Shan and his face looked very unhappy. He took a few steps forward, and the next second, he saw Baiji, who was surrounded by a crowd, standing there with his face swollen and his head lowered. The man just glanced at her and asked everyone in a cold voice, "What's going on?" Mr. Zhou. The chief physician immediately told Zhou Kongyi the whole story. Zhou Chong was also listening, but his expression did not change much. But when he heard that Luo Fei forcibly kicked out a patient who had just undergone eye surgery in order to get his mother into the hospital, the coldness between his brows was like ice and snow on the mountains. Let those involved in arranging this incident be fired. Chapter 7. How much is Chapter 7? Zhou Chongye's decision was powerful. The doctors felt both relieved and awed. Although Zhou Chong himself did not study medicine, many of the top 3 hospitals in Beijing are owned by the Zhou family. He is the undisputed heir of the Zhou family. Many doctors only know him from rumors. Today, seeing him with their own eyes, they can see that he is indeed very powerful and can clearly distinguish between public and private matters. They also feel a sense of respect for him. Xian Shan became anxious. Brother-in-law, it was wrong of me to scold the doctor, but how could your hospital accept such a low-quality girl? Do you know what she just splashed on us? Baiji waited by the side without saying a word. Zhou Chong also looked at her and said only one sentence. The hospital doesn't have the rule of kicking out patients who are already admitted. I will find another bed for you. The implication was to let them go. Chen Shan seemed to not believe what she heard. Brother-in-law, are you sure you want to do this? You want to drive away your future mother-in-law just for 2 strangers? Zhou Chong also looked indifferent. If you don't accept my plan, you can find another hospital yourself. Xian Shan, who was acting domineering just now, is now silent. Although Luo Fei's mother was dissatisfied, she did not dare to act rashly in front of Zhou Kong. If she annoyed him, it would not be worth it to ruin her daughter's marriage. So the old man just remained silent, looking silently at the mother and daughter who were dependent on each other. Baiji and her daughter seemed overly silent throughout the process. Wei Li's eyes were blurry and she was shedding tears. Baiji, who was standing by with her head down, showed no expression. At this moment, Zhou Chong also saw the mobile phone camera in her chest pocket, flashing an infrared dot. The man frowned and was about to take down the phone she was recording, but Baiji stepped forward and said, Uncle Zhou and I are not strangers. Everyone's attention was drawn to her words, including Zhou Tsong. The man's gaze was like soaked black jade, also filled with an unfathomable and dangerous black mist. Baiji raised her head, with a red and swollen face, met his gaze, and spoke word by word. I am the girlfriend of Uncle Zhou's student, and also the best friend of his close friend's daughter. I even borrowed a book from him, and he also owes me something. The girl's tone was calm and pure, and to outsiders, it sounded like just some understated nonsense. Xian Shan was now completely dominated by anger and didn't bother to pay attention to what Baiji said, let alone have the intelligence and sensitivity to capture the details in it. But only Zhou Chongye and Baiji knew the secret behind this subtext. It is a direct teasing and naked seduction. See, it was your studentess girlfriend who sucked your mouth, and it was your niece's best friend who wrapped her legs around your waist. The thing you haven't returned is your cat's collar. Uncle Zhou, do you want to put it around my neck, hold it and hug me and kiss me? Baiji and Zhou Chong also stared at each other and confronted each other. Suddenly, from an angle where no one was paying attention, she gave him an evil smile, revealing a fawn. She was arrogant like a thorny queen rose that never bowed her head. From the moment she knocked over the chamber pot, it cost her everything. Her father had died, and this time, she would risk her life to take good care of her mother. I don't know whether he was afraid that Baiji would expose their ambiguous relationship, or he was afraid that the matter would get out of hand and have a bad impact on the Zhou family and the hospital. In the end, Zhou Chong actually asked the security guards to invite Xian Shan and her group out, without giving Xian Shan and Luo Fei any face at all. This result is very gratifying to the doctors and nurses. But Baiji was obviously not so easily happy. After the crowd dispersed, she asked the doctor to take Wei Li to rest, while she continued to stare at Zhou Kongyi's handsome face with her aggressive eyes, waiting for his decision. Finally, the man spoke condescendingly, come with me. The quiet and deserted fire escape in the hospital. Zhou Chong also put his hands into his suit pants and stood still in high-end leather shoes. His tall figure cast a shadow that could cover Baiji's entire slender body. How much? Baiji expected that he would solve the problem with money. So when she smiled, her face was swollen, not so doll-like and not so pretty, but her eyes and breath were still so proud and clean, with the smell of a young beauty. Uncle Zhou wants to pay me hush money. Does he want me to keep a secret about what happened in the hospital or what happened in the hotel that day? The man had a cold expression, his dark eyes looking down upon her, and he ignored her flirting completely, as if the confrontation in the hotel that night was not worthy of his concern. It's the video on your phone. Uncle Joe saw it all. The girl took out her cell phone and openly played the recording of Qian Shan beating her, as well as the extremely arrogant words she said in anger. This hospital was originally owned by my brother-in-law. I can tell anyone to leave if I want them to. Who do you think you are? I just had surgery, so what? You think being blind is so great? Are you worthy enough to fight me? The girl pressed the pause button. The corridor instantly became quiet. How much do you think these are worth, Uncle Joe? You name your price. If it's just to maintain the hospital's image, 1 million. But if it's to protect Aunt Luo and Aunt Qian, it's more than that. The man looked at her and spoke indifferently. What's the difference? Of course there is a difference. Baiji raised her eyes and looked at him. Her eyes seemed to be filled with gray smoke. Didn't I tell you that I like you, Uncle Joe? I'd be really angry if you defended another woman. He did not retreat in the face of her advance, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Even though the two of them were pressed together, she could already feel his hard bones under his suit. So? At that moment, Baiji felt that he was like a god from the sky looking down at her. No matter whether she was naked or making a fuss, he would always have this expression. It seemed that no matter what she did, it would not have the slightest effect on him. But that's not the case. No. She gave herself firm faith and continued to move forward, looking up at him little by little, admiring him. I'll tell everyone that you were hard on me. There was a moment of silence in the air. The man narrowed his eyes and pulled his right hand out of his pocket. This was the second time Baiji looked into the eyes of this man at such a close distance. He was even more inhuman than last time, and there was no emotion in his eyes. It was just a thick black. Suddenly, he stretched out his long legs and pushed her to the corner. Then what? Will they believe what a little girl like you say? It was too close. Baiji subconsciously avoided it, but the knees under his suit pants still touched the hem of her skirt. The girl frowned slightly, and the man's arms rested on the wall behind her. Even if I fuck you right here now. If you go out and tell them, will anyone believe you? Ha! Chapter 8 Give her some swelling medicine. Baiji's fingers were clenched tightly in an invisible place. He must have been sure that she didn't record the video this time, which was why he dared to be so presumptuous. The girl's face was pale and her breathing was extremely tense. The man did not leave and lowered his voice. Although I don't know why you do this, Su Tian said that you have good grades. It's not like a smart girl to risk her future for something that's uncertain. Zhou Tsong was a big shot. How could he not see that Baiji was targeting him and Luo Fei, and the obvious hostility and hatred hidden under her seemingly blatant seduction? But he couldn't remember when he had provoked such a little girl. What do you think, Sharita-san? I can make you fall in love with me. The girl's pride was almost breaking. After she finished speaking, the air was silent for a few seconds. She slowly realized that she might have said something very stupid. Zhou Chong is such a person. It is possible for him to talk about sex with a poor girl like her, but it would be too reckless for him to talk about love. She thought the man would laugh and mock her at this moment, but Zhou Tsong didn't do that either. He even stopped moving forward, stopped being aggressive, and returned to his indifference and calmness. Then you can try. He left the fire escape with just these words. Instruct the doctor outside. Put some anti-swelling medicine on that little girl's face. Baiji took the words you can try as the man's tacit consent. If the last fight in the hotel was a draw, then today's fight was a loss for her. Damn it, no matter how I think about it, it just feels wrong. Baiji, who refused to admit defeat, sent a text message to Su Tian. Tian, send me your uncle's cell phone number. After a few days of settling down, Su Tian has calmed down a little. Su Tian, Gigi, why don't we give up? I kind of regret provoking my uncle. So do you want to be cousins with Zhou Zai? Su Tian. Zhou Zai is Zhou Kongyi's nephew, and is also the boy that Su Tian has had a crush on since childhood. If Luo Fei and Zhou Tsong really get together, Zhou Zai will be her cousin in name only. Grass. Su Tian too was determined and quickly sent Baiji his 11-digit cell phone number. Jiju, what are you going to send to my uncle? Not nude photos, right? Baiji looked at the string of numbers and smiled. Young is finished. I don't believe I can't kill him. While Baiji was struggling with what to send to Zhou Kongyi in the first text message, Luo Fei was thinking about how to spend the night with Zhou Kongyi for the first time. At night, after visiting his mother, Luo Fei went straight to Shishu. She and Zhou Chong were both about to get engaged, but she had never been to his residence. It took a long time for her to coax the servants into letting her in. After Luo Fei entered the house, she looked around his home carefully. It was pretty much as she had imagined, with high-end, expensive Italian style. The entire villa was huge and luxurious. She sat on the sofa and waited for Zhou Chong for a while. Seeing that he hadn't come back yet, she walked towards his bedroom on the second floor. Luo Fei was full of curiosity, but after entering his room, she found that she didn't dare to touch his things easily. At this moment, she suddenly felt like going to the toilet. Her intuition told her that she should go to the guest bathroom when visiting someone else's home for the first time, but she quickly thought that there was no one else around anyway. Besides, sooner or later, he and Jotson would become husband and wife, so he walked towards the bathroom in his bedroom. As soon as she opened the drawer, she froze in place. There were only two things in the drawer. One is a note. The other one is a collar. Luo Fei's hands began to tremble. The handwriting on the note was neat and clear, obviously from a student. There was also a collar on it. When Luo Fei saw what was on it, his face turned green. Uncle Joe, I want to sleep with you. ZCY's beloved cat. She instantly remembered the girl who provoked her at the hotel entrance that day. Luo Fei found it hard to imagine that Zhou Chong would really have any connection with a girl like that. She immediately squatted down and searched frantically, trying to find if there were any condoms or other evidence. At this time, the man at the door said coldly, "What are you looking for?" Luo Fei didn't expect him to come back at this time, and quickly pushed the drawer back. "Kongi, you're back?" "Oh, I was looking for toilet paper." Zhou Chong also took a look at the drawer and knew that Luo Fei was lying. "What are you doing here tonight?" Luo Fei frowned. "I heard from Shanshan that you transferred my mother out of the third hospital?" Why? It was obvious that Zhou Chong would not answer her question. In fact, Luo Fei was just a show for him. His upbringing had taught him to maintain his composure, but in this case, he saw no need to even explain it to her. The man simply said, "The new hospital has a good environment and good medical standards. I have found a cardiologist, so you can rest assured." "Okay, I understand." Although Luo Fei hoped that Zhou Chong would be partial to her and her family, she also understood rationally that there was a difference between hope and delusion. She knew she had no bargaining chips on this issue. If we continue to argue, I'm afraid there will be no room for him in private hospitals. Tonight, he is more important than the hospital. Thinking of this, Luo Fei cautiously asked, "Kongi, I have a meeting nearby tomorrow morning. Can I stay at your house tonight?" There has never been a precedent of anyone staying overnight in Shishu. She wanted to set that precedent. The man calmly took off his tie in front of the mirror and said only two words, "No." Luo Fei gritted his teeth. "Even the guest rooms are not okay?" "Lo Fei." The man put down his tie and looked straight at her with his cold, moon-like eyes. Today, she stepped on his bottom line twice. "Don't forget our previous agreement. I will help you get the company through this difficult time, and you can't interfere with me, let alone overstep the line." The woman's face looked very ugly now. The face that always had the American sweetheart smile was now completely devoid of smile. It's okay for other girls to leave that kind of stuff in the drawer, but her fiancé can't even stay in the guest room? Could it be that the girl had lived here before, so she would have left something like that behind? A cold light suddenly flashed in the woman's eyes. "I remember the rules. I just thought this place is closer to tomorrow's meeting. Since you don't want to, I'll leave." Her obedience also softened the man's cold and hard attitude a little. "I'll ask my assistant to book you a nearby hotel." Luo Fei said and then left here with the same coldness. Thinking of the collar and the note, the woman called her assistant immediately after leaving Shishu. "Last time I asked you to find out who had sneaked into Zhou Chanye and Su Tian's classmate, did you find any?" "Assistant, not completely sure yet, it should be around tomorrow." Luo Fei clenched the phone tightly, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue in the dark night. "After it's confirmed tomorrow, find a few thugs to destroy her." Chapter 9 Revenge. At the hospital bedside. While Bai Ji was doing his homework on an ancient Chinese dictionary, he held his cell phone in his hand, thinking over and over again, spinning it in his palm, and finally, he finished editing the first text message to Zhou Kongi. Zhou Chong was also taking a shower. He walked out of the shower room with only a bath towel hanging around his waist, revealing his muscular waist and abdominal muscles. In the mirror was a restrained, angular face. The man was taking a razor from the drawer when he suddenly remembered the collar he had casually put away in the drawer, but for some reason he did not throw it away. His subconscious told him that this thing was evidence. At this moment, Joe Kangi's phone vibrated twice. A text message from an unfamiliar number popped up. What position do you think you'll use to have sex with me for the first time? Is the back good? The razor in my hand made a vibrating buzzing sound, making the entire bathroom seem very quiet in contrast. He looked at the text message for 2 seconds, then clicked delete indifferently. Baiji did not send any more text messages, as if the previous one was just a spam message that was sent to the wrong person. She sat beside the hospital bed, holding her cell phone and grinning, as if she had finally regained some dignity for herself. On the other side, Luo Fei seemed to be possessed after seeing the note on the collar. She inevitably began to imagine Zhou Chong also sleeping with the girl in the cheap sweatshirt. They were in the hotel room, and in the bathroom at the Creek Villa. Have they all done it? Luo Fei then realized that even if it was just a fantasy, he couldn't imagine Zhou Chong throwing himself into the sea of desire. The man was usually cold as ice. It was said that when he studied abroad in his early years, not only had he never played with supermodels and celebrities like other playboys in the circle, he had never even had a white moonlight and a romantic relationship. If she can't even win over a socialite like her who has dealt with many business tycoons, what magic does that girl have? Or does Zhou Chong have some hobby? He just likes younger people? The more Luo Fei thought about it, the more extreme he became. Finally, the assistant called back. Boss Luo, we have found the person you were looking for. Luo Fei held the phone tightly, his voice tense. What's your name? Her name is Wang Jiao. Both her parents are ordinary company employees. She is a senior classmate of Su Tian and was also on the banquet list that night. Last night, she went to the company to look for Mr. Zhou. Are there any photos? The assistant handed Wang Jiao a photo from her student ID card. Luo Fei enlarged the picture and covered the lower half of her face with his fingers, simulating the appearance of the girl in the hoodie wearing a mask that day. Both girls have double eyelids and big eyes, but it's hard to tell how they look alike. You said she went to the company to look for Kangi yesterday? Yes, it seems to be about borrowing books. That's it. Although it doesn't feel like it, the book does make sense. As Luo Fei looked at the photo of Wang Jiao, he gradually felt murderous. You know what to do next. The assistant was a little unsure. Boss Luo, are we going to scare her? Or beat her up? Luo Fei clenched the note in his hand, his tone was calm, but the words he said were creepy. Until you can no longer have children, use any method you want. Isn't that cheap? That way you won't be able to be cheap when you see men anymore. The text message Baiji sent last night did not receive a reply until the next day. However, she did not expect Zhou Chong to reply. All she wanted was for him to think of her from time to time. As long as he could flash her face when he and Luo Fei were doing that, he would be half successful. Students had just finished their last class in the afternoon and were walking out of the teaching building in waves. Baiji and Su Tian walked side by side in the crowd, holding books. One was cool and the other was pretty, like two of the most youthful and beautiful campus scenery. Su Tian was fixing her hair while holding the mirror behind her phone case and said, Do you know Wang Jiao from the Foreign Languages Department, who is a junior? She went to Zhou's headquarters to see my uncle last night. I heard that he didn't make it back to the dormitory in time for the curfew, and he stayed up all night in an internet cafe outside the school. He was so sleepy today that he didn't even come to class. Gigi, is she upset because my uncle lent you the book and wants to volunteer? Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Too bad my uncle doesn't like her internet celebrity face. Baiji didn't expect that Wang Jiao would go directly to find Zhou Chong. However, Baiji felt that Wang Jiao probably didn't want to seduce Zhou Chong either. At most, he had stolen something and felt guilty, so he wanted to find Zhou Chong to find out the truth about his relationship with him. Baiji, did she meet your uncle? Su Tian sneered, Hey, that's definitely not something you can see. My uncle's company's building is in Guamao. That area is full of foreign companies and the access control is very strict. I guess she was stopped at the first gate. She couldn't even see the face of the receptionist, not to mention that my stepmother, that petty woman, was guarding her closely. Speaking of Luo Fei, Su Tian's face was full of disdain and she rolled her eyes. Why? Zhou Chong would also let Luo Fei interfere in his social life? Su Tian, it's hard to say. When Luo Fei was with my dad, her spies were everywhere in the company. She was born a mistress, so she is very wary of women outside, and the methods she uses to deal with them are more bloody and brutal than the other. How brutal is it? Bai Ji was a little curious. Well, let's put it this way, Su Tian put away her phone and looked serious. One day in junior high school, I received a phone call at home in the middle of the night. At that time, I didn't know it was a woman outside who called to provoke me. I gave it to Luo Fei, and then the next day the woman was maimed by the gangsters. Damn. Bai Ji listened silently, and the pores on his back suddenly felt cold. So Shiji, you have Lu Hao, it's relatively safe at my uncle's place, but you must not let Luo Fei know. Bai Ji. Damn it, why didn't you say it earlier? She also told Luo Fei in person that her man had feelings for her. Seeing Bai Ji's tense expression, Su Tian thought she was frightened and quickly comforted her, but she couldn't possibly know that you went to Shishu that day. Those people are all my uncle's people. My uncle is different from my dad. Although he is young, he is much more ruthless than my dad. I don't think Luo Fei will get any advantage from him. He will not let her do whatever she wants. Bai Ji, I think so. After all, yesterday Luo Fei wanted to use the back door to get a bed for his mother, but Zhou Cong didn't allow it. Bai Ji and Su Tian continued to walk side by side towards the dormitory. Suddenly, she thought of something. His face changed. Su, go back to the dormitory first. I have something else to do. Bai Ji was always calm and rarely nervous. Su Tian saw that she was very anxious and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, then, you go first. I'll order a chicken pot for dinner. After Bai Ji said goodbye to Su Tian, a rare look of urgency appeared on Su Dan's face, and she hurriedly called Wang Jiao. Sure enough, no one answered the other party's phone calls. Chapter 10 I want Luo Fei to go to jail. Bai Ji is not a saint. But when she thought that Wang Jiao was indirectly the one who went to Zhou's to find Zhou Cong because of her, she felt a little uneasy. More importantly, this might be a great opportunity to take revenge on Luo Fei. Bai Ji immediately called another person. Didn't you say you loved me? Gigi? Lu Hao waited for Bai Ji by the swimming pool that night, but she didn't show up until dawn. Instead, he met teacher Zhou. Zhou Cong also looked at him deeply at that time and said something that he didn't quite understand. Zhou Cong also told him to be cautious when making friends. Lu Hao had a high fever after returning from the birthday party. He sent countless messages to Bai Ji but received no response. Today, he finally received her call and his illness almost healed. If you want me to continue to care about you, help me find where Wang Jiao is within 10 minutes. Lu Hao is the president of the school student union, and has dozens of groups of 500 people under his command. Gigi, don't worry. Is it Wang Jiao from the Foreign Languages Department? I'll help you find her now. Lu Hao mobilized his classmates in the group to pay attention to Wang Jiao. Within a few minutes, someone took a photo of Wang Jiao just walking out of the school gate and preparing to go to the nearby street for dinner. Bai Ji rushed towards that location without hesitation. Gigi, are you going to find her now? The male god Lu Hao is like a dog who was expecting the goddess to agree. Lu Hao, are you willing to do anything to make me forgive you? Of course. I really like you. Okay, come here now. Also, prepare to call the police. She wanted Lu Hao to call the police and send Luo Fei to jail. One is the son of his benefactor whom he protects the most, and the other is his fiancée. What will Zhou Cong choose at that time? Bai Ji is already looking forward to it. On the other hand, Wang Jiao, who had stayed up all night outside the school and slept until this time, was already starving. The cafeteria was crowded, so she wanted to find a small restaurant outside the school where she could have dinner as soon as possible. But when he was passing an alley, he was suddenly pulled backwards with force. She was so scared that she screamed subconsciously, but someone covered her mouth. Wang Jiao was almost crying, thinking she was being robbed. But out of the corner of her eye she saw that the hand covering her mouth was the hand of a fair and slender girl. She turned around in surprise and it was Bai Ji. You. Shut up. At this time, Bai Ji pulled her to hide behind a refrigerator in a convenience store, with a cold and calm expression. Wang Jiao was so shocked by her expression that she forgot to resist for a moment. Sure enough, within a few seconds, a group of men in leather jackets and jeans ran past the door of the convenience store. Where did you go? You were clearly here just now. You're so useless. You can even lose a little girl. Hey, have you seen a girl wearing pink clothes? One of them even pulled a passerby on the street and asked. When Wang Jiao reacted, her face had turned pale. She has been followed. But who are these people? The two girls hid behind the drinks refrigerator in the convenience store and stared at the hooligans. Just then, the leader said, "Wait." He turned around and walked towards the convenience store. Wang Jiao almost fainted from fright, tears streaming down her face, covering Bai Ji's hand. Bai Ji looked at his hands with disgust, wishing he could throw the woman out. Just as the gangster was about to step over the refrigerator, several policemen ran over. "Don't move! What are you guys doing?" The hooligans started to run, but they were all caught after only a few steps. Bai Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hao also came over at this time and looked at her worriedly. "Gigi, are you okay just now?" Bai Ji pushed Wang Jiao, who burst into tears, aside and said calmly, "Buy me a pack of disinfectant wipes." Of course Lu Hao obeyed everything. After Bai Ji got the tissue, she ignored Wang Jiao, who was crying beside her, and wiped her fingers carefully. "What on earth is going on, Wang Jiao? How did you get into trouble with such a group of people?" Wang Jiao's mentality collapsed. The only person she had offended recently was Bai Ji, and she subconsciously thought that it must be Bai Ji's trick. But just now, it was Bai Ji who saved her regardless of the danger. If the police had arrived a step later, the consequences would have been disastrous for both of them. Although Bai Ji looked calm, only Wang Jiao, who was hiding closely with her behind the refrigerator at the time, could feel that the hands she covered herself with to prevent any sound were actually ice cold and trembling slightly. Wang Jiao was at a loss at the moment and didn't look like she could answer Lu Hao's questions at all. After Bai Ji wiped his hands, he threw the tissue into the trash can and asked, "Does what you said just now that you were willing to do anything for me still count?" Lu Hao sighed and said affectionately, "Gigi, what should I do to make you believe that I really love you as my wife for life?" Bai Ji knew that Wang Jiao had always had a crush on Lu Hao. Therefore, letting Lu Hao say these things in front of her is the most profound revenge. After all, when Wang Jiao stole the Wenxin manuscript, it was Bai Ji who caused her death. Bai Ji glanced at Wang Jiao and curled the corners of his lips. "But I don't seem to love you anymore. What should I do?" "Lu Hao, it doesn't matter, I will keep pursuing you until the day you love me." "Yeah?" Wang Jiao's face looked very ugly at this time. Bai Ji tidied up the hair on her forehead. "Then I want you to do me one last favor now." "What?" "The one who sent these hooligans here is your teacher Zhou's fiancé, Luo Fei." Bai Ji's distinct black and white eyes stared at him without blinking. As she expected, the handsome boy's expression turned into surprise and astonishment. "Bai Ji, I want you to be a witness in person and say that Luo Fei is involved in evil and send her to jail." "Gigi, this." "Why, you don't dare." Lu Hao was conflicted. "It's not that I don't dare, but there is no way to prove that it was Aunt Luo who did it, and besides, Zhou Song has done you a favor. Even if it is really Luo Fei, you can't do anything to let him down, right?" "Gigi, I." Bai Ji's expression didn't change at all, and her smile was still as bewitching as ever. "As long as you help me this time, I will continue to be your girlfriend." Lu Hao hesitated. He really likes Bai Ji. He has liked her since the first time he saw her, and has liked her for many years. He also knew that Bai Ji had no feelings for him, she didn't like him at all, and many times he even felt that she was just using him. But he still wanted to give it a try. "I want to make it up to her as much as possible. Those sins." After a long moment, he took a deep breath. "If this is really Luo Fei's doing, I can provide evidence as long as teacher Zhou has no objection." Bai Ji burst out laughing when he saw his expression. The smile is so bright and so cool. "Master Lu, since you said so, why should I come to you again? Why don't I just become your teacher Zhou's girlfriend?" After Bai Ji finished speaking, Lu Hao looked horrified. He suddenly remembered seeing Zhou Kongyi and the woman on the railing by the swimming pool that night. It was so ambiguous, but that person was not Luo Fei at all. He could see that. The back figure is somewhat similar to his Gigi. Chapter 11 Under the car. But he never thought in that direction. Now that Bai Ji said it so boldly, he still found it unbelievable. "Gigi, please don't say such nonsense again. You may not like me, but Mr. Zhou." "How?" Lu Hao frowned and whispered after a long time. "He's not someone you can mess with." Bai Ji's smile became even more stern and sarcastic, and at this moment, Wang Jiao, who was heartbroken, suddenly sneered and mocked. "How can you be so sure? Did you know that she could even take the Wenxin manuscript from Zhou Kongyi?" "What?" Lu Hao couldn't believe it and had no idea what was going on. On the other side, Baiji took out a bottle of Coke from the beverage machine and looked at him with an ambiguous and coquettish expression. Yes, if you don't help us to get the evidence, I will have to ask your teacher Joe for help. After saying this, she added something meaningful. What if he likes me? Although Baiji's words made Lu Hao feel frightened, he, like Wang Zhao, did not believe that Zhou Zong had any connection with Baiji, so he did not take it too seriously. Baiji also felt that relying entirely on Lu Hao was a very unreliable thing. So, she once again went to find Zhou Kangyi in person. Luo Fei's mother is having heart surgery today at a branch of a famous private hospital chain in Beiqing district, and Zhou Chong is said to be coming to take a look. Chen Shan and Luo Fei were both standing guard at the door of the operating room. It was also at this time that Luo Fei received a call. Hello, who are you looking for? After the other party reported his name and purpose of the call, Luo Fei's expression froze instantly. The police department called. Luo Fei glanced at Chen Shan beside him, said wait a moment, and then walked to the other end of the corridor alone to make a phone call. Zhou Chong also came to the hospital at this time. The man was in the underground garage. Just as he opened the car door, a figure flashed in quickly, straddled his legs in an extremely bold and presumptuous posture, locked the car door with his backhand, and the two people could hear each other's breathing in the black Maybach. The fingertips of her hands were around his neck and the girl's heels were hooked around his ankles. Uncle Zhou, please save me. Someone is hunting me. It was like she was playing a game of pretending to be a secret agent. He was wearing a black leather jacket, black boots, and a black mask. The only thing that doesn't look like a secret agent is the black stockings on her legs. How could he not feel that she was rubbing his suit pants with her legs wrapped in stockings? The man thought of the black collar still in the drawer, and the darkness in his eyes darkened a little. Uncle Zhou. Baiji rubbed him and acted coquettishly while controlling Zhou Kangyi with a seatbelt. If she hadn't waited for 3 hours and simulated it countless times in her mind, this set of movements would not have been so smooth and allowed her to take advantage of the right time and place. Do you know who wants to kill me? It's Aunt Luo. Did you know that she has killed someone? Although I don't know why they got married, it is a taboo to have a life. It will affect the political and legal life of 3 generations. As expected, Zhou Kangyi's expression finally relaxed, and Baiji was extremely satisfied with his reaction. At this time, Luo Fei had just finished talking to the police upstairs in the hospital. The whole process of Luo Fei dealing with the police was not easy. She came around the corner, her face still showing signs of shock. Xian Shan looked at her and felt a little confused. Cousin, you look very nervous. Is it because of the phone call just now? Who called? No one. I'm worried about the surgery. Oh. Chen Shan had no doubt. He didn't notice at all that Luo Fei from next door secretly glanced at him, and there was so much viciousness and coldness in that look. Chen Shan, you told me last time that you wanted to work on a project with me. Now there is an opportunity. As long as you follow my instructions later. Xian Shan has always had complete faith in this cousin. She could never have imagined that just now, in order to protect herself, Luo Fei was going to trap her into such an endless hell. Downstairs, in the car. Or, Luo Fei once hired a gangster to rape other women, and this time he wants to use the same trick on me. Uncle Zhou, do you know? I was hiding behind the refrigerator at that time and was so scared. I almost couldn't keep my first time with you. Baiji leaned his head on Zhou Kangyi's shoulder and tied him tighter and tighter with the belt in his hand. Finally, the man spoke the first sentence in a deep voice. So that's why you're harassing me? She didn't answer him, but continued to talk to herself. Lu Hao was there at the time, and he called the police himself. Baiji started playing with his tie again, twisting it bit by bit with his fingers. She knew that if Zhou Chong resisted, she would not even have the chance to get on the car today. But he didn't do anything and seemed to be taking his time. What else could she do? Or maybe, they just don't care at all. Feeling his calmness, Baiji suddenly felt bad. She asked him with her usual cold and innocent tone, blinking her eyes. But why does Aunt Luo suddenly hate me so much? Could it be that Uncle Zhou suddenly called my name while you were having sex? White Branch. This was the first time he showed such an impatient expression in front of her. You seem a little too confident in your charm. The next second, he unlocked the car and was about to throw her out. But at this moment, a white light flashed from the basement. Not far away, Luo Fei was walking towards his car with a flashlight from his cell phone. I don't know if the Buddhist felt compassion at that moment. Thinking of the girl who was crippled by Luo Fei, he didn't throw Baiji away. Instead, he pushed her head down and shoved her back under the seat. This action made Bai Ji stunned for a moment. She felt a little pain, her hair was pulled, and it hurt so much that she almost cried. Just as he was about to accuse loudly, a faint female voice came from outside the car window above his head. "Kangi, I heard the security captain at the door say your car has arrived, why don't you come up even though it's here?" Bai Ji recognized it was Luo Fei's voice, and he immediately became still. "There's a sudden meeting." The man was calm as usual, with his car window only slightly open. From this angle, Luo Fei could not see that there was a young girl squatting between his legs. Luo Fei must have been frightened by the police just now, and his mind was not as careful as usual. So she didn't doubt it too much. "My mom's surgery should be almost over, shall we go up together now?" "You go ahead, I'll have a cigarette." Luo Fei thought about it, then said yes tactfully. After Luo Fei left, Zhou Chong also closed the car window, and Bai Ji raised his head from under the car seat. Once again, the world is left with only men and girls. Bai Ji didn't rush to get up. Her beautiful long black hair was a little messy. Combined with her slender face that was pure and a little bit charming, the messy hair added a sense of fragmentation, as if she had just done something unspeakable for him. Sensing the ambiguity in the air, she shamelessly licked her lips twice, like a kitten stealing a taste of milk. Jotsong's face darkened as well. "Get up!" Bai Ji didn't care about his anger at all. He took out a small black cube from under the seat. "Uncle Zhou, I found a fun little thing in your car." Aunt Luo is lying. She is not a security captain at all. She put a location tracker in your car. Look. Chapter 12 3 times. What do elite men like Zhou Chongya hate the most? Being monitored and controlled by others. Especially things like location trackers. It simply touched his minefield. Bai Ji was sure of this and shook the tracker in his hand like a cat asking for a reward from its owner. "Uncle Zhou, I found this for you, can you reward me? Give me a kiss, or pat my head." He looked at her little head lying next to his seat. It was small and delicate, with very fluffy hair on top of her head. She was so well behaved that she looked like a pet that was just trying to please its owner. But he knew from the beginning that this girl was not behaving well. So, even if he was moved, it only lasted for a moment. There was no further action, and all relations ended here. He kicked her out of the car. The girl did not show any discouragement, but stood outside the car and waved to him. "Uncle Zhou, I will come to see you again." There was no way he could get rid of her. For example, when she took the tracker downstairs just now, she also stuffed some things and left them in his car. She believed that with Luo Fei's determination to guard against women outside, he would discover those things sooner or later. At that time, can their engagement still continue? After Bai Ji left, Zhou Tsong also went upstairs. Luo Fei's mother's operation had just been completed at this time. Luo Fei was the only one standing in the corridor, and she looked very ugly. The doctor said the operation was successful. "Thank you this time, Kangi." Although Luo Fei is rich, after all, she made her money by sleeping with men, and the upper-class circle would not tolerate someone like her. Without Zhou Kangi, it would have been difficult for my mother to find this heavyweight expert to perform the surgery. Zhou Chong didn't say anything else, just said, "Just tell me about this kind of thing in the future." His words sounded gentle, but Luo Fei also heard the hidden meaning. He was warning her not to do anything private in the hospital under his name anymore. Luo Fei said and then spoke calmly. "A few policemen came just now and took Xian Shan away." Her expression was strangely calm, and Zhou Tsong simply asked, "Really?" He had no interest in Xian Shan's affairs. But Bai Ji said that Luo Fei wanted to use the same method he had used before on her. The man probably guessed something, so he waited coldly for her next performance. Because of what? Whom? It seems that she is suspected of intimidation. Luo Fei was still lying. "My cousin has been a little arrogant in recent years. She has no sense of propriety in doing things. She used to form gangs and bully others in her hometown. Kangi, you don't have to worry about this matter for me. I think it would be good if I could teach her a lesson this time." Luo Fei's American sweetheart face was filled with an understanding smile, revealing 8 neat white teeth. It is said that she asked her then boyfriend to borrow 300,000 yuan to fix her teeth in order to marry a rich man. It's a pity that she kicked the poor boy out after she got her teeth fixed. The boy only found out at the end that Luo Fei had been cheating on him and sleeping with the old man every night. Sure, Zhou Tsong also knew all these past events. He married Luo Fei for business planning and he had no appreciation for her as a person. But today Baiji said that she had caused a death. That smile suddenly looked a little bit vicious and dazzling in his eyes. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Kangyi, Luo Fei seemed to want to keep him. Are you going to the company now? Do you want me to drive you? Zhou Song was also very cold. Don't you need to take care of your mother? Luo Fei then realized that he seemed to be too eager. Oh, that's right, I didn't think it through. Then let's talk about the date of the wedding banquet next time? Zhou Chong originally wanted to talk about the engagement banquet. Because of the tracker, he wanted to cancel the engagement party temporarily. However, seeing that Luo Fei's mother had just finished surgery, it was probably not a good time to talk about this. The man said and left the corridor. When I returned to the basement alone and sat in the car, the strange number vibrated again and sent a second text message. Zhou Chong had no desire to watch it either. But feeling that he didn't reply, Baiji actually called him directly. The cell phone was directly connected to the car's Bluetooth. Zhou Chong did not answer the call, but listened to the message on her phone. The man leaned back in his chair in silence and clicked play. The entire enclosed space was immediately filled with her soft and sweet voice. Uncle Zhou. I also left a few things in your car, do you want to see them? A sentence without a beginning or an end. Zhou Chong didn't have the energy to think about what trick she was playing. This time, he blacklisted her number. Baiji expected that he would not take her reminder seriously. But it's more fun this way. These days, Baiji has been taking care of Wei Li in the hospital. In her spare time, she completed her school group assignments at the table in the hospital. Then I sent some random text messages to Zhou Chong. But he didn't reply to any of them. Baiji simply called him, but heard a mechanical voice on the other end, and then he realized that he had been blocked. The girl held a red ink pen in her palm and stabbed it hard on the paper. The tip of the pen was slightly bent by her, leaving a bright red mark that looked like blood. Angry. Uncle Zhou, how dare you block me? Baiji, who was blocked, decided to take revenge. It was very simple for Zhou Song and Luo Fei to disgust her. She just borrowed the address of a vocational high school next door and anonymously sent a courier to Luo Fei's company. It was already noon the next day when Luo Fei opened the express delivery, and the assistant handed the package to her. As soon as she opened it, she was so angry that she almost threw the whole cardboard box on the ground. It was the same collar I saw in the drawer of Shishu that day. There was also a note inside. In the same childish handwriting and tone, he wrote, Aunt Luo, the tracker you put on Uncle Zhou's car was replaced by my little toy. Luo Fei looked at the line of words and felt like smoke was coming out of the top of his head. She finally managed to get the police to dispel their suspicion of her, and for this she even sacrificed her own cousin. She didn't dare to act rashly these days. And this girl actually dared to provoke her. She has always been the one to interfere with others. Who the hell is this little bitch? How dare she be so arrogant in front of her? Luo Fei really wanted to see what she had left in Zhou Kangyi's car, so he immediately found an excuse to borrow Zhou Kangyi's car. After getting the car keys, she leaned over and started searching under the driver's seat. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she always felt that there was a special smell on the leather seats of the car. It smells sweet, like fruit, and like the cheap perfume on a girl, and a little bit like rubber. The more she wanted to go in, the uglier her expression became. Because she was so engrossed in the conversation, she didn't even realize that there was someone standing behind her. At this time, Luo Fei's fingers touched something like a few pieces of plastic wrapping paper. There is a crackling sound when fingers touch it. When she took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be 3 unpacked condom packages. Used. And there are 3 of them. Luo Fei's hands were shaking. She stood up angrily and suddenly saw the man standing behind her in the rearview mirror. His expression is extremely cold. Luo Fei didn't care about that and took the 3 remaining condom packages and asked him, What is this? Zhou Chong just took a look and remembered Baiji's message that day, and he understood where these things came from. The man didn't answer. But those cold, dark eyes just looked at her without any warmth, without a single fluctuation. Is this what you call not overstepping the boundaries? Look in drawers, leave trackers, look under seats. His patience was running out. Luo Fei gritted his teeth. She didn't care whether she lost her composure or not, and pressed the question word by word. It's true that we have an arranged marriage, but shouldn't you give me the minimum respect? I am also a human being. Even if you consider that I hold 40% of the Su family's shares, shouldn't you exercise some restraint in this regard? Even though Luo Fei was always at ease in front of men, she was somewhat overwhelmed by the double attack of Baiji's offensive and Zhou Cong's indifference. Luo Fei, we are both about to get married, and I can't even stay in your guest room, but you brought her home and stayed in the car with her. Did it 3 times. Luo Fei really couldn't say it. She is so angry. But what she never expected was Zhou Chang's subsequent reaction. The man said expressionlessly, if you feel wronged, you can cancel the engagement at any time. Chapter 13 A poor man has a life, a rich man has a pair of shoes. Luo Fei couldn't believe what he just heard. Almost reflexively, she thought of the provocative words the girl in the hotel said to her. I'm afraid he won't marry you this time, Aunt Luo. The sound of I'm afraid, Auntie made Luo Fei know for the first time what it felt like to be insecure and panic. Especially since Zhou Chong has now said that the engagement can be cancelled. Luo Fei changed his face almost in 1 second. Song Yi, that's not what I meant. I don't feel wronged. I just can't quite believe you would do such a thing. Now that I've calmed down, I think you probably wouldn't like that type of thing. I was reckless today, I'm sorry. The man did not express his opinion on her advances, but just said, this will not happen again. It was about losing control of her emotions, hitting her, going through her drawers and installing a tracker there won't be a next time. In the end, Luo Fei had no choice but to leave Shishu with a gloomy face. She was becoming increasingly confused about Zhou Cong's thoughts. If the police had not been keeping a close eye on her recently, she would have really wanted to kill the girl named Wang Jiao. Luo Fei had just come out of Shishu when a phone call came in. Shenshan cried on the phone, cousin, I have already told the police what you said, but why did they tell me that this is not an ordinary economic dispute, but intentional injury? Cousin, what is going on? When can I go home? Xianshan still hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter. When Luo Fei was 19 years old and married a rich man and was wearing gold and silver, Xianshan was only in junior high school. Because she envied Luo Fei's luxurious life, Xianshan stopped studying in high school. Her long-term goal was to find a rich man to marry. But Qianshan obviously didn't have as good a brain as Luo Fei. Although Qianshan was also domineering and fierce, her scheming and knowledge were completely inferior to Luo Fei. That's why she was tricked by Luo Fei into recording her confession and dug her own grave. At this time, Luo Fei was also very upset because of Zhou Cong's matter. He stopped coaxing her and showed his true colors. Is it important? Qianshan was completely confused. Cousin, how can this not be important? This is a matter that could lead to jail time. You promised me that you would send someone to get me out just by saying a few words, so why haven't your people arrived yet? Luo Fei, don't call me if you don't have anything else to do. You want 2 million just for a few words? Money is not that easy to earn, Xianshan. Luo Fei, what do you mean? Only then did Xianshan feel something was wrong. But it was too late. Luo Fei just started her Porsche and said coldly, I will transfer the money I promised you to your parents in batches, and you will be able to spend it naturally after you get out, but if you don't listen. Even if you are my closest sister, I can't save you. After saying beep, beep, Luo Fei hung up the phone. Luo Fei knew that this incident did not cause any real harm to Wang Jiao, so even if she had to go to jail, it probably wouldn't be for long. But no matter how long the sentence is, it will be extremely fatal to Luo Fei. She was a semi-public figure and Zhou Cong's fiancé. If she had a criminal record, her marriage to Zhou Cong would be completely ruined. By then, not to mention the Zhou family, even ordinary families who aspire to enter the system will not be interested in her. So she was determined to push Qianshan out despite the risk of being abandoned by everyone. She knew that doing so would undoubtedly completely ruin Qianshan's dream of marrying into a wealthy family, but Qianshan would never marry a rich man who was easier to control and could do things for her. And Luo Fei would also be more respectable in front of relatives and friends. Qianshan was so angry that she wanted to fight Luo Fei. But it's too late. After the confession was recorded, Luo Fei also did some work outside. Qianshan's guilt was confirmed. Baiji waited outside the police station until late at night, and this was the result she got. Late at night, a rare cool spring rain fell in the dry northern Beijing. A uniformed policeman came out and said to the 3 students, the results are out. We have arrested the suspect. He will probably be sentenced to a year or so. You can go back to school without any worries. So soon? This time, although Lu Hao did not directly point the finger at Luo Fei as Bai Ji expected, it was also because he really had no evidence to show that it was Luo Fei who did it. He cooperated with Bai Ji 100% with all the complicated matters before and after. Including now, he also missed today's evening self-study class and waited with Bai Ji at the door of the police station with an umbrella. Lu Hao asked, "Can you tell us who that person is?" "A lady named Qian, do you know her?" When Bai Ji saw the photo on the roster, his pupils suddenly contracted. Qian Shan? How could it be her? This must be Luo Fei's work again. The night rain outside the umbrella was getting heavier and heavier, and the whole sky was so dark that it seemed as if not a breath of air could be seen. Lu Hao took a look at Qian Shan's photo and said he didn't know her. He then asked Wang Jiao, "Do you know her?" Wang Jiao also shook her head. "Wang Jiao, this woman looks pretty, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious." Only Bai Ji stood there silently. The black umbrella obscured her eyes and expression. The sound of the dripping rain grew louder and louder, just like the color in her eyes, which grew darker and darker. "I'm going back first." The girl's voice was extremely cold. Seeing Bai Ji was about to leave, Lu Hao immediately chased after her with an umbrella in hand. "Gigi, how about I take you there?" At this moment, a glimmer of inspiration suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's gloomy mood. "Okay." Lu Hao didn't expect Bai Ji to agree. He was excited and showed a childish smile on his handsome face. Then, "Gigi, are you going back to the dormitory now? Can I take a taxi to take you there?" "No." Bai Ji said, "I'm going to drink." The Lu family has been practicing medicine for generations, and things like alcohol have never appeared in Lu Hao's world since he was a child. But since Gigi said she wanted to go, Lu Hao accompanied her without hesitation. At the bar, although he didn't drink a single sip and didn't know the difference between bars or the price range of drinks, he just followed her and paid the bill with his unlimited credit card without complaint. Bai Ji found the way he swiped the card a little funny. "Mr. Lu, you look like the young master in a dream of red mansions who doesn't even know how to call for silver when he leaves the Grand View Garden for the first time." Lu Hao was a little ashamed. "Really? Are these wines expensive or cheap?" "It shouldn't be too cheap, about the same price as the luxury clothes he usually wears and the luxury backpack he carries. But if you talk about expensiveness, when his uncles and aunts drink at social gatherings, every meal costs hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars." Bai Ji sneered coldly. 50% Jiang Xiaobai is 20 yuan, and a bottle of mineral water here is 800. Do you think it is expensive or cheap? The few bottles of wine that Bai Ji just ordered are enough for an average student's living expenses for a year. When she was 17 years old, she rushed to the bottom of a skyscraper to pull down a banner, but was knocked unconscious by Qian Shan and her men in the snow. She lay there all night and almost froze to death. It's all for this 20,872 yuan. She later met Lu Hao for the first time in the university cafeteria. He was surrounded by several boys from the basketball team and was like a star to everyone. The girls at the next table were screaming and saying that the shoes he was wearing were some kind of Jordan co-branded model. Bai Ji later searched on the school computer and found that they cost more than 30,000 yuan. The mouse was squeezed so tightly in her hand that it was almost deformed. She recalled that because she could not pay the final 20,872 yuan in medical expenses, the doctor refused to give her father even 2 hours grace period and personally pulled out the oxygen tank from his father's body. Only then did she realize that her father's life was not as valuable as a pair of shoes on the doctor's son's feet. Bai Ji pinched the glass in her hand, just like she pinched the mouse in the library that day. She forced herself to sober up from the alcohol little by little, while Lu Hao was still mumbling to himself. Chapter 14. You hug me for him. I'm sorry, this is my first time in a bar today, so I'm not very experienced. I will definitely not be so ignorant next time. Gigi, what is it about me that you don't like? I'll change it. I'll change everything, okay? She smiled vaguely. Forget it, you can't change it. Can you change your origin? Can you not be the son of the doctor who pulled out my father's oxygen tank with his own hands? You can't. Bai Ji knew that Lu Hao was the apple of the eye of the entire Lu family, so if she wanted to take revenge on the Lu family, the best way was to make Lu Hao fall in love with her. But she also knew that Lu Hao's feelings for her were real, so she didn't want to hurt Lu Hao too much. So she added, "What I mean is that I don't like good boys like you. You'd better not waste your thoughts on me in the future. I thought you just didn't like doctors." Lu Hao thought this was a breakthrough, raised his eyes and asked eagerly, "What kind of Gigi do you like?" "I like your teacher Zhou." When Lu Hao heard the name Zhou Chong from her again, his heart sank. Ziji. Stop talking nonsense. Considering the old friendship between the two families, Zhou Chong would occasionally help Lu Hao with his homework. Mr. Zhou, a giant in the humanities, tutored him in composition writing in junior high and high school. Lu Hao had been afraid of his teacher since he was a child. Baiji, I just like him like that. But Mr. Zhou obviously has many hospitals and pharmaceutical companies under his name. There was a cold gleam in Baiji's eyes. After a second, she suppressed the chill. At this moment, she happened to see a familiar face at the end of the crowd. Zhou Chong. He actually came here tonight. Zhou Chong would occasionally come to this bar, and Baiji had tried every possible means to find out about it. The minimum consumption at this bar is very high, at least 1,000 yuan per person. If it weren't for Lu Hao, she really couldn't afford it. Fortunately, she just wanted to try her luck today, and she actually ran into it. Baiji picked up the wineglass and looked at Zhou Chong from a distance. She shook the riveted bracelet on her fingers and wrist at him seductively. Lu Hao had been facing the bar and didn't see who was coming behind him. He heard the clinking of ice cubes in Baiji's wineglass. She whispered in his ear, "Your teacher Zhou is sexy. Do you have any?" After saying that, Baiji raised his foot and prepared to leave. Gigi. Don't follow me, I need to go to the bathroom. Baiji left Lu Hao behind after saying this. Baiji was in the bathroom recalling the moment when they looked at each other just now, and Zhou Chong was sure to have seen the leather band on her wrist. She took out the new number she had prepared and continued to text him. Uncle, you know, your name is also inside my circle of arms. Your name is written all over my body and in my underwear. I am yours. Zhou Chong also saw not only Baiji, but also Lu Hao. At the bar, boys and girls were sitting close to each other. But the next second, such a text message was sent to his mobile phone. Zhou Chong's face was not good. He didn't want to pay any attention to this reckless girl, and walked straight to a high-end box upstairs that was surrounded by glass on all sides and looked like an ice cube. Sitting in the box were a few other kids from the compound who had grown up with him. Everyone has grown up now. Some are engaged in venture capital, some are working in the internet, and some are experts in the field of artificial intelligence. Only Zhou Chong studied the liberal arts that didn't seem to make much money. But everyone knows that he, who studied law and philosophy, is the king in this circle. Some people say that studying literature and arts is an unwritten symbol of being a top billionaire. Because the humanities and social science circles in foreign schools are filled with politicians or crown princes from various countries, they go to school not only to learn knowledge, but also to make connections. Unless you are wealthy enough, you would not choose such a major. After Zhou Chong sat down, the atmosphere in the box became a little more restrained. But at this time, someone exclaimed in admiration at the figure of the woman who suddenly appeared outside the glass. Wow, this little girl looks so pure. The woman seemed to be looking at them as well, standing in the light and shadow of the art glass, very skilled in manipulating the atmosphere and the advantage of fantasy. The people in the box saw her one after another and praised her. It's been a while since Beijing has produced such a pure and innocent girl. Those rich girls are always imitating Asian ABG. After removing their makeup, their skin is as rough as a ghost. Why are Chinese people imitating foreigners? Baiji did not hide her beauty from the fierce gazes of the jackals and tigers. She is still wearing the same white dress today. When she puts on a sweatshirt, she is an artistic campus goddess. When she takes it off, she is a noble yet dangerous midnight ephemeral Sirius. When she decided to go to the second floor to find Zhou Kangyi, she left her sweatshirt in the toilet downstairs. Only such a thin and minimalist long skirt is exposed. Especially when appearing in such a bright and bustling place, the white silk is so clean that it seems to be reflective and it looks like it will break if it is folded. She lay on the glass partition of the box, leaving her slender figure in the shadows. Sudden. She spread her fingers and rested them on the glass in front of her. 10 fingertip marks emitting body temperature slowly emerged on the chest. Fuck, he's an expert. A young man beside Zhou Chong couldn't help but curse out loud. The damn ceiling of the pure desire realm is here. Could it be that one of you has caused this? I also want to mess with a girl like this, but Kangyi, why do I feel like she's looking at you? Zhou Chong has always been very clean around him, and now that he is about to get engaged, no one would think much of him. He hadn't paid attention to his surroundings until the other person mentioned him, and then he looked at the girl outside the glass. Through the smoke from the cigarette in her hand and the wire art on the glass, her face was actually a little blurry in his vision. But even so, he guessed who the visitor was in just 1 second. At the same time, the phone on the table next to his knees vibrated twice again. Uncle Joe, the person I'm looking at is you. You had a fight with Aunt Luo about me tonight, didn't you? Not sure if it was the effect of nicotine or the hormones from the bar, but Joe Chong also remembered a white Persian cat he had when he was a child. The cat used to like to stick to him like this, but he was busy with his studies. In addition to going to school, he also had to study equestrian sports and art, so he didn't have much time to stay at home with the cat. Later, the cat learned to deliberately stay away from him. She would seduce him from time to time, and when he paid attention to her, she would proudly run under the sofa. But the cat was killed not long after. The cause of death was unknown, as if she had been poisoned maliciously. She lay in a pool of blood, her pure white hair stained with the blood she had vomited. He knelt in the corner of the garden where his parents didn't know and buried her with his own hands. Sometimes, Baiji gave him a feeling that was very similar to that cat. So, for some unknown reason, he responded to her text message for the first time. No. His answer was a question asking him whether he had had an argument with Luo Fei. The man sent 2 words and then started smoking without saying anything else. After a few minutes, when Zhou Chong looked up again, the girl's figure was no longer reflected in the glass. He thought she was gone, and the people around him stopped talking about her. The man drank another glass of wine. Feeling bored, I left and went to the parking lot. Because it was a private trip, Zhou Chong did not bring a driver tonight and opened his phone to call a designated driver. At this moment, the girl who had disappeared just now reappeared in front of him. Uncle, are you waiting for a designated driver? Zhou Chong also looked at Bai Ji. Without the obstruction of glass, her face was more clearly visible. The man took a puff of his cigarette, leaned against the car door and said calmly, "Can you drive?" Bai Ji, I can, and it's a more exciting car than the designated driver. The man frowned and wanted to say no. But the word use was not uttered. The girl in front of me suddenly took a step forward, and the seductress who had flirted with me in the bar just now suddenly started crying. And those tears didn't seem fake, but a bit of forbearance and stubbornness. From her eye sockets to the whites of her eyes, they were all red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Uncle Joe, I'm very sad tonight. At one point he actually believed her when she said she was sad. She tugged at his clothes, longing for mercy. It was like she was longing to meet a soft-hearted God. It was like he was her last straw and hope. The cigarette in his hand dropped some ash. Once the seed of curiosity sprouted, it could no longer be suppressed. Why are you sad? Because Luo Fei was at large again, she felt like she was fighting a battle that she could never win. But of course she wouldn't tell the truth. Just a second later, she wiped away her tears and suddenly talked about something that seemed completely unrelated. Uncle Joe, do you know? This is the 4th year since my father passed away. Today is his death anniversary. I really miss him so much. Can you hug me for him? Zhou Chong also knew at a glance that she was lying. Every time she lied, the pretense of weakness and flattery in her eyes was particularly obvious, unlike the real and stubborn expression when she said she was sad just now. This girl is so proud that she doesn't even bother to pretend. But the movements of her hands now were so bold. He felt that pair of snake-like hands had reached into the pocket of his suit jacket. Her fingers continued to explore the fabric of his clothes just as they had pressed on the glass. The man's patience seemed to have reached its limit, his eyes were completely cold. He clamped her wrist, turned over and pressed her against the door of the Bentley. His knees pressed hard against her sides. You like me so much? How about giving you a chance, huh? Chapter 15 The first time I took the initiative to find her. You want to have a one-night stand with me? Just get naked and get in the car now. There's no need to make a fuss about your father's death. What do you think? His tone was as steady as ever. The coldness in his eyes also spread to Bai Ji's face. There was no ambiguity or desire at all. She sneered, glared at him, and said coldly, "If I take off my clothes and get on with you, will you follow me?" The man scoffed and let her go. You can try it. I'm the first one to get caught, or you're the first one to get caught. He had seen through her bottom line. Under the so-called perverse and crazy appearance, he is just an inexperienced paper tiger with bluffing power. That night, Zhou Chong did not continue the stalemate with Bai Ji. Soon the descendants arrived. He left her behind and drove away in the Bentley with her body temperature still on his back. Before getting in the car, he pulled his tie like a gentleman and mocked in a gentle manner. Go back to the dormitory early and remember to attend class tomorrow. Normal University, the best student? Baiji also curled her lips in response, adjusting the shoulder straps of her skirt in front of the designated driver. Uncle, please remember to wash off my scent on your body, so as not to be discovered by Aunt Luo when you go home secretly. Sure enough, Zhou Kangyi's face turned ashen in an instant. Baiji was very satisfied with her masterpiece. The driver next to him was shocked. Even the look he gave Zhou Kangyi showed a bit more of a look of scrutiny towards a pervert. Zhou Chong also saw the expression on the driver's face when he looked at him, and his face became even more tense. After getting in the car, the man uninstalled the designated driver platform permanently without saying a word. Baiji did not return to the dormitory in the second half of the night, but sat on a bench in the city park next to the bar all night. Another person who did not return home at night was Lu Hao. Lu Hao hadn't seen Baiji since she went to the bathroom. She didn't reply to his message, so he had to go to the bathroom to find her. The men's and women's restrooms in the bar are shared. Lu Hao didn't find Baiji, but he found her sweatshirt thrown in the corner. Worried that Bai might have met with an accident, Lu Hao became extremely anxious and went crazy. He pulled the bartender at the door and asked if he had seen a girl in a white dress. However, the bartender said that the girl had already left. The school's early curfew is 6 o'clock. Before Baiji returned to the dormitory, she remembered that she seemed to have forgotten Lu Hao. She sent him a message saying that she had returned to the dormitory, and he replied almost immediately, "Okay, I'm going to sleep too. Good night." "Good night, Gigi." Baiji thought Lu Hao had gone home early, but in fact, he had been waiting for her all night at the door of the bar, holding the sweatshirt he picked up from the corner. Only after she said in person that she had arrived at the dormitory safely did he feel at ease to leave the bar and go home. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning when Lu Hao got home. In the huge villa, Mr. and Mrs. Lu were already having breakfast. Lu Jiang and Lu Mingyue were both surprised that he would not come home at night. Hao, why didn't you go home last night?" asked Mother Lu Mingyue. Lu Hao had already dealt with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes on his body before going home. He has always been obedient, so no one would suspect him even if he lied. "I had a big assignment at school recently, so I stayed up all night in the studio." "Dad, Mom, I'm going to go upstairs and rest first. I'm a little tired." "Go ahead. When you wake up, drink some of the soup that Aunt Lee made. It will nourish your body." "Okay, Mom." After Lu Hao went upstairs, Lu's father, Lu Zhang's expression was not very good. He actually knew where Lu Hao went last night. Lu Hao's credit card showed that he spent alcohol and beverages, and he was not at school at all. But he didn't say much to Lu Mingyue. "Lu Jiang, I have an appointment with Song to play golf this afternoon, so I probably won't be back for dinner." Lu Mingyue, "Okay." Although Lu Jiang is half a businessman, he never drinks. The person he is meeting is Zhou Kangyi, so Lu Mingyue is not worried at all even if he comes back late. But Lu Jiang had a gloomy face all day long. It was not until he saw Zhou Changye that his expression softened a little. After playing golf, the two went to a state banquet-level Huayang cuisine restaurant for dinner. In the private room, Lu Jiang used tea instead of wine and raised his glass to Zhou Kangyi. "Congratulations first, Kangyi. Although it is not a match made in heaven, it is also a strong combination. I wish you a better career in the future. Everyone in this circle has thousands of years of experience." When the news of Zhou Chongye and Luo Fei's marriage came out, many people in the circle couldn't believe it. But anyone who does business can understand that no matter how shameful Luo Fei is, she is still Su Jianxiong's widow. And Su Jianxiong was an extremely rare love-brained person among the rich during his lifetime. The huge amount of family wealth was not left to his biological daughter Su Tian, but to Luo Fei, the mistress who didn't even have a child. Zhou Chong had just returned to China and needed to consolidate his position among the dozen or so younger generations of the Zhou family. The billions in cash and 40% of the shares in Luo Fei's possession were particularly important. But leaving these external things aside, just looking at Luo Fei himself and Zhou Chong, it is not just that they are incompatible, there is a world of difference between them. Zhou Chong was not arrogant. When talking about this marriage, he did not ridicule or slander Luo Fei's identity. He just took a sip of tea and said, "It's just that we each get what we need. I'm not as lucky as you. You have a free marriage with your sister-in-law and you are in love with each other. Don't mention it, it's also a lot of trouble." Hao has become more and more wild since he went to college. He is not half as sensible as when you taught him. Zhou Tsong also said, "Lu Hao is already in his 20s this year, it's time for him to have his own ideas. Lu Jiang shook his head. You don't know, he lied to me and his mother this morning. He stayed out all night last night, and text messages showed he was at the bar. He also said he had a lot of schoolwork and stayed up all night in the studio. Zhou Chong also blew on the hot steam of the tea, with no expression on his face. When he heard the words "you won't come home all night," half of his face fell into shadow under the illumination of the ceiling light, making the lines appear more and more dim and unclear. Lu Jiang had a frown on his face. He leaned against the high-end mahogany Chinese chair behind him and crossed his fingers. I heard he's in love lately. I don't know whose family this girl is from, but I hope she's not one of those college girls who covets boys' money. If they do nothing but check into a room, their studies and health will be ruined. Zhou Chong was also listening to Lu Jiang's words, and his expression suddenly became a little cold. He did not utter a word on the subject. Lu Jiang didn't continue talking. The two chatted about some topics related to cooperation in medical devices. Before they parted, Lu Jiangkai said to him, Kangyi, I have another unwelcome favor to ask. You're welcome, Dean Lu. Lu Jiang, I recently want to invite a foreign brain expert to give a lecture at my hospital. He is a fan of Chinese culture. So, I want to lend him your Wenxin manuscript for a day. Do you think it's convenient? Although Wenxin manuscript is just a book, its value and irreproducibility are extremely precious. Even for families like Lu Jiang and Zhou Chong, who are old friends, they have to be cautious when borrowing the Wenxin manuscript. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chong agreed so easily. Of course, I'll send someone to deliver it to Lu's residence tomorrow night. Well, that's embarrassing. I have to ask someone to go to your house to invite you. Kangyi, thank you in advance this time, really. You're welcome. After saying goodbye to Lu Jiang and returning to Shishu, Zhou Chong also went to the study to look for the Wenxin manuscript, but found that the book that was originally treasured in the box was gone. Except for Baiji, no one has been here in the past few days. He guessed almost immediately that the book was in her possession. At the same time, what Lu Jiang had just said in the restaurant flashed through his mind. Lu Hao did not go home all night last night. The man's eyes were so dark that they seemed to be soaked in ink. If you clearly want the Wenxin manuscript, you can just send a secretary to get it. But he sat in the study and looked at his phone for a full 10 seconds. Then, I personally and proactively sent a text message to that number without any remarks. At school? Chapter 16 Clinic. Baiji woke up from a nap at school. But now, she's out again. Zhou Kangyi's text message took her by surprise, but she soon realized that when he asked her whether she was at school, he was probably not concerned about her personally. No, Uncle Zhou, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Zhou Kangyi, address, I'm here to get my things. He thought she was borrowing just the most ordinary books, and what Su Tian told him were just a few hard-to-buy original English literature books, but he didn't expect that she took away the entire Wenxin manuscript. Of course Baiji didn't have the Wenxin manuscript at hand, but she still sent him the address of a hospital. Zhou Chong also quickly and carefully discovered that this was not the hospital where Wei Li had her eyes treated. The small hospital where Baiji is now working is more like a clinic, located on the street in a suburban town. Zhou Chong naturally did not have such an industry. He drove for 2 hours before finding the clinic. After getting off the highway, the road became rugged, and a lot of mud and dust stained the shiny black Maybach. If it weren't for Baiji, Zhou Chong would probably never have known that there was such a place covered with yellow earth in the prosperous Beijing city. When he entered the clinic, the man's expression became more complicated. On the green, peeling paint wall, there is a sign that says painless abortion. There were not many people in the clinic. Occasionally, a few nurses wearing blue sterile cloths came out. They found it strange to see such a noble and wealthy man like Zhou Chong appear here, and looked back frequently. The further he walked in, the darker Zhou Chang's face became. It really looks like those black hospitals that provide painless abortions in small towns as shown on TV. Finally, Zhou Chong also saw Baiji in a ward with cheap green velvet curtains. The girl sat on the stainless steel folding bed with her legs dangling, wearing a white sports sweatshirt and a white pleated skirt. Her eyes looked pitiful with tears in them. Uncle Zhou, my stomach hurts. She did have a stomachache, but because she was afraid she couldn't afford the medical expenses and examination fees at a big hospital, she took a 3-hour bus ride to come here. Zhou Chong also came to pick up a book, and her abdominal health was not within his concern. It's just that the location is too ambiguous, and it's impossible not to think of the surgery that the note outside the door indicated. He pursed his lips tightly and asked nonchalantly, "Do you know the reason?" "I don't know, but it hurts. It hurts like hell." Will I not be able to have children in the future, Uncle Joe? Baiji said, and tears began to fall from her big watery eyes. Jo Chong also knew that this girl would start talking nonsense after just 3 sentences. Thinking about how she and Lu Hao stayed out last night, her eyes and emotions became unfathomable. At this time, the nurse came in and said, "Little girl, your results are out. They are just external injuries from kicking and bruising. There is no damage to your internal organs." Baiji asked seriously, "Sister nurse, am I really not pregnant?" The nurse was speechless. How can you, a little girl, not know anything? How can you get pregnant when you are still on your period? What kind of pregnancy is this? After saying this, Baiji blushed and lowered her head like a flower bud, while secretly observing Zhou Kongyi's reaction from the side. The nurse also glanced at Zhou Kongyi. Normally, the person who accompanies someone at such times is usually their boyfriend, but the man's aura was too strong and cold, and when the two of them were put together, they didn't look like a couple, but more like a teacher or elder. The nurse was unsure of their relationship and could only vaguely say, "If you're really worried about getting pregnant, just remember to take precautions with your boyfriend in the future. Don't be so nervous." "Yeah, okay. Thank you, nurse. I'm glad you're not pregnant." After the nurse left, only the girl and the man were left in the room. The environment of the clinic was not good, but the sunlight was very bright. Baiji supported herself on the bed with both hands, raised her head and looked at Zhou Chongye sweetly. "Uncle Joe, did you hear that? The doctor said that we just need to take precautions from now on. Uncle Joe, you're not just caring about your own pleasure and not taking precautions for me, right?" Zhou Chong was also very cold. "Can you give the book back to me?" Baiji pursed her lips. "You were so fierce, I didn't say I won't give it back to you." After saying that, Baiji climbed up from the bed, holding her stomach, and walked to the school bag beside her to pick it up. She trembled with every step and looked like she was in a lot of pain. Zhou Chong also turned his gaze to the window, not wanting to watch her show anymore. But at this moment, Baiji suddenly turned around. The young body pounced on Zhou Chong and sat down on the wooden chair next to the wooden table, with his calves and white stockings hanging down the edge of his trousers. She had to use all her strength to knock down a man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall. She sat on him with both hands hooked around Zhou Kongyi's neck. Her skirt was lifted up to her thighs. Her body under the sweatshirt was pressed tightly against him, and she was breathing softly. "White branch!" Baiji ignored his warning, her nose rubbing against the shoulder of his suit, and her tears dripping on him, rubbing against him continuously. "It hurts so much, the whole area is bruised, Uncle Joe. I was kicked in your hospital, you have to be responsible for me." The veins on Zhou Chang's forehead were also throbbing. He undoubtedly felt bored and hot, but this boredom was not only physical, but also psychological. The words that Lu Jiang said replayed in his mind at this moment. "Stay out all night. All I do is check in." The man closed his eyes. When he opened them again, those cold, dark eyes were filled with an indelible dark and rich color. "It hurt so much last night, do you still want to stay out all night?" Baiji was stunned. She didn't know how Zhou Chong knew that she didn't come home all night. The girl instinctively raised her lips to kiss him, but he dodged. Baiji stared at her with big eyes. "Uncle Joe, you are jealous, aren't you?" Zhou Chong was too lazy to explain to her whether this was sarcasm or jealousy. Having been mentally prepared, he was not moved at all by the girl's teasing this time. Baiji also discovered that although the contact and posture this time were more intimate than the last time on the railing, the man did not react at all. She even deliberately felt it. The girl was a little frustrated, pouted her lips, and complained unscrupulously, "Uncle Joe, why can't you get hard? Being so arrogant is no longer a simple matter of lust or not, it is simply lighting a dynamite on a man's face. A successful person like him will not allow himself to be offended by a student like this." Zhou Chang's veins bulged on the back of his hands and he suddenly grabbed the edge of her skirt. The man's fingertips were so strong that they penetrated the paper and were soaked with violence. Baiji was startled, and she felt the swiftness and brutality of this force, and she instinctively tightened her arms around his neck. The girl looked at him closely, and it was clear that the man did not show any emotion in his eyes or actions, but his next words made her blush. "I like the back, do you dare?" Baiji felt awkward, but she still smiled stubbornly. "Okay. It's not the kind of back there that you said, but you dare?" The girl frowned slightly. "Is there any difference? Behind? For the first time, she felt that even though she had made a lot of preparations and possessed a maturity far beyond her peers, she was still as immature as a blank sheet of paper in front of this man who was 14 years older than her. The two expressions flashed through her mind for a long time. It took her a long time to realize what he meant. It's PP. Grass. After Baiji reacted, the hand resting on her but became a hot potato. She jumped off his lap as if she had seen a ghost and backed away to the wall with her schoolbag in hand. Perverted old man. Damn pervert. Those round eyes instantly lost all their provocation, leaving only warning and vigilance, like a wary deer in the forest. Baiji looked at him for 2 seconds, then ran away quickly with her schoolbag. Zhou Chong also looked at her like that, and after a few seconds he got up from his chair and began to slowly and methodically straighten his suit and trouser legs that she had wrinkled. Then, without even noticing it, he curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Probably for the next period of time, she wouldn't dare to provoke him again. An indescribable joy and satisfaction rose in the man's heart, and he sent a message to his assistant. Find a girl named Baiji and bring back the Wenxin manuscript. Chapter 17. Go back to the dormitory early. Baiji was frightened and went straight back to school. Zhou Chong also messed up her mentality. A little confused. The girl sat alone on a chair in the playground, staring into the night. After a while, he sent a message to Su Tian. Tian, let me ask you something. Baiji spoke into the phone, wanting to ask, does your uncle have any special hobbies? But before he could think of what to say, Su Tian directly forwarded a trending search and started cursing. Oh my god. They're not holding the engagement party anymore, they're just getting married right away. Next month. Shit. What should I do with Jija? Baiji's doubts were suddenly interrupted by this news. In the headlines, Zhou Changye and Luo Fei's photos were edited together. Although it was not a response from him, such news must have been approved and confirmed by him. They are getting married. Baiji's face gradually became gloomy. The question I originally wanted to ask suddenly didn't seem so important anymore. At this moment, several boys in front of her suddenly walked towards her holding basketballs. Before Baiji could react, a ball was thrown near her legs. It's not too strong, but it's very intimidating. The girl squinted her eyes and looked up. Her long, smooth black hair swayed gently in the evening breeze. She uttered 3 cold words, "Are you looking for death?" Baiji, from the Chinese department, you are the one seeking death, right? You are playing cheating on our Lu Hao. Do you have any shame? Baiji then remembered that these people seemed to be Lu Hao's teammates and roommates in the basketball team. When she and Lu Hao were officially married, these people were quite nice to her, calling her sister-in-law. Baiji, I don't understand what you are saying. 4 boys, all of them over 185 centimeters tall, were patting the basketball and surrounding her. There were other things on the playground and the students looked over. Are you still playing dumb here? You said you were going to the bar, but you left first. Lu Hao waited for you at the door all night, and now he has the flu and a high fever at home and can't come to school. Have you gone to see him? Is there any girlfriend like you? Baiji frowned. She really didn't know that Lu Hao had been waiting for her all night. Does this have anything to do with you? She looked arrogant and cold, like an iceberg of jade that could not be touched. Several buddies knew that Lu Hao liked this kind of tone, the sneer. Chinese department, talented woman, goddess. Your innocent face may be enough to fool Lu Hao, but why are you pretending in front of us? Oh, she looks so unattainable in school, but once she sees those rich old men in a bar, she might even want to take off her underwear and kneel down to offer them to them. Don't think no one saw you last night? Baiji had no expression on his face and was very calm. Some of Lu Hao's brothers are also well-known second-generation rich people in northern Beijing. They like to go to nightclubs and bars after school. She thought that maybe they saw what happened outside Zhou Chang's box that night. If an ordinary female student was humiliated to this extent, her face would definitely turn red. Baiji showed no sign of retreat. She even laughed and went straight to him, picking up her hair, and said coldly, "Who are you saying is old? Zhou Song? He's not old. He is young and in great shape. It's much better than you wimps who either indulge in sex or play games all night long." Several boys were confused. On the one hand, I didn't expect that she would admit it just like that. On the other hand, it was also for the person she mentioned. Zhou what? Zhou Song? The next second, laughter broke out in the crowd. Girls who study literature are really bold. Zhou Kangyi, why would you, a toad, want to eat swan meat? Lu Hao is interested in a poor student like you because he has the doctor gene from his parents. Doctors are kind-hearted, don't you understand? That's called compassion. We all feel that we are at a loss that he is interested in you, and you still dare to think about Jo Song? Do you know who Jo Kangi's fiancée is? She's worth billions. How can you compare with her? With the airport in front of you? The boys also felt guilty and their words became more and more excessive. Bai Ji was too lazy to bother with these trash. He's just a second-generation rich kid who relies on his family's wealth to do evil. One day, she would have them kneeling at her feet, begging her to spare their lives. The girl picked up the shoulder straps of her school bag and prepared to go back to the dormitory. But the boys surrounded her and wouldn't let her leave, and one of them even tried to pull her away. At this moment, a stern voice suddenly sounded not far away. "What are you doing? Stop." Several boys subconsciously let go and looked towards the person who was speaking. The person opposite was wearing a navy blue and black suit, and it was obvious that he was not from the school. Soon someone recognized that the logo in front of him was the logo of Jo Group, the largest multinational company in northern Beijing. And his employee name badge is the highest level at Jo headquarters. This person is Jo Kangi's personal assistant. Although Bai Ji could not recognize the other party's identity, seeing that those second-generation rich kids had quieted down, he probably knew that they were not ordinary people. Jo Kangi's assistant was ordered to pick up the Wuxin manuscript, but he didn't expect to see such a scene. He walked towards Bai Ji in front of several boys, and Wusher nodded respectfully and said, "Good evening, Miss Bai. I'm here to get the book that Mr. Jo lent you last time." The boys continued to be stunned. No way? Does Jo Chong really have an entanglement with Bai Ji? Bai Ji glanced at the young masters who were still in shock, raised her head to the assistant, and said proudly and arrogantly, "Tell Uncle Jo that I haven't finished reading the book. Tomorrow morning, I will personally deliver it to his house intact." The assistant's task is to take the Wuxin manuscript back tonight. He was a little unsure, so he said to Bai Ji, "Please wait a moment. I'll call Mr. Jo for instructions." Bai Ji doesn't have the book on hand now, so he definitely won't be able to publish it tonight. Those boys didn't leave either. They wanted to stay and watch the show, as if they wanted to confirm whether Jo Kangi and Bai Ji had the kind of relationship she said. At this moment, Bai Ji was not so sure. After all, if the man only had to tell his assistant that if she didn't get it tonight, he would send her to the police station, all her little tricks would have come to nothing. Not only will her lie be exposed, but this time, she might actually be charged with theft. She is gambling again. I bet Jo Chong was attracted to her even for a second. Even a little bit. The assistant stepped aside to make a phone call. About a minute passed. This minute was the longest minute in Bai Ji's life. She didn't even remember how she made it through. Finally, the assistant came back, and the way he looked at Bai Ji had changed subtly. Bai Ji stood there with her arms folded, trying her best to stay calm and flicked her hair with her fingers. "How is it, does Uncle Jo agree?" This time, the assistant was more respectful to Bai Ji and bowed to her. "Mr. Jo said it's okay, so I'll come back to pick it up tomorrow morning." Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the assistant said another sentence. Mr. Jo also said, "For your own good, please go back to the dormitory earlier next time." Chapter 18 Get the manuscript back. Ambiguity is brewing in the air. The boys who had been making wild comments were instantly silenced. Bai Ji was silent for a second, then laughed. Amid the shocked expressions of the people around her, she was as bright and beautiful as a proud child, and looked even more dazzling and pure in the night. She just knew. From the first time he responded to her, pushed her under the car, and replied to her text message for the first time, she knew. That high and mighty Buddhist son will one day be dragged down by her into the mud, and become depraved and confused in the ocean of desire. The girl's slightly red eyes squeezed out a hint of sweetness innocently. "Thank you, Uncle Assistant. Please tell Uncle Jo that I will go back to the dormitory now. I will be very obedient." Okay. The assistant felt that the girl in front of him was a little weird. But these were all the boss's private matters. He didn't dare to ask a single question or say a single word, he could only do as he was told. After Bai Ji left, several boys were still standing on the playground, their worldviews shattered. What does this mean? Is she Jo Kangi's mistress? Jo Song hasn't gotten married yet, so she shouldn't be considered a mistress now, right? Are you focusing on the wrong thing? The point is, how could Jo Chong be with Bai Ji? They may not be together, didn't I hear her call him uncle? Maybe she is his distant niece? The boy who had just taken the lead in scolding Bai Ji cursed. How could Zhou Chong have a niece like Bai Ji? She only has the same 2 pieces of clothing for spring, summer, autumn and winter. Who in the normal university doesn't know that she is a well-known poor student in the school? They think it is more likely that she is a little lover than a niece. So, Uncle Zhou? Is this the taste of rich people? It's really fun. The second-generation rich kids were quite arrogant just now, but after seeing with their own eyes how respectful Zhou Kandi's senior secretary was to Bai Ji, they did not dare to cause trouble for Bai Ji anymore. After Bai Ji returned to the dormitory building, he did not go back to his room to rest immediately. Instead, he went to the next floor and found Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao has been a little nervous these days, afraid that if she goes out she will run into the same thing as last time with the gangsters. She has not been to class for several days. At the door, Bai Ji looked at her. Bai Ji's attitude was no longer as friendly as the previous 2 times. Zhou Song also came to ask for the book. She could only say to Wang Jiao without questioning, "Give me back the Wenxin manuscript." Wang Jiao clutched her pajamas tightly with her fingers and seemed to want to deny it. Bai Ji said directly, "Either you admit that you stole the Wenxin manuscript and be punished, or you will become Luo Fei's mistress and wait for her to retaliate against you. Don't forget, I saved your life." Every word Bai Ji said was correct. When Wang Jiao stole the Wenxin manuscript, she wanted to accuse Bai Ji of being a thief. The Wenxin manuscript was priceless. If Bai Ji hadn't found Zhou Chong to help, he would have been sentenced to at least 5 years in prison. But now, Bai Ji just asked her to admit her mistake in front of the teacher and receive a disciplinary punishment. Although the punishment for stealing will be recorded in the file, you will never be eligible for awards or honors, and it may even be difficult to pursue postgraduate studies and find a job. But it's still much better than going to jail. Wang Jiao was reluctant, but after what happened last time, she was also scared of Luo Fei. Can you really make Luo Fei dispel his doubts about me? As long as you give me back the book. Oh well. Wang Jiao was really scared. She doesn't want to get involved with Bai Ji, this crazy bitch, or any of the crazy people and crazy things around her anymore. Wang Jiao returned to the dormitory and used a key to open a metal box in a corner where no one could see. Wang Jiao hid the Wenxin manuscript in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside with many plastic bags. No one could tell that it was a priceless antique. Wang Jiao handed the things to Bai Ji. Right here. Bai Ji checked the things and after confirming that they were correct, his tone became even colder. Go and turn yourself into Zhang Quanxue tomorrow, and I will help you solve the problem you are worried about. Wang Jiao, okay. At this time, Su Tian just came back from outside the school. The beautiful Su was holding 2 cups of milk tea in her hands, one was for Bai Ji and the other was for herself. Seeing Bai Ji and Wang Jiao together, Su Tian looked disgusted and even a little jealous. Zhizhi, you don't even reply to my WeChat, why are you chatting with this bad woman? Bai Ji, we didn't chat. I asked her to turn herself in. Oh, that's good, and then he took Bai Ji's hand and said to Wang Jiao in a domineering manner, did you hear me? Go and turn yourself in. Wang Jiao? Didn't you break up? Wang Jiao looked at the 2 of them in confusion. She remembered clearly that there seemed to be rumors that Su Tian and Lu Hao were having an affair, and at Su Tian's birthday party, Bai Ji even told her in person that they had broken up. But at this moment, they are as close as real sisters? Bai Ji said indifferently, we are reconciled again. Wang Jiao? Can the grudge of a boyfriend cheating on his girlfriend be reconciled? She had seen 2 best friends who were good friends, but she had never seen one that could be shared by all men. Wang Jiao was still in shock. However, the eldest daughter of the Su family took the initiative to get closer to Bai Ji, and her celebrity-like face looked at her with provocation and contempt. It was obvious that the relationship between the 2 was not affected at all by Lu Hao's incident. Zhizhu and I are the best friends in the world. Who the hell is Lu Hao? How can he be more important than my sisters? Isn't that right, Zhizhi? White branches. Yeah. After saying that, Su Tian sweetly pulled Bai Ji towards their own dormitory, leaving Wang Jiao alone. Wang Jiao gnashed her teeth and suddenly shouted at Bai Ji's back, Bai Ji, you don't like Lu Hao at all, right? Then what are you doing with him, playing with him? Wang Jiao's voice was not small. In the corridor, many girls passing by heard it and looked towards them. Bai Ji stopped and suddenly turned around to look at Wang Jiao with a sneer. Even if I really want to play with him, so what? Isn't he the most noble, kind, compassionate son of the Lu family who was a doctor? Isn't it just a pair of shoes that is more important than my father's life? Isn't that mercy? Then you have to play with your beloved one. Only in this way can you see who can play better. Wang Jiao glared at her angrily. Baiji, I never thought you were this kind of person. You are such a slut. Bitch. Su Tian was over 1.7 meters tall and was wearing high heels. She got angry and started to curse. I'm warning you, Wang Jiao, if you like Lu Hao, go and chase him yourself. Gigi didn't call the police and send you to the police station because you are still studying. If you dare to curse Gigi again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wang Jiao stood there and said sarcastically, it's just fake sisterhood. I thought it was so touching? You just think it's fun to bully an honest man like Lu Hao, right? I wish you two will fight over men until your heads are broken and bloody, and you will be in trouble sooner or later. Baiji curled her lips and said, before you wish others well, don't forget to go to the office tomorrow to receive your own punishment. You. Wang Jiao was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Baiji raised his eyebrows and shook the Wenxin manuscript in his hand at her. The next second, he turned around and walked away with a cold face. Chapter 19 Don't shout. The next morning. Before returning the Wenxin manuscript to assistant Zhou Chongya, Baiji took a photo with it. This photo was taken for Wang Jiao. Just an hour ago, Wang Jiao went to Zhang Quanshui to surrender. Baiji was there too, and watched her explain the whole story with her own eyes. Of course the school took this matter very seriously and gave Wang Jiao a severe punishment. Baiji also kept his word and prepared to clear up Luo Fei's misunderstanding of Wang Jiao. Originally, this matter had little to do with Wang Jiao. She wants to avenge herself. After leaving this picture, Baiji was about to send a message to Luo Fei using an anonymous account. This morning, Su Tian and Baiji did not have classes, and they were the only two in the dormitory. Suddenly, Su Tian, who was lying on the bed playing with her mobile phone in the next bunk, swore. Damn it, it's Luo Fei again. What happened to her? Su Tian forwarded a chat record within the Su group. It's unknown who first posted this set of chat records. When Baiji saw the bloody pictures in it, he almost vomited. What's going on? Baiji asked. Su Tian said coldly, Luo Fei did a good thing. She fired her assistant last night. That person already has elderly parents and young children to take care of. His wife relies on expensive imported medicine to survive. He is the only one who has a high mortgage and suffers from severe anxiety. Luo Fei fired him without telling him in advance. Isn't that pushing him to death? Something happened. He committed suicide by jumping off the roof of the headquarters building. Luo Fei is so damn wicked. A life. Baiji didn't know if Luo Fei was taking his anger out on this assistant because he was unhappy with Zhou Kangyi. Baiji sat at the desk combing her hair. The girl's black hair was already very smooth, but she still combed it. She looked at herself in the mirror with cold eyes. Back then, my father fell from the building at the construction site because Luo Fei insisted on cutting corners to save costs. She was thinking about her father and the assistant, and continued to comb her hair in silence, perhaps hundreds of times. Finally, with an expressionless face, she sent a few text messages to Luo Fei using an anonymous number. Aunt Luo, I heard that you forced another person to death. I'm not Wang Jiao at all. I cheated my cousin and then realized I took revenge on the wrong person. Are you angry? How many innocent people do you have to kill before you can find me? And you still have several Chenshans around you who can take the blame for you? Luo Fei, you seem to be getting less and less intelligent as you get older. After saying that, Baiji posted a photo of the Wenxin manuscript with Zhou Kangyi's name on it to prove himself. He kept saying that Luo Fei was not young and smart, and every word he said was heart-wrenching and hit the point that Luo Fei cared about most. Sure enough, Luo Fei was so angry that his lungs almost exploded when he saw those text messages. Luo Fei really didn't expect that a clown would be so rampant in front of her for so long. She never expected that the assistant would jump off the building just as he said. Now the company was in chaos, so she could only order a ban on the news and then privately investigate who else had attended Su Tian's birthday party that night. This was a rare night when Luo Fei went on a date with Zhou Chong. She couldn't bear it any longer and showed Zhou Chong the provocative text messages one by one. Kangyi, is this your book? Look at this little girl who keeps provoking me. Who is she? Zhou Chong also knew Luo Fei's methods of dealing with women, so he just glanced at her calmly. She is the daughter of a business partner, she is young and not very sensible. Which partner's daughter is so ignorant? Do I know this person? Zhou Chong just glanced at her lightly, and Luo Fei became quiet. She knew that she had upset him again. The atmosphere at the table cooled down. Luo Fei didn't want to ruin this rare date, so he immediately changed the subject. I met her once, but I didn't think she looked like a rich girl. After all, the clothes she was wearing at the time. They can't be described as ordinary, but cheap and plastic. Even though she was upset, she thought that it was Zhou Chong who took the initiative to suggest getting married right away last night, so she felt that she should keep her composure at this critical juncture. Forget it. I think it's better not to take her seriously. What kind of splash can such an ordinary girl make? Don't you agree, Kongi? Zhou Chong also took a sip of red wine. He did not deny what she said, but he did not admit it either. Luo Fei smiled at him charmingly and ordered a bottle of champagne from the waiter. When the waiter brought the champagne, Luo Fei found that the waiter was very handsome and began to mutter that such a handsome boy did not look like a waiter. If he walked on the street, he might be the young master of some family. At this time, Zhou Tsong also said something ambiguous. Judging people by appearance is your biggest weakness, Luo Fei. Luo Fei had also drunk some wine at this time, and his brain was a little dull. Really? She didn't notice the double entendre in Zhou Tsong's words. It was just in such a candlelight and romantic environment that she was completely obsessed with Zhou Kongi's handsomeness and temperament. She smiled ambiguously. Then consider it that I judge people by appearance, Kongi. I had a good impression of you from the first time I saw you. You don't judge people by appearance, and you're not lustful. You're different from them. He was hundreds of times better than the old men she had dealt with in the past. Those men, when they saw her, wanted to throw themselves on her. Only Zhou Chong seemed to have no interest no matter how she hinted. Although she would feel lost sometimes, a man like him who kept himself clean could actually arouse her desire to conquer him. But the man opposite still had that cold look. He put down his wineglass and said indifferently, I told you, Luo Fei, judging people by their appearance is your biggest weakness. He emphasized it again, pointing out that he was a clean person. He is not completely without lust. But if you want to catch his eye, the threshold will be very high. Currently, only one person can do it. Luo Fei, who was completely immersed in the aura of alcohol and happiness, did not feel anything wrong. On the other side, Zhou Kongi's phone vibrated again. It was an email. Multinational companies usually communicate work matters via email, and Zhou Chong also habitually opens and checks them. He clicked on the email titled Quarterly New Products. The next second, pictures popped up of the girl wearing suspenders in the dormitory bathroom. Baiji in the photo has half-wet hair, and she sometimes holds it to her chest, sometimes leans against the shower head, and sometimes bites candy. The only thing that remains unchanged is that her eyes are always staring straight at the camera, full of sexual suggestion. Zhou Chong only looked at it for a few seconds before her text message came over. Baiji, these are the photos Tian took for me tonight. Uncle Zhou, do you think they look good? Zhou Chong even suspected that this bad girl deliberately posted these photos because she knew that he was dating Luo Fei. Across the table, Luo Fei was cutting foie gras carefully without looking up. The man replied with 4 words to the person on the other end of the text message. Not for you. After sending the message, he put away his phone. In his opinion, a normal person would be too embarrassed to make a fuss after his photo was criticized so blatantly. But what he didn't expect was that his phone started vibrating again almost the next second. She actually took another photo and sent it to me. Will this fit? Zhou Chong didn't click on it deliberately, the photo was loaded directly in the thumbnail. It wasn't taken by him, just a very standard side-facing selfie in the mirror. The only difference is that she is naked in the photo. Although the important parts were blocked by the arms, the degree of exposure could still be described as unsightly. Zhou Chong also looked unhappy and clicked the delete button on the photo. Luo Fei also realized that he seemed to be looking at his phone all the time. Song Yi, is there something going on at the company? The man did not answer. He did not bother to lie and said calmly, some news. Then you reply to the message first and don't worry about me. Luo Fei feels that it is normal for a down-to-earth entrepreneur like Zhou Chong to be busy. As long as he can win Zhou's heart, it doesn't matter if he is busy and neglects her a little. After all, nothing is perfect in life, and it would be really scary if a man is not busy. Luo Fei really started to eat alone without disturbing anyone. On the other side, facing the increasingly arrogant Baiji, the man's desire to win was completely aroused. What are you hiding when you post nude photos? Like a seasoned veteran in the love field, he constantly trampled on the bottom line of her pride and self-esteem, waiting for her to give in and show weakness. Sure enough, this time, the girl didn't dare to post that kind of photos anymore. Instead, he sent a text message back. Of course you have to explore more yourself, Song, too? The wrinkles between Zhou Chang's brows were also very deep. Don't yell. Baiji, I'm not yelling. If I were to yell, I would definitely keep it close to your ears. Song also. Ah. Chapter 20 Come skate with me. Zhou Chang's expression now couldn't be described as ugly. He really wanted to use his strength and intimidation to scare away this ignorant girl, but who knew that she would become more and more courageous and even the scale of her seduction of him would become more and more extreme. Do you want to be blocked again? After he said this, the noise over there finally quieted down. Baiji didn't post any new messages afterwards. It was already 9:30 in the evening when Zhou Chong and Luo Fei finished their meal. Luo Fei drank some wine and was bolder than usual. Kongi, the weather forecast looks like it's going to rain heavily tonight. There are a few overpasses over Shishu that get flooded every year during heavy rains. For safety reasons, how about we stay in a hotel tonight? Since Shishu couldn't keep anyone, then it would be okay for them to move out together, right? Luo Fei wanted to see what excuse he could come up with this time. Zhou Chong also glanced at the sky. The moon was hidden and visible in the dark clouds, and there was indeed a sign that heavy rain was about to fall. He was fully sober and knew what was in Luo Fei's mind, but he did not refuse, and there was no need to refuse. Zhou Chong also asked his assistant to book a room, which was naturally the newest and most luxurious 5-star hotel in Beijing. Luo Fei felt so happy that it was unreal. It was not until she reached the door of the room that she realized that Zhou Chong had also asked his assistant to book a presidential suite. Luxury is very luxurious. The cheapest room in this hotel costs more than 4,000 yuan a night. A suite like this will cost at least 6 figures a night. But Luo Fei was still very disappointed. Because the suite was over 300 square meters and had more than one room, not to mention that Zhou Chong had made it clear that he didn't intend to sleep in the same room with her. Even if there were 2 separate rooms, with a living room and a reception room in between, the distance between them was dozens of meters. She even doubted that he wouldn't be able to hear her if she shouted to him. Luo Fei looked at the room and suddenly woke up from his dream. On the other side, the man just said indifferently, "I have a meeting tomorrow morning, so I won't disturb your rest." Luo Fei could only say okay reluctantly. She watched the man close the door and go back to his bedroom. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether their relationship had taken a step forward or backward. Baiji found out about their check-in at noon that day. Coincidentally, just after they checked out, she received a notice from the hotel that she could start working in the housekeeping department. She sent her resume before Weili had the surgery. Because Weili had just had the surgery and needed a lot of expenses for follow-up care and checkups, Baiji found a part-time job in addition to her studies. The hotel salary is high and the working hours are relatively regular. It was Su Tian who asked an acquaintance to give Baiji an interview opportunity. However, after Baiji entered the company, he could only start from the logistics of the guest room. Only after he became familiar with the job could he go to the front desk where the salary was higher. On her first day at work, the supervisor asked her to familiarize herself with the differences between the various room types and the personal preferences of VLP guests. When arriving at the presidential suite, Baiji saw that Zhou Kangi's name was clearly written in the column of people who stayed there last night. The foreman didn't notice the girl's darkening eyes, and introduced her seriously. "Look, this is the guest from last night. Mr. Zhou is also a big customer of our hotel. This Luo Fei is the person who checked in with him. We will record the preferences of these 2 people in the hotel background. Next time they come, we will prepare everything in advance. For example, Mr. Zhou has very high security requirements. He needs guards to check the room and take turns to guard before he checks in. Ms. Luo requires constant oxygen, temperature and humidity for 24 hours, and the bedding and bathtub must be." Baiji responded obediently. No one knows what she is thinking. When the aunt entered the suite and started cleaning, Baiji suddenly went into the bathroom without saying a word and started cleaning up the garbage. This move surprised the foreman. She heard that this girl was also brought in through an acquaintance. The hotel had also had several sons and daughters of shareholders who majored in hotel management come here to get internship experience. They were not looking for jobs, they were just here to be masters. Especially when he saw Baiji's clean and slender appearance, the foreman didn't believe that she was the kind of person who would do physical work seriously. The foreman only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the first place she went to was the toilet that everyone was least willing to go to. It seems that he is a good kid who is not afraid of getting dirty or tired, and he is not just pretending to be good. The foreman nodded with satisfaction. Then you guys continue working on it. I'll go look somewhere else. Okay, go ahead and leave this to me. The aunt who takes care of Baiji is very hardworking and has a good attitude. She is also very responsible and careful when teaching her. Only Baiji knew that she came to the bathroom not for any other reason. She just wanted to know if they had done it last night. Logically speaking, this was not something she was concerned about in her revenge plan, but for some reason she subconsciously wanted to know whether Zhou Song could continue to do this to Luo Fei. Fortunately, there were no suspicious items in the trash cans in each bathroom. From the head of the bed to the carpet in the living room and the sofa, there was no trace of those places that were prone to ambiguity, not even a strand of hair. If it weren't for the wrinkles on each of the two beds, you wouldn't be able to tell that someone had lived in this room last night. It was pretty much what she guessed. Zhou Chong and Luo Fei only had a contractual marriage, and the two of them probably didn't even have much to talk to each other. Bai Ji's heart finally settled down a little. It was like a dying person floating in the dark and endless ocean finally grabbed a piece of driftwood after seeing their hotel check-in record. Bai Ji seemed to have found a starting point and intensified his attack against Zhou Chong. She decided that from now on, she could no longer just flirt with him in such a crude sexual way. Instead, attack his mental defenses. Zhou Chong received Bai Ji's text message just after the meeting. A rare, relatively normal text message. Uncle Zhou, can you come skate with me after get off work today? It's right at the skating rink in the mall downstairs from your company. It's very close. I miss you so much. Zhou Chong also took a look but did not reply. Of course he won't go. The date of his and Luo Fei's wedding is getting closer and closer, and they are going to order their wedding dress this Wednesday. The man didn't take the two text messages seriously. The consequence was that afternoon, Bai Ji posted the video of Qian Shan beating people and looking down on the poor in the hospital on Weibo. The wording was quite subtle. She was a top student in the Chinese department and ranked among the top 2 in the country. It was very easy for her to incite empathy among online public opinion. The video was reposted over 10,000 times online in just one afternoon. Netizens were outraged. Holy shit, who is in this video, so arrogant? What kind of hospital is this? They kick people out before they even fully recover? The accent sounds like northern Beijing, a big city. What a shame. There has been an uproar on the internet. Zhou's public relations department has already issued an emergency plan. The assistant walked to Zhou Chong's door, ready to submit to him the next plan for dealing with public opinion. But I found that the president was no longer in the office. Shopping mall downstairs. As the mall approached evening, there were some mothers taking their children for a walk and college students who had no classes and were out having fun. The man in the black suit walked through the noisy crowd with an expressionless face. Finally, we stood outside the glass of the skating rink. There are not many people on the skating rink now, and you can see the young and beautiful girl in the middle at a glance. Baiji was wearing a pink velvet miniskirt, the color of which was very tender, and her slender legs were covered with a layer of white stockings. She was not very familiar with the skating movements and even had difficulty walking on the ice. Several times it seemed like she was about to fall down at any second, and people instinctively wanted to go forward and help her. Zhou Song also pursed his lips and narrowed his black eyes slightly. It seemed to have come out of a glacier, carrying with it the danger of black fog and the chill of blue ice, and just stood there quietly. Until he saw someone he was very familiar with. Lu Hao caught up with Bai Ji on the skating rink wearing ice skates, put his hand on her waist, and looked at her with eyes full of doting. Chapter 21 Glass lip print. The other side. Luo Fei, who was involved in a scandal of forcing an employee to jump off a building, has never stopped her carpet search for the girl who provoked her. The new assistant gave her a long list. Boss Luo, here are the names of the people who attended the young lady's birthday party that night. Based on my investigation over the past few days, one person is highly suspicious. Who? The new assistant had studied criminal investigation in North America before, and Luo Fei had spent a lot of money to recruit him. The other person stretched out his finger and pressed it on the 1-inch photo of Bai Ji, who had a white background and black hair, and no smile on her face. She. I don't know why, but when Luo Fei saw Bai Ji's face, his heart was inexplicably shocked and he suddenly felt a sense of certainty. The girl in the photo is cold and arrogant. From her appearance, it is hard to tell whether she is the same girl wearing a mask that day. But her intuition told her, like. So similar. Luo Fei's mood at this moment can be described as wanting to eat her flesh and blood. Okay, I understand. The new assistant was very efficient. Seeing the hatred in her eyes, he said calmly, she is now skating at the ice rink in the mall downstairs from Joe's company. As far as I know, Mr. Joe just left the office 10 minutes ago and went to the mall. The implication is obvious. If you want to catch the scene, now is the perfect time. Luo Fei glanced out the window. It was evening in northern Beijing, when the lights were just coming on and the night was about to get colder. A woman was playing with the lipstick in her hand, and cruelty and hostility were oozing out from every pore of her face. He smiled grimly and uttered one word, go. She specially asked Lu Hao to come here to skate. It was also intentional so that Zhou Chong could also see her and Lu Hao together. They rented a set of couple clothes, she was pink, he was sky blue, and even the skates they wore were couple styles. It was so sweet that it felt like they were in a school idol drama. Bai Ji wasn't very good at skiing, so Lu Hao guided her. In order to maintain her balance, the two of them were inevitably close to each other. Her skirt was very short, occasionally revealing her thighs wrapped in white stockings. Lu Hao lowered his eyes, his handsome face had long been red as if blood could drip. From time to time, the girl's crisp and pleasant laughter could be heard from the skating rink. At a certain moment, she saw the figure of a man in a suit outside the field. She curled the corners of her lips and said to Lu Hao, I'm thirsty and want to drink milk tea. Of course Lu Hao was attentive, okay, Gigi, which one do you want to drink and what flavor do you want? Bai Ji deliberately reported a milk tea shop in the mall that was farthest from the skating rink. It was on the 5th floor and it would take at least 20 minutes to go back and forth. Lu Hao went there in a hurry. As soon as Lu Hao left, the girl turned around and looked at Zhou Kangyi. She looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled sweetly, swung her legs, and slid towards where he was. Zhou Chong just watched her skate towards him expressionlessly. When Bai Ji stood still, there was only a layer of glass between them. Bai Ji put her hands on the railing at the edge of the skating rink, and the next second, she blatantly stuck out her lips, leaving a pink lip print on the glass right in front of Zhou Chong. Kiss him through the glass. The lip print on the glass was full in shape, with a slight gap in the middle. You can clearly see the direction of the lip lines. Although there weren't many people around the skating rink, there was still someone there. Anyone who looked over would have seen the girl who had just been skating with her boyfriend turn around and kiss another man. Zhou Chong also remained silent and looked at her without any warmth. There was a clear shape like that between the man and the girl. The more erotic it is, and her smile becomes even brighter. Bai Ji held the railing with both hands, staring at him with her head tilted from side to side, her skirt fluttering slightly, and there was no trace of the fear she had shown in the clinic that day. Zhou Tsung's breathing also slowed down, and the shadows under his eyes became deeper. After a long while, he raised his finger and pointed at the lipstick mark on her head. Ask her to wipe it off. Neither of them said a word, and they communicated through the glass with gestures the whole time. Zhou Chong is 2 heads taller than her and they have a big difference in body shape. He looks like a teacher as he crosses his arms and gives instructions. Bai Ji just pouted in dissatisfaction, then stood on tiptoe with the ice skates on the bottom of her shoes and began to carefully wipe the lipstick marks on the glass with her sleeves. She looked like an ignorant little girl. Only Zhou Chong himself knew. She kissed the glass, and looking at her delicate face, at the moment when it was squeezed by the glass, she made his blood flow so uncontrollably. He wished he could just rush in and strangle her neck, make this enchantress who kept pushing him below the limit of his desires surrender to him, make her cry, make her messy, taste her tears, and listen to her pleas. Trapped her in his cage of ice. Never allowed to come out. Never leave. Forever, it's his. Good girl. Over there, Bai Ji was concentrating on wiping off the lipstick marks, pretending not to notice the look Zhou Chong was giving her. Sudden. The ice skates under her feet lost their balance and fell to the ground. The man instinctively stretched out his right hand, but she was on the other side of the glass, and the man withdrew his half-stretched hand in time. Instead, there was the boy's hand on the other side of the glass. Lu Hao held a cup of taro milk tea in his left hand and hugged the crumbling Bai Ji with his right hand. He didn't know when he had come back, and Bai Ji almost nestled in his arms. Lu Hao blushed and asked, "You didn't twist it, did you, Jija?" After saying that, he looked up and saw the man outside the glass, feeling a little surprised. Teacher Zhou? But soon, he saw another figure behind Zhou Chongya. Lu Hao murmured, Aunt Luo. Luo Fei and Lu Hao had just arrived here and did not see what happened just now. All she saw was an elegant and noble man standing outside the skating rink, and inside the rink was a young boy and girl wearing couple outfits. Luo Fei recognized Bai Ji the moment he saw her. Bai Ji looked exactly like in the photo. Bai Ji felt her staring at him, but pretended not to notice them and drank the milk tea in Lu Hao's hand with her lips close to his. In Lu Hao's arms, she was as obedient as a cat, as if there was no problem at all. Luo Fei also knew Lu Hao. Lu Hao is the only son of the Lu family. It turns out that Song had tutored him for several years. Lu Hao is the same age as Zhou Song's nephew Zhou Zai, who is also studying in the United States. The two families have a good relationship, so they are almost like half-nephews. Luo Fei just glanced at Bai Ji for a second without leaving a trace, and then said to Zhou Kongyi, "Kongyi, do you want to watch a house skating?" "Yeah." The man's response was indifferent. Luo Fei, then, is this his girlfriend? Zhou Chong also remained calm and said him again without showing any sign of showing off. Luo Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. But over there, Bai Shi found it very interesting. She looked at Zhou Kongyi and Luo Fei blatantly, as if she was about to do something shocking in the next second. Chapter 22 Locked. Although she thought Bai Ji looked very similar to the girl who provoked her that day when she saw the 1-inch photo, now that she has seen her in person, she feels that they are not that similar. The girl in front of me looked very well behaved, wearing a soft pink velvet skating skirt and top, with a neckline as beautiful as a white swan. How could she look like a poor student? Especially when she stood together with Lu Hao, the two of them looked so well matched that she would believe anyone who said she was the daughter of some wealthy family. She doesn't seem like the type of girl who would send such nasty text messages. Maybe the assistant made a mistake again. Luo Fei didn't think about it. On the other side, Lu Hao used his cell phone to call Zhou Chong, but he couldn't hear clearly because of the glass. "Teacher Zhou, why are you here?" Zhou Chong naturally wouldn't say that he was here to talk to Bai Ji about the video, and said calmly, "The person in charge of the mall said he saw you over here." Oh. Lu Hao has always been grateful to Zhou Chongya. Without Teacher Zhou, he would not have been able to get the first place in the national art exam. Lu Hao also waved and greeted Luo Fei, "Are you and Aunt Luo here to shop?" Zhou Chong also saw that when Lu Hao asked this question, the girl next to him glanced at him. "Yeah." Zhou Chong also looked at Bai Ji and added, "It's just right for picking out wedding rings." Of course Luo Fei was very excited when he heard about the wedding rings. Although she was already married, Su Jianxiong had bought her everything from pigeon egg-shaped diamond rings to wedding rings, but what Zhou Chong bought was different. Zhou Chong was also young and handsome, and no woman would not be moved. Marrying him was the real feeling of being married. Even if it was just to prepare couple rings for the wedding, Luo Fei would be very satisfied. Luo Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile, and he even smiled friendly to Bai Ji. Bai Ji smiled back, but deep down, dark emotions were about to burst out like ink. Not long after, Zhou Chong and Luo Fei walked away side by side. Bai Ji looked at their backs with a bad expression on her face, and Lu Hao seemed to be still immersed in the romantic fantasy of marriage. He did not notice her mood change, but took her hand and said with longing, "Gigi, do you want to go and see the wedding rings later?" Bai Ji showed no interest. "No, we are not getting married. It's okay to take a look. If you find something you like, you can buy a pair as a token of love. I'll give it to you. Do you like Cartier or Tiffany? Or if you think it's tacky, how about we buy Shangmei?" Bai Ji was very impatient. She had no interest in such things. Apart from the brand premium, these things were just worthless piles of junk in her eyes. "Bai Ji, I'm tired, and I don't want to waste my energy on something uncertain. What's more, Lu Hao, have you forgotten that I'm a poor student receiving subsidies? I don't recognize any of the brands you mentioned." After Bai Ji finished speaking, she took her milk tea and went into the women's locker room alone. Only Lu Hao was standing there. He wanted to slap himself twice. What was he talking about just now? How could he say such stupid things? The first floor of the shopping mall. When Zhou Chong was choosing the wedding rings, a text message like this was sent from the women's dressing room downstairs to the mobile phone of a man in the VIP room of the world's top luxury jewelry. "Uncle Joe looked at my lip print just now as if he wanted to kill me." She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and text messages came in one after another in revenge. "If Uncle Joe buys a pair of rings with her, I will post the video with pictures online. I'll tell you about your reaction to me, too." I'm going to tell everyone, you're mine, your finger is mine too, you're not allowed to wear someone else's ring, otherwise there will be serious consequences. When Jo Chong also received these text messages, Luo Fei was trying on this season's high-end jewelry necklace in front of another mirror not far away. In front of him was a royal red velvet tray, on which were displayed various platinum, rose gold, and diamond jewelry rings. The salesgirl wearing black gloves introduced to him the design ideas and meanings of each series one by one. He didn't care, had no questions, and didn't respond. Finally, he and Luo Fei ordered a pair of signature series that many newlyweds like to wear, and they bought the full diamond version. Of course, the salesgirl helped them pack the boxes with sweet words. There was a pair of boxes, and next to it was a box of everlasting flowers to symbolize the blessing of love. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a long-lasting love. However, just like Luo Fei, who was only concerned with trying on the necklace, Jo Chong also did not listen to the salesgirl's introduction at all when choosing the wedding ring. Instead, her mind was filled with the hand that Lu Hao had held her with just now. My head is full of it. The man hadn't expected that scene to upset him so much. So, almost subconsciously, I took a picture of the things on the table. Sent to Baiji. I've already bought it. The White Branch was very angry after seeing this picture. Uncle Joe, if you don't obey me, I will punish you. How to punish? It's a serious and terrible punishment. Over there, Luo Fei was still reluctantly trying on sets of high-end jewelry one by one. 10 carats of sapphire, 20 million RMB, so beautiful. Even though Su Jinxiong had never bought her such a luxurious thing, she was thinking that she would have to beg Jo Chong to buy her a set next time. While she was thinking about how to ask for it, Jo Chong casually responded to Bai Ji's words, very serious and terrible punishment, with 2 words. Try. Bai Ji, first, I want to take back the collar I gave to Uncle Joe. Is this scary? Uncle Joe, since you're not afraid, I'll go get it from you tonight. Bai Ji attacked step by step. The man smiled. But the next second, a sentence cut off all her thoughts. It's already been thrown away. Bai Ji raised an eyebrow. She slowly put away her phone and didn't reply. If you don't go to Shishu, then don't go. There are so many fun places to hook up with a man, such as in a hotel or in a car, why do you have to do it at his home? What she didn't know was that after Jo Chong returned to Shishu, the first thing he did was to go into the bathroom upstairs. Normally, Jo Chong would go to the study room first after returning home, but today, he turned on the shower head directly and showered himself with the sound of splashing water. The water droplets spread on the glass, outlining an ambiguous atmosphere. The water flow seemed to be covering something, and the intermittent, suppressed breathing of the man could be heard faintly. After a while, the shower and the water were stopped, and Jo Chong washed his entire body, and his appearance was meticulously groomed. The man returned to his cold and aloof appearance from his hair to his eyes. Then, he slowly picked up the razor and began to shave in front of the mirror. With a click. With her slender fingers, she locked the first drawer containing her leather ring and the note. No longer pick up, but also, will not throw away. Chapter 23 for you. After Luo Fei returned from the skating rink, he asked his assistant to check the new suspects again. She didn't believe that Bai Ji was the girl at the hotel door that day. But the assistant said, Bai Ji is not a rich girl. She even works at the Bali Hotel. She is also a poor student receiving relief from the normal university. Luo Fei didn't expect this. But she quickly said, if you have met her in person, you will know that it is impossible. She is very quiet and has a good relationship with Lu Hao. When they were greeting each other on the ice rink, Lu Hao had his arm around her waist the whole time. Chanye is so possessive, how could he tolerate his person being hugged by someone else like that? It's impossible no matter how you think about it. But Mr. Luo. The assistant wanted to remind her not to take it lightly, but Luo Fei, who was sitting on the desk, suddenly smiled and interrupted him. Luo Fei said to himself, Lu Hao is such a silly and cute kid. How could his parents possibly agree to a girl with those conditions? He actually fell in love with her. It's fine to just play and sleep, don't you think? Luo Fei asked the assistant, and the assistant was speechless. Since she had no suspicion at all, the assistant couldn't force her to say anything. After all, the previous assistant was forced to jump off a building by her. The assistant responded and then left the office respectfully. The more Luo Fei thought about it, the funnier it became. He continued to sit there with his legs crossed, spinning his pen. Suddenly, she thought of something. She called Zhou Kongyi and said, Kongyi, I just tried on some wedding dresses and sent you the photos. Which one do you think looks best? As long as you like it. Zhou Chongye is such a man who doesn't love her and will not accompany her to look at wedding dresses. The so-called wedding is just a place for people in the circle to socialize and go through the motions. She knew her limits very well, and took this opportunity to test him. I heard that Lu Hao's girlfriend works at Bali Hotel, but she didn't even know about it when we stayed there last time. The steakhouse at the Bali Hotel is great. How about we go there for steak tonight? I'm a little busy tonight. Zhou Chong also tried his best to be polite. But going out on a date for dinner is simply impossible. The last time we had dinner together, it was the most extensive courtesy he had shown before marriage. Luo Fei was not surprised. Okay, if you are busy, I won't bother you. Then do you think it's appropriate for me to invite Hao Hao to have a meal there? As the future master's wife, I should invite him to have a meal out of courtesy and reason, right? That's up to you to decide. Then I'll ask him. Luo Fei looked very happy. I think if I get along with Hao first, it will be easier for me to get along with Zai when he comes back from the United States. I won't end up getting along with Su Jianxian's uneducated daughter. When it comes to Su Tian, Luo Fei's tone is as contemptuous as it can be. Zhou Chong also frowned over there. Zhou Zai is no easier to get along with than Su Tian. In one sentence, Luo Fei's previous evaluation of everyone was denied. But the next sentence revealed her identity. Luo Fei, we just agreed on a marriage. You don't have to worry too much about getting along with my family. They won't mind. What she meant was that no matter Zhou Zai or other people in the Zhou family, they didn't care about her attitude at all. To put it bluntly, he doesn't consider her as his own at all. How could Luo Fei not understand? The smile on her face was a little dry, but she still hung up the phone calmly in the end. Then she contacted Lu Hao. Although Lu Hao was surprised that Luo Fei would contact her, out of respect for Zhou Kangdi, she was happy to meet Luo Fei. The two people met at a high-end restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. Luo Fei ordered a plate of Wagyu beef for more than 4,000 yuan, and the whole meal cost at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Sitting next to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the night view of Beijing, a waiter in the restaurant soon recognized the heroine as the wealthy widow and socialite, Luo Fei, who had been in the news recently and was about to get married. When Bai Ji was taking a break in the workroom and the guest room, she heard two employees from the catering department pushing a food cart and talking about this matter while walking in the corridor. I heard from my colleagues at the Western restaurant that Luo Fei is here. She's the super socialite who got billions after her husband died. Oh my god, really? Really? There was a super handsome guy sitting opposite her, but he looked quite young and didn't seem to be her fiancé. My colleague even took some photos of him secretly, so please don't spread them around. Baiji was interested. She pushed open the door of the workshop and walked out, looking at the two young sisters from the catering department gently and harmlessly. I'm a new intern in the housekeeping department. Let me help you push this dining cart. Catering and housekeeping are the two departments that are the most tiring and physically demanding. The two girls were very grateful to someone who was willing to help deliver the food, and trust and friendship were established immediately. Baiji, can you also show me the photos you took just now? You've also heard about the recent marriage between wealthy families. Come and see if this man is her husband. Baiji pretended to be completely ignorant and joined in the fun. As it turned out, she found that the boy in the denim jacket was very familiar to her. Then where is Zhou Chong? It was actually Lu Hao. It's so interesting. After delivering dinner, Baiji was alone in the workshop and called Zhou Chong directly. She usually sent text messages mostly, so this time, when the man saw the caller ID of that number, he looked at it for a few seconds before picking up the phone. She didn't speak, just let him listen to her faint breathing. He called her name calmly and seriously. White Branch. What tricks are you going to play? The girl was sitting in the utility room and lightly kicked the cleaning bucket with her high heels. Why do you think I'm playing tricks on you? Don't you suspect that your fiancé is cheating on you? The man sneered, did you see her having dinner with your boyfriend? Baiji didn't expect that he knew everything. She pouted her lips and looked at the tightly closed door of the utility room. The black stockings under her work clothes kicked off her high heels, which were hanging halfway on the back of her feet. Yeah, they are having dinner. I wonder if they will go get a room next. Uncle Zhou, do you want me to help you keep an eye on them? The man on the other end of the phone didn't speak. After a few seconds, he said with interest. If they check in, will you still be happy? Baiji smiled, yes, but Lu Hao wouldn't like your fiancé's type. He likes people like me who appear pure and harmless. Is it fun to play with other people's feelings, Sheree? After all, she was Luhao's teacher, so he would not allow her to behave like this. But she would never fall for his teacher-like attitude, so she said capriciously, he knows I don't like him, and it's one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten, what can I do? But Uncle Joe, I'm very angry when you say that. I'm obviously sincere to you. How about I add something to Luo Fei's food, turn their room into a king-size bedroom, and then yell catch the adulterer? Oh, yes, Uncle Joe, Aunt Luo will definitely not be able to hold back in front of a man. She has that addiction, you know? It must be very exciting to take some wonderful photos before the wedding and send them out. Zhou Chong didn't say anything either, but Bai Ji could feel that the atmosphere on the phone could be described as terrifying. He didn't believe that a little girl like her could have such great abilities. After all, with just one word from him, he could ask the boss of Bali Hotel to fire Bai Ji. But he knew how bold this girl was. If she fails to drug the person, she can still do 1,000 or 10,000 other crazy things. Sure enough, she challenged again. Uncle Joe, I can do anything to get you. Don't disbelieve me. After a long silence, the man said calmly, tell me, what do you want this time? Bai Ji twirled her hair with her fingers and said innocently, the presidential suite you stayed in is vacant tonight. Uncle Joe, can you come and stay here again today? Chapter 24 I didn't bring it this time. Her tone was innocent, really like a little girl who longed for the company of an adult. But how could he not know her tricks? She is now in the housekeeping department and can get a pass by just saying hello to the supervisor. She might even crawl into his bed at night. Zhou Tsong would not join her in making trouble. Do you know how much the presidential suite on the top floor of the Bali Hotel costs per night? 888,000. Bai Ji was so obedient as if he was answering a math problem. I'm an employee, so how could I not know? Teacher Zhou, you know I've always studied very hard and my grades are very good. A bunch of confusing names came one after another. The man sneered, it seems that our relationship is not yet so good that you can make me pay for more than 800,000 yuan just because of your words? You will buy it. Bai Ji said, because as long as you come over tonight, we can write off the video matter. You are a businessman. You should know how profitable this deal is, right Uncle Joe? Although I am a businessman, I never take advantage of students. So no thanks. When Bai Ji heard this, he really thought there was no hope at all. But his next words surprised her. Zhou Chongya, I can come over, just don't send me those kinds of photos anymore. Okay uncle, I promise you. And don't take pictures like that anymore. She was so obedient and soft, then I will never take pictures again. Uncle Zhou, is there anything else you want to agree to? Not yet. Okay, I've taken note of it. I won't send it to you, and I won't take any photos of it. She graciously gave in. But it doesn't matter, she will take it back somewhere else. On the other side of the hotel, Luo Fei and Lu Hao took the elevator down from the restaurant after dinner. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, they saw a very familiar figure walking into the elevator next door. Luo Fei frowned and asked Lu Hao, do you think that person just now looks like your teacher Joe? What? When Lu Hao turned back curiously, the pure black and gilded elevator door had already closed, and the two of them couldn't see anything clearly. Luo Fei frowned and thought about it, then gave up the idea of chasing after him. If he really wanted to know whether Zhou Song was also staying at the hotel, he could just ask the hotel staff to find out. Why would he rush over now and cause trouble? Luo Fei shook his head and said to Lu Hao with a smile, I must have seen it wrong. Where are you going? Back to school or home? Lu Hao said politely, I'm going home, Aunt Luo. Do you need me to drive you? I drove today. Well, I won't see you off. Be careful on your way. Okay, goodbye Aunt Luo. Although Luo Fei felt that calling her aunt was a bit old-fashioned, she thought it would not be too late to ask Lu Hao to change the address after she and Zhou Song got married. Thinking of this, she happily went to the outdoor parking lot to pick up the car. But what she didn't know was that at the same time she left the hotel, Zhou Kongyi's elevator just arrived at the top floor. As the heavy door of the suite opened, the black handmade custom leather shoes stepped on the soft carpet. It was like opening a magical door. His whole person showed an extremely restrained posture. It was as if he was prepared to avoid it. For example, the moment he opened the door, some ignorant person would pounce on him and hang on him. He was used to her sneak attacks like this, so as soon as he entered the room, he carefully checked every corner. After making sure there was no one around, he called the front desk again, hoping that only the room card in his hand could open the door of the suite and he didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. The front desk staff of course confirmed everything very carefully and gave special instructions that all passes would be demagnetized tonight and no one would be allowed to enter the presidential suite. After everything was ready, the man turned on classical music through the central control system with an expressionless face to relax. The gentle sound of the violin is intertwined with the most beautiful night view of the Capitol. The room is cleaned meticulously and everything is kept to the highest standards of cleanliness. At this time, he walked to the bed in the master bedroom. He stayed in this suite the night he stayed here with Luo Fei, so he was somewhat familiar with this place. However, when he came here today, he just took a look at the bed and felt something was wrong. It is light color. The bed quilt, which was originally precisely controlled in a warm white tone under the light, seemed a little gray tonight for some reason. It was a very subtle difference, but he still noticed it. A man in a suit stood by the bed and just watched for a few seconds. Then reach out. Crash. A large hand with bulging veins pulled back the quilt. I saw only one sentence written densely under the quilt and on the bedsheet, using running script, cursive script, regular script, and official script in various fonts. Baiji is Joe Kongi's favorite cat. Baiji is Joe Kongi's favorite cat. White branches. I have written it thousands of times. The man stared at the line of things for a full minute, his feelings were indescribable. At this moment, a pair of soft arms, like a ghost, circled him from behind. Baiji was wearing the hotel's dark blue work clothes and the black stockings required by the hotel under her tight skirt. She looked mature and charming, completely different from her appearance and daily attire. She lay behind him with her long black hair loose. Uncle just forbade me to post those kinds of photos anymore, so I can still hug you like this, right? I can still kiss you, and I can. Joe Chong also stood still without moving. He checked the room and found that no one was there. Until I saw the curtains floating slightly outside. And the window that had just been opened, he understood. She came in from here. Joe Chong also narrowed his eyes. So, you were standing outside just now? Yes. Baiji's voice and eyes were filled with endless grievance. I stood on the air conditioner on the 66th floor for half an hour, just waiting for you. My legs are numb. What's the purpose? Joe Kongi's voice was very gloomy and heavy. Of course it's for you, Uncle Joe. I told you I want to sleep with you. The next second, Baiji felt dizzy. She had not expected that he would pick her up so fast that she could not breathe. The arm around her waist was so tight that it hurt. For safety reasons, the hotel's high-rise rooms have inward-hung doors and windows that cannot be fully opened. She had to be so thin that she could wear children's clothes to be able to crawl in such a narrow space. At this moment, the muscular man pressed her against the window, his hands folded and pressed against the glass, tightly clasping them. Baiji was very close to him. She saw a hint of madness in the eyes of this calm and self-possessed man. You really want to sleep with me? You want to risk your life? She gritted her teeth and said calmly, didn't I tell you that I can do anything for you? Oh, maybe I missed a word, I should add sleep. Joe Chong also tightened his grip and took a step forward. With the other hand, he began to touch her coat. Tell me, where is the camera hidden? She smiled, I didn't bring it this time. Why? Your purpose is to separate Luo Fei and me, huh? I do want to break you up. But this is our first time, and I want to make a good impression on you. She is truly fearless, like a seductive fairy. Looking at his increasingly crazy eyes, the arrogant words continued, I am sure you will come to me again in the future. When that happens, I will not record the video again. Before she finished saying the word late, he suddenly attacked, like a beast occupying territory. With an extremely fast kiss, he pressed down on her fiercely. Baiji opened her eyes wide, completely unable to stop him, and let him punish her without any lust. There was no romance in his kiss, it was just rude and domineering, as if it was meant purely to scare her and make her back off. Until the taste of blood came out of her lips and she frowned in pain, he let go and whispered in her ear, if I don't intend to separate from her at all, will you do it? Chapter 25 Chapter 25 My right path is you. Don't you feel like you're at a disadvantage? Joe Chong also asked her. Baiji clenched her fists and looked up at this man who was much older than her in both physique and age. The corners of the girl's mouth were stained with blood, and she bit her lips stubbornly. How could that be? She smiled tightly, I can do this with you until you want to separate from her. Joe Chong also frowned. Her expression was exactly the same as the last time in the hospital when she said she could make him fall in love with her. It seems calm, but underneath the cover, it is on the verge of breaking through. In fact, the only time she really showed weakness in front of him was that time in the clinic when he said he liked from behind. A man in his 30s can see through a 20-year-old girl. After several confrontations, Jo Chong had already figured out Bai Ji's bottom line and defense points. But he didn't give her any face this time. The man reached out and touched the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth with his thumb. "So, Mr. Bai, what preparations have you made for tonight? You should know that to make this kind of thing enjoyable, both talent and hard work are necessary." When Bai Ji heard his words, she suddenly laughed and boldly hooked her arms around Jo Kangi's neck. "I'm an honors student and I prefer to wing it." As she said this, she kissed his neck. But he grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and put her back to her original position by the window. He said sternly, as if he was training a cat, "Stand still." Bai Ji stood in a daze, leaning against the windowsill as limp as a water snake. "Uncle Joe, what are you playing at? Are you punishing me by standing at attention?" Jo Chong was also placed in a military camp by the Zhou family for training for a period of time before he came of age. Therefore, both in terms of figure and posture, he has a kind of uprightness and righteousness that ordinary men do not have. From the first time Bai Ji saw Jo Kangi, she knew that this man must have been in a military camp. "You should be thankful that I am not your military training instructor at university, otherwise a fake good student like you who only pretends to obey but actually disobeys will be punished by me until he cries." Bai Ji teased with her pink lips, "Isn't it a kind of enjoyment to be punished by such a handsome instructor like you until you cry, as long as it's on the bed?" Perhaps she felt she was safe, so the girl started talking nonsense again. In the process of such bickering, the sexual tension between the man and the woman that had been brewing in the air dissipated a lot, and it turned into just a joke. Jo Chong also suddenly sneered. He tapped her chin with his fingers. "See, I told you that it takes a little talent to do that, too. First, men don't like women who talk too much in bed." Bai Ji narrowed his eyes, "So what do you like more?" He ignored her advances. "There are many tutorials like this online." The girl said coquettishly, "But Uncle Joe, I don't have money to buy a computer." His smile grew even colder, and he retreated completely, keeping his distance from her. "You are the one who wants to seduce me, there is no reason for me to teach you." After seeing him walk away, Bai Ji realized that there was no hope for tonight. This damn old man is so sinister, leading her into the ditch step by step. She was so excited about the quarrel that she forgot about the important matter. He turned back into his iron-faced and selfless self. "Get out now, and I won't report you to Bali Group for breaking into the guest room. You really need this job, right?" Jo Chong also began to adjust his sleeves, as if he was not the same person who had just pressed her against the window and kissed her until she bled. "Bai Ji really can't lose this job." She smiled mischievously, then walked to the door and gave him a swearing finger. "Uncle Joe, if you kiss me that time today, I will make you kneel down and beg me to kiss you back." After saying this, she walked away proudly. Even though she was the one being kicked out of the room, she did not look the least bit embarrassed and her back was straight. The next morning, Bai Ji has returned to school and is preparing to go to the classroom for morning self-study. Jo Chong also called his assistant to the hotel. At 5 o'clock, the assistant thought something big had happened in the company. As a result, Jo Chong actually asked him to deal with the bedsheets. Jo Chong did not hand over the bedsheet with "Bai Ji is Jo Chong, he also loves cats" written on it to the hotel housekeeping department for cleaning, nor did he report it to the hotel's senior management. When the assistant saw the bedsheet, his eyes almost fell to the ground. The boss and Miss Bai, actually they really have that kind of relationship. He simply couldn't imagine that the cold-faced and cold-hearted CEO would actually hold Miss Bai in his arms and lie on a bed with this written all over it. The assistant tried desperately to press the pause button on the racing train in his head. But it would take at least several hours to write this, right? Mr. Zhou is such a pervert. Miss Bai has been an adult for several years, but instead of making good use of her precious spring night to do something adults like, he forces her to practice calligraphy here. Is this a punishment for her staying out all night last time? The assistant felt more and more excited. When she pulled the bedsheet, she didn't know where to put her hands. She only dared to pinch the edges and corners. Her face was suffocated. Jo Chong also noticed that his assistant's face was as green as spinach juice. He stopped handling official business and gave a light instruction. "Handle it neatly." "Okay, Mr. Zhou, I understand." Jo Chong also looked over here. The assistant immediately changed his words. No, Mr. Zhou, what I mean is that I know that the sheets must be kept very clean so that no one can see them. Oh my god, why is it getting worse the more I explain? The assistant was unusually anxious. Over there, Zhou Chong quietly flipped through a page of information and said inconspicuously, check what time Baiji returned to school last night. Oh, it turns out the boss was not with Baiji last night. No. Wait. It would be weirder if we didn't spend the night together? The boss was sleeping alone and missing by so much that he wrote Bai's name all over the bedsheet. The assistant looked like an old man on the subway. He quickly rolled up the thing, not daring to look at it for a second, and stuffed it into the trash can. Seeing him like that, Zhou Chong knew that the misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper and it could not be explained at all. He could only keep a sullen face, and use more force and roughness to sign with the capacitive pen. At this moment, the girl's arrogant message in pictures popped up on Zhou Chang's tablet computer, which was also full of financial statements. Baiji, did Uncle Joe sleep well holding me last night? After that, he sent a photo of him lying on the bed and hugging her. With this level of photo editing, did you fail the computer exam? Baiji pursed her lips in anger after seeing his reply. The photo is indeed photoshopped, but she accepts other things about her, but she really can't stand questions about her grades. She got full marks in programming classes in college, okay? Who would ask about photoshopping in computer exams? Baiji, then tell me, is my calligraphy good? I was the first in the city's hard pen calligraphy in elementary school. I also won second place in soft pen calligraphy. You should keep that bedsheet well. She totally disregarded his busy schedule and sent him spam text messages one after another on this precious morning. Normally, the bosses of listed companies would be afraid of sending a single word of nonsense and wasting his time when sending an email to Zhou Chong. Baiji is a poor female college student who doesn't understand anything. It coiled around him like a milk snake, clinging and sticky. His tone hardened. You should use these skills for the right purpose. My righteous path is you. This time, the man closed the work page directly and gave her a lecture in the manner of a superior. Do you know how much the sheets for the Polaroid presidential suite cost? A charge of vandalism can not only make you unemployed, but also put you in jail. Even if you don't care about your own future, you still have to consider your mother's situation, right? His words were a bit harsh, but that was because he didn't want to see her playing with fire and getting burned. She was really bold, writing on a bedsheet worth more than 100,000 yuan with ink. Zhou Chong also had no intention of replying after sending this message. But her next words made him slightly stunned. What's so scary about going to jail? My mother's eyes were blinded by you, Uncle Zhou. After saying this, he added an expression of a cat tilting its head. Chapter 26 Collection. Baiji's words were completely emitted with a bad and playful mentality. She was in class at the time, feeling very sleepy, and there was a crazy factor running rampant in her blood. But after sending it, she felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have made him suspicious so early. Sure enough, Zhou Chong also frowned deeply after seeing this text message. After looking for a few seconds, he sent 3 words in a serious tone. Explain clearly. Baiji, I'm not targeting you. I was just kidding. Capitalists are generally evil. She laughed it off as a joke, but the man was obviously not that easy to fool. Zhou Chong also looked at the incoherent text message and thought for a second, then said to his assistant who was still tidying up the bedsheets. Look into the matter of Baiji's mother's eyes. Miss Bai's mother's eyes? The assistant didn't react for a moment. Zhou Chong also said, find out how her mother became blind and which hospital she went to. It should be in the medical records. This was the simplest thing for Zhou Chong. 85% of the hospitals in Beijing are within his network. The assistant understood. At this time, he also tidied the disgusting bed sheet. Mr. Zhou, what is this thing? The boss said that it has to be dealt with cleanly, so that must not be as simple as throwing it into the landfill. Burn it? Or destroy it in some other way? Zhou Chong also reopened the financial report without even glancing in that direction. But he said contentedly. Send it back to Shishu. Assistant? This. I'm afraid it will leave hidden dangers in the future. The assistant simply couldn't believe that this was the boss's decision. Isn't the boss afraid that Miss Luo will go crazy if he keeps this? Before the assistant finished speaking, Zhou Chong said word by word with a cold and forceful look, you packed it so neatly, it would be a pity to throw it away. Assistant. Now, the assistant didn't dare to question the boss's decision at all. I packed the items in a bag, made them look like gifts, and sent them back to Shishu. Gigi, I was wrong about what happened last time. I shouldn't have spoken to you in such a vulgar tone. Lu Hao was pestering Bai Ji again on the normal university campus. I bought the book you like to read. How about we go to the library together this afternoon? It was early spring, and flowers began to bloom on the dry branches, but the weather was inevitably still a little cool. Bai Ji held the book and walked in front without saying a word, ignoring Lu Hao, who followed behind her. Or if you don't want to go to the library, I can come to your dormitory downstairs this afternoon and give you the book. Take some time to read it, maybe you'll like it. The two of them were talking as they passed by the playground. At this moment, an unexpected figure appeared in front of Bai Ji. Among the middle-aged men with Mediterranean hair, a young woman in light tweed and high heels stood in front of the school directors. It was none other than Luo Fei. Luo Fei seemed to be discussing investment with several school directors. There have been rumors that she wants to enter the education industry to clear her name as a mistress. Luo Fei also saw them at this moment, nodded to them, and then continued chatting with the school directors. Lu Hao was a little excited. Gigi, look, it's Aunt Luo. She told me last time that she seemed to be donating money to build a tennis court and a swimming pool for our school. Last time? Bai Ji pretended not to know and frowned and said, when did you meet? Lu Hao, it was yesterday. She invited me to dinner. It was at the Boli Hotel. I originally wanted to ask you to come, but you didn't reply to my message. Bai Ji sneered. Lu Hao, I didn't realize you often hang out with women in hotels. Lu Hao suddenly became anxious. How can it be called a shambles? She is my future teacher's wife and your future elder. We are really just having a meal. Bai Ji's smile became more and more mocking. Really? She stopped and looked at him coldly. Do you know how Luo Fei seduced Su Tian's father? It was also at a company dinner. She took advantage of the boss going to the bathroom and broke into the men's room. Su Tian was only 13 years old at the time, and her parents had not divorced yet. It was also what you call an ordinary meal. Bai Ji's tone was very calm when he said these words. But Lu Hao's face was bloodshot. He had never seen this before. He had never seen a woman's anatomy since he was a child, and he had never seen a movie about it. He was so embarrassed that his throat tightened. I don't know this, I'm sorry Jiju. You'd better not follow me, Lu Hao. We are not from the same world, and it's impossible anymore. In fact, Bai Ji didn't mean to pull Lu Hao. She subconsciously began to distance herself from him. I don't want to watch him sink deeper and deeper. If she wanted to take revenge on Lu Jiang, she could simply look for Lu Jiang and Lu Mingyue. But how could Lu Hao be willing to accept this? Watching Bai Ji's back getting farther and farther away, he felt extremely sad, and his clear eyes were also filled with a soft red. Gigi, why can't you continue to use me? Maybe as I take advantage of you, you'll develop feelings for me. What should I do to make up for the damage in your heart? A gust of sand blew past, and Lu Hao's eyes were itchy and painful. Tears were about to fall out, and at this moment, a hand with cherry red nail polish was placed on his left shoulder. He was so startled that he jumped away subconsciously. It turned out to be Luo Fei. She had finished talking to the school directors and came up behind him. Luo Fei saw the tears in his eyes, and glanced at Bai Ji's back not far away. She asked with a half smile, did you have a fight? Lu Hao sniffed, Gigi wants to break up with me. Separate? Luo Fei seemed unable to believe it. With Bai Ji's conditions, how could she bear to let go of a young master like Lu Hao who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth? So she quickly thought of a reason that she knew. Luo Fei patted his shoulder and comforted him with the tone of an experienced person. Don't worry, she won't break up with you. Without you, where can she find a boyfriend with better conditions than you? The Lu family is a medical family. They may not have the most money, but their social status is very high. They are truly the upper class in northern Beijing. Because of this relationship, even she was somewhat polite to Lu Hao. But he didn't appreciate it. Aunt Luo, she's not the materialistic girl you think. Luo Fei sneered. Isn't it because you are stupid and can't see through it? If she is not materialistic, why would she keep playing hard to get? Isn't it just to make you continue to be devoted to her? Luo Fei thought that Lu Hao was really stupid, and even became wary of the girl named Bai Ji. She had heard that the young master of the Lu family had always been a person of few desires. Apart from studying, he was not even interested in online games. That girl is really capable. Even at such a young age, she can still make Lu Hao run around in circles. At this moment, a calculating look flashed in Luo Fei's eyes. Hao, since you are the only student of your teacher Zhou, how about Aunt Luo help you this time? Lu Hao subconsciously wanted to say yes. But when I think of the stories about Luo Fei that Gigi just told me. Gigi was originally angry because of her meeting with Luo Fei. After thinking about it, Lu Hao still shook his head. Don't bother, I want to do the chasing of Gigi myself, thank you, Aunt Luo. Luo Fei felt insulted, and although he encouraged Lu Hao on the surface, he was of course very unhappy in his heart. After saying goodbye to Lu Hao, the more she thought about Bai Ji, the more puzzled she became. What methods did she use to make the Lu family's carefully nurtured and outstanding youngest son so obsessed? Did Lu Jiang and Lu Mingyue know about this? Since Lu Hao himself doesn't appreciate it, she doesn't want to break off this relationship with the Lu family. So Luo Fei called Lu Hao's mother Lu Mingyue. Hello, Mrs. Lu. I'm Luo Fei. I met him at our last cocktail party. I was at the Normal University today to discuss cooperation. Guess who I saw? Chapter 27 Sick. Lu Mingyue and the Lu Jiang couple all knew that Lu Hao was in love recently, but they didn't know what kind of girl he was dating. Therefore, even though Lu Mingyue and Luo Fei usually had an average relationship and didn't think much of her, she said she had met Lu Hao's girlfriend, and out of concern for her son, Lu Mingyue invited Luo Fei to a nearby hotel for afternoon tea that afternoon. Of course, Luo Fei also wanted to improve his relationship with the Lu family, so he used Lu Hao as an introduction. But she knew that the Lu Jiang couple were not easy to fool, especially intellectuals like them who were the most noble. Therefore, Luo Fei also tried his best to be restrained and polite. He did not make any direct comments on Bai Ji. He just imitated the elegant and arrogant tone of these intellectuals and mentioned in some ways that Bai Ji was a girl with good grades and should be a filial person, but her family was in financial difficulty and she was cleaning in this hotel. Lu Mingyue's face changed color visibly at that moment. After returning home, Lu Mingyue told her husband about this matter. After hearing this, Lu Jiang also frowned. Tell me again, what's the girl's name? White branches, white, branches on branches. Lu Mingyue said. Lu Jiang, I understand. I will handle this matter. A girl like this should not appear in Hao Hao's range of mate selection. The other side. Bai Ji and Lu Hao didn't know what Luo Fei did today. Bai Ji instinctively had a bad feeling. But she couldn't figure out what was wrong here. But since she had to hand in an important group assignment this Friday and was busy with her part-time job before, she hadn't finished her part yet. So in the past 3 days, Bai Ji devoted herself to her homework and had no extra energy to think about Luo Fei's appearance in their school. For 3 consecutive days, she ignored Zhou Chongye. On the other side, Zhou Chong was also busy with official duties. During these 3 days, he went on a business trip to Europe to discuss a very important project. When he came back, the man got off the private plane, got into his multi-million luxury car, and checked his email and messages as usual. But at some point, he suddenly realized that she hadn't harassed him for 3 days. The man pressed the lock screen expressionlessly. The assistant sat in the front row and reported on the work done in the country over the past 3 days. After the assistant finished speaking, the man asked casually, "Did you find out what I asked you to check last time?" The assistant understood immediately. "Mr. Zhou, Miss Bai Ji's mother's medical records are very strange. There is no record of her medical treatment before this year. What caused the blindness?" The assistant lowered his head and said, "I have read the diagnosis given by the doctor at the 3rd hospital this time. Miss Bai's mother worked in the textile industry in her early years and has had cervical spondylosis for many years, which can easily cause pressure on the eyes. In addition, she cried for a long time 4 years ago, which caused glaucoma and was not treated in time, which caused irreversible visual field loss." The more Zhou Chong listened, the deeper the wrinkles between his brows became. "Crying for a long time?" he asked. "Yes." The man pondered for a moment again. Sometime 4 years ago this reminded him of Bai Ji's nonsense at the door of the bar. She said it was the anniversary of her father's death 4 years ago. Now it seems that she was not completely lying. The man said calmly, "Okay, I understand. Go do your thing." "Okay, Mr. Zhou, the schedule from today to Friday is full. You and Miss Luo have an appointment with the wedding company on Saturday morning, and the afternoon is your private time." New. Zhou Chong had hardly any rest in the past 3 days. There was a very important press conference in the afternoon, so he sat in the back seat of the luxury car and began to rest his eyes. On the other side, Baiji was also very sleepy. It was 11 o'clock on a Thursday night, and the assignment was due in an hour. Baiji's assignment was a study on the writers of the American Lost Generation, and there were many documents to read in this area. However, those documents were difficult and obscure, and even if it was just a group assignment, it would take a lot of effort to do well. In addition to the fact that he had fallen behind in progress before, Baiji is now working overtime. She slept no more than 10 hours in total during these 3 days, which was too much for her young body. She was so sleepy that her head kept dropping, but she couldn't afford coffee, so she could only soak her hands and feet in cold water to stay awake. Su Tian attended a model photo shoot today. When I returned to the dormitory, I saw Baiji sitting alone at the table. Her hands were red from the cold, and her 2 white and tender feet were so damaged that it was unbearable to look at. When Su Tian saw the basin of ice water beside her, she realized at a glance that Baiji was using this method to refresh herself again. Without saying a word, Su Tian rushed over to pour out her ice water and placed a brand new cup of chocolate hot mocha next to her book. Yes, here you go. Before Baiji could finish her words, Su Tian interrupted her and said, "Don't say no, because I didn't buy it specially for you. I bought it because I remembered that I had a filming task this weekend and I was afraid of getting fat. Here you go." After saying that, she left the cup of mocha to Baiji, turned around, took off her shirt and prepared to take a shower. Baiji looked at the cup of mocha and her eyes felt slightly hot. Su Tian will always be the only bright spot in her life after she turns 17, and will always help and take care of her in various ways that take care of her self-esteem. So even if it wasn't for revenge for her father, but just to avenge Su Tian for the humiliation she suffered from Luo Fei over the years, she would not let Luo Fei get what he wanted. Thinking of this, Baiji wiped the wet corners of his eyes. Days like this won't last forever, days of suffocating in ice water. She studied very hard and became a perfect score legend in the normal university just to end this kind of life. She must cheer up, for her mother and Su Tian, and for herself. Thinking of this, she finished writing the last word of her homework and clicked submit on the webpage on her phone. She has always been talented and hardworking to the point where she is easily isolated. Baiji's homework, which she wrote with great effort, will undoubtedly be an excellent example that will shock her teachers and classmates when it is submitted. After handing in the homework, Baiji breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and fell asleep somehow. When Su Tian came out of the bathroom, she found Baiji was so tired that he had fallen asleep on the table. Su Tian covered her with her coat with concern. At this moment, Baiji suddenly woke up and grabbed Su Tian's wrist. Tian, do you know? Uncle Joe took the initiative to kiss me 3 days ago." Su Tian was stunned at first, and then her face, which was more beautiful than that of a female star, became all excited. "I'm so tired." "Really? He kissed you first? Was it an accident?" Baiji was originally feeling dizzy from exhaustion, but now he was particularly alert. "No," she said firmly. "He pressed me against the window, put his fingers around my waist and stuck his tongue in my mouth." She licked her lips and lingered on the beads of her own fair lips. "Here, there is blood from his bite a few days ago." "Oh fuck. Fuck. Su Tian was about to faint at this moment. "Is this so fucking weird? Help!" She knew Zhou Kongyi's style. She never expected that her Uncle Zhou would be such a lustful man when he went crazy. Baiji smiled innocently. "So you said, I should take this opportunity to sleep with him, okay? He said that this requires not only talent but also hard work, and asked me to study hard. That means he wants to do it, too, right? But it's so difficult. I have to do homework again. So much homework. Why so much homework?" Baiji became more and more depressed as she spoke, and even had a faint cry in her voice. She was rarely so fragile, and her voice was a little muffled, which was quite abnormal. Su Tian then realized something was wrong. "Hey Gigi, what's wrong with you?" She noticed that Baiji's face seemed very red. "Gigi, are you sick?" She reached out to touch Baiji's forehead, and it was frighteningly hot. Chapter 28 He kissed me. Su Tian was shocked by her body temperature. The flu has been a big issue in school lately. Neither of them has any medicine on hand, and it's inconvenient to go to other dormitories to borrow medicine late at night. Su Tian immediately comforted her. "Gigi, don't be afraid, you must have a fever. I will take you to the school clinic now." As she spoke, Su Tian squatted on the ground, found socks and shoes and helped Baiji put them on one by one. She helped Baiji up from the chair and took off her thick clothes for her to wear. But she found that the distance from the dormitory building to the school clinic was nearly 1 kilometer. It is definitely not enough for her to support Baiji by herself. She is sick and probably doesn't have the strength to walk. At this critical moment, Su Tian didn't care about so many things and called Lu Hao, but no one answered the phone. Su Tian called Baiji's phone again, but the tone was busy as well. Su Tian cursed the man viciously, called him a bastard, gritted her teeth, carried Baiji on her back, and ran towards the school infirmary. Su Tian is a part-time model, 1.75 meters tall, but her weight is always maintained at 90 kilograms. She also took a lot of effort to carry Baiji to the school clinic. She didn't dare to delay on the way. When she ran to the school clinic, her throat was already a little fishy and sweet. Su Tian knocked on the door while panting. "Teacher, my friend has a high fever, can you take a look at her?" The school doctor quickly opened the door, saw the dazed Baiji, and quickly asked her to lie down. Then he started to register her information. Su Tian gave her student number and name. But at this moment, the school doctor's expression was a little hesitant. She took Baiji's temperature, listened to her stethoscope, and said seriously, "You have a high fever of 40 degrees. I suggest you go to the hospital and get a flu test. You can't delay any longer." Su Tian frowned, but she is feeling very uncomfortable now. Is there any antipyretic or painkiller for her to take first? The school doctor began to be evasive. The flu is so severe recently that it's not appropriate to take medicine without understanding the situation. The drugs may conflict with each other and hinder subsequent treatment. With such a high temperature, I suggest you go to the hospital. Su Tian became a little anxious, but it's so late, the school gate is closed, and she is so uncomfortable, how can she go to the hospital? The school doctor obviously didn't want to take care of it anymore. Sit there and start sorting out other things. Don't you have other classmates to help you? The school doctor asked casually. Su Tian thought of the unreliable Lu Hao again, and she wanted to curse him 1,000 times and explode. At this moment, she suddenly thought of another person. Su Tian also had the mentality of trying everything possible. After all, it was so late, and elite men like Zhou Chongye were more or less self-centered. He could kiss you, buy you expensive gifts, but sending you to the hospital in the middle of the night was a treatment only a woman he truly loved could enjoy. Neither his wife nor his girlfriend could have it. Su Tian didn't dare to use her own cell phone number, so she opened Baiji's phone and prepared to send him a text message. After opening it, the first thing that popped up was Baiji's hot selfie in the mirror. Su Tian felt like she was struck by the electricity from the goddess of lightning. Especially after she saw some other content, her eyes almost popped out. I didn't expect these two people. Normally, they are more cold and abstinent than the other, but in private, they are actually shivering. It even made her, an experienced driver, blush. Su Tian covered her eyes, hoping that she would not see the text messages. She ignored the explosive content and imitated Baiji's tone, sending a text message to Zhou Chong. "Uncle Zhou, I'm sick. My temperature is 40 degrees. The school clinic doesn't care about me. Can you come and take me to the hospital? I feel so bad." After editing, Su Tian clicked send. Su Tian was nervous to death. She really didn't mean to peek at those text messages. But Gigi has a really good figure. She, a girl, is drooling just by looking at it. After Su Tian finished sending the message, she started counting the time. If there was no reply within 30 seconds, she planned to call 120 directly. But in just 2 seconds, Zhou Kongyi's text message came over from the other end. 20 minutes, wait for me at the school gate. After seeing this text message, Su Tian thought she was hallucinating. But the next second, shocking things continued to happen. The man who was always cold as ice actually sent another message. "Forget it, just stay where you are." Zhou Chong really went out in person, which was a rare occurrence. But Su Tian still felt it was a bit strange. The school gate was closed, and if they didn't go to the school gate, how would Zhou Chong pick them up? 20 minutes later. Just when Su Tian was worried about how Zhou Chong would get into the school, the black Maybach had already stopped on the empty concrete ground in front of the school infirmary. Zhou Chong also called the principal, then opened the school gate and drove in to pick up Baiji. When Su Tian saw him, her mouth was still filled with shock. The man had a strong aura. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, Su Tian stood up like a primary school student. "Uncle." Zhou Chong also hummed as a response. Then he asked Su Tian, "Is she asleep?" Su Tian, he just woke up, but he probably felt so uncomfortable that he passed out from the fever. The school doctor came out of the lounge at this time, and seeing Jo Chong, he also said, "Are you a relative of this classmate? The child has a high fever, send him to the hospital immediately." The school doctor also genuinely cares about Baiji. But Joe Kangi's expression was not very good. He ignored the school doctor. On the contrary, his expression was even a little cold. The next second, the man strode forward. He lifted the girl who was leaning against the table, carried her to the passenger seat of the car, and fastened her seatbelt. Su Tian was completely stunned when she saw this scene. At this time, Jo Chong also looked at Su Tian and said, "The dormitory should be closed now?" Yes. "I'll take her to the hospital first, come with me?" Jo Chang's eyes were also like cold stars. Su Tian had always treated him as her uncle since she was a child. She was still trying to digest the fact that her best friend had actually taken her uncle away. She said foolishly, "Can I?" Doesn't she Villa not allow people to stay overnight? After Su Tian asked, Jo Chong also rarely twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't answer whether he was going to take them back to the Creek Villa. He just mocked them coldly. "Didn't your best friend tell you that she successfully stayed the night the first night you introduced her here?" Su Tian. OMG. Uncle knows, he must know everything. He guessed that this was a conspiracy between the two sisters. Su Tian has been extremely afraid of Zhou Kangyi since she was a child. Even Lu Hao, the top scorer in the national art exam, was afraid of him, let alone a poor student like her. During the whole journey, Su Tian sat in the back seat, not daring to utter a single word. She was as obedient as a little chicken. Jo Chong didn't say anything either. That feeling made the impatient Su Tian wish she could suffocate to death, so it would be better to give her a quick death. Finally, they arrived at the hospital, where the doctor tested Baiji, and after she was given N4, her temperature began to drop. After making sure that she was okay, Su Tian planned to run away. "Uncle Zhou, my friend asked me to go for a drink, so I'm going to go first. It's impossible to go back to Shishu with them, even if I kill myself." The way her uncle looked at her just now made him want to kill her with a knife. Jo Chong just looked at her, and didn't comment on her going out to drink at this time, and said, "Go ahead." Then Su Tian went for a walk. Baiji felt better after the drip. But she had been severely sleep deprived recently, and the double pressure of part-time job and studies made her physically tired. She woke up in a daze, and then fell asleep again. When I regained consciousness a little, I found myself on a big, soft bed. The bed was so big. She had never slept on a bed that was more than 1 meter wide. She felt relaxed instantly. Baiji felt that there was someone beside the bed who seemed to be taking care of her. She still has the memory of Tian Tian giving her mocha and putting clothes on her. So she grabbed the man's hand and started talking nonsense. "He kissed me and told me to do my homework. He wanted me, didn't he? He wanted me like crazy." Chapter 29 Ice Cream. Jo Chong also sat next to her, monitoring her body temperature. The result was that he was first caught by the wrist, and then heard such arrogant words. His face suddenly turned dark. "Pull the hand away. It's true. You have a fever of 40 degrees, and you're still thinking about this? Why do I think you are the one who was so addicted to looking down on others?" Jo Chong hadn't had much rest these days. Sitting in the dim light, he soon felt sleepy. He didn't know when he fell asleep. "When I woke up, I felt an itch in my palms." The girl on the bed was fully awake. The clear eyes looked at him, like a small animal. The white and tender little hand held his hand, and the little finger hooked in his palm again and again. Jo Chang's dark eyes focused instantly and he pulled his hand back. "Go back to school when you wake up." Baiji would not go back to school. Even though I had brought her home, she was still as cold and quiet as a Buddhist. She looked around and murmured, "Is this the room I stayed in last time? Uncle Zhou, you made me stay overnight at Shishu again. It seems like you keep making exceptions for me." The fever had just subsided, but she was already full of energy to tease him again. This girl is not only dedicated, but also has a wolf-like spirit. But he didn't want to see her making herself sick again. So he left the room directly and made a phone call. The normal university's school clinic refused to treat students. Someone should have said something and rectified it. The student had a high fever in the middle of the night, but the school doctor didn't care. Of course, a small school doctor doesn't have the courage to do that. I'm afraid someone must have instructed him to do that. Sure enough, the assistant responded within a few minutes. "It's Dean Liu. He found a middle-level leader of the school and wants to embarrass Miss Baiji in the school. Also, Miss Luo Fei went to the normal university to discuss investment a few days ago, and met with Dean Lu's wife that afternoon. The whole thing seemed to be connected in this way. Zhou Chong also thought for a second and said, I understand. After hanging up the phone, the man curled his lips indifferently. It's a bit cool. A mere middle-level leader dares to joke about matters concerning human lives. Although he did not study medicine, he is also a leader in the medical industry. Of course he would eliminate such scum as soon as he saw them. The next day, the outsourced school doctor was fired. At the same time, the department head that Lu Jiang had asked to help was also called in for a talk by the principal. This caused a lot of trouble in the education sector. Zhou Chong is also very prestigious in the education and medical circles in Beijing. The Zhou family has invested in countless hospitals and schools across the country. The news that Zhou Chong personally rectified the school atmosphere soon spread. It reached Lu Jiang's ears. Lu Jiang was very dissatisfied when he found out. He would not suspect that Zhou Chong also had an unusual relationship with Bai Ji. Just thinking that Zhou Changye also has shares in the normal university, Zhou Changye should also be the one to rectify the unhealthy trends among the teachers in the school. But Lu Jiang himself did not feel so relaxed. Even though he was nearly 20 years older than Zhou Kangyi, he was completely passive in front of Zhou Kangyi. He also knew how upright Zhou Chong was and how much he hated such cunning tricks. That was why Zhou Chong disdained to use some unspeakable means to fight for the inheritance of the Zhou family. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to control the entire Zhou family. Lu Jiang was uneasy the whole morning, fearing that this would affect his cooperation and friendship with himself, so he called Lu Mingyue to ask where the news came from. You said Hao Hao's girlfriend is a poor student with no background. Is this information reliable? Lu Mingyue, Luo Fei said it herself. With someone like her, how could she not be able to find out the truth? Lu Jiang's tone turned cold. Do you know that we sent Hao Hao to the capital next door last night? The girl had a high fever. Who sent her to the hospital? Who is it? Zhou Chong also personally called the president of the normal university. He personally picked up the patient and sent him to the hospital. Lu Mingyue stopped talking for a moment. Although Lu Jiang did not lose his temper on the phone, she could sense that he was blaming her for not being careful enough this time. Bai Ji and Zhou Chong also have a friendship. How come she didn't find out about this? Lu Mingyue hung up the phone and became more and more annoyed the more she thought about it. From her perspective, what did she do wrong? Could it be that this was Luo Fei's trick? Did Luo Fei dislike this girl and deliberately use the Lu family to trip her up? Thinking of this, Lu Mingyue exploded. She was so angry at Lu Jiang that she wanted to vent it all on Luo Fei. Luo Fei was in the office when he received a phone call and was immediately confronted with Lu Mingyue's ridicule. Miss Luo is very cunning. She has used conspiracy against our Lu family. I'm warning you. The Lu and Zhou families have a 3-generation friendship. You can't stir up trouble with a woman like you who only relies on men to get ahead. Luo Fei was completely confused. Mrs. Lu? Is there any misunderstanding? Lu Mingyue never looked down on Luo Fei. After this happened, it was impossible to make friends with Luo Fei. The contempt in his bones was completely torn apart. Lu Mingyue snorted coldly. I advise you that in addition to sculpting your appearance, women should also read more and sculpt their brains. That student Bai is not only young and beautiful, but also the top scorer in the college entrance examination of the education district that year. A girl like this, no matter how poor her background is still a potential stock. No wonder Zhou Chong drove her to the hospital in the middle of the night. You have to keep an eye on this capable girl, Luo Fei. Creek Villa. Zhou Chong also returned home at night, but found that the little girl had not left. Bai Ji sat blatantly on the sofa, watching TV and gulping down water. He was wearing his t-shirt, which barely covered his thighs. Uncle Zhou, are you home? Seeing him come home, she showed an expression like a little animal welcoming its master. There's nothing to eat in the fridge, so I didn't cook. Can you take me out to eat? Bai Ji came over and pulled his arm, as if she was begging for snacks. Before Zhou Chong could refuse, she held her stomach in grievance and said, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day. The man frowned. Why don't you eat? Bai Ji said aggrievedly, I don't have any money. The school cafeteria is subsidized and a meal can be had for just 7 yuan. How can takeout from restaurants outside be so affordable? Jo Chong then remembered that her family was poor, and the nanny from Shishu had also returned to her hometown these days. There is no bus or subway station here, so she can't go back to school or buy food. Thinking of this, the man felt a slight sense of guilt. What do you want to eat? I want to eat McDonald's. She is easy to support. Jo Chong also took out his phone to order takeout, but Bai Ji said, I want to eat freshly fried food. Can you take me out to eat? As if she was afraid that he would disagree, she said cautiously, I checked on my phone, there is a McDonald's 1 kilometer away from here. Jo Chong sometimes drove past there and he did remember that there was a McDonald's nearby. The man glanced at the time. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. That means she hasn't eaten for at least 24 hours. And she's still sick. The man didn't know how he agreed, he just said one sentence. We need to go back to the dormitory after eating McDonald's. Good. Bai Ji happily agreed. McDonald's seemed like a luxury to her. Before her father died, he would take her to McDonald's every year on her birthday. When she arrived at the restaurant, she ordered a serving of chicken nuggets and a cod burger, along with a cup of Coke. She sat on a stool and ate the food bite by bite, like a little squirrel carefully storing its food. Because yesterday's clothes had not been washed yet, Bai Ji was now wearing Jo Konggi's clothes on the upper body, and a pair of washed retro slim jeans on the lower body. Her hair was tied into a bun on her head, and she looked more and more like a youthful middle school student. Would you like some ice cream? Suddenly, he asked this question out of the blue. Chapter 30 Going back to the dormitory after eating. Bai Ji was a little flattered. The next second, the big watery eyes looked at him. See, can I? Jo Chong didn't answer her either. She just walked up to the counter with her cell phone in her hand, stood tall and asked the waiter for an ice cream cone. It was late, and there were few people in the restaurant. The man in a suit with an elite temperament was more conspicuous here. The waiter who was dozing off on the night shift became more energetic after seeing his celebrity-like face. He said enthusiastically, the second one is half price. Do you want another one? Of course, he doesn't eat sweets. He turned around and looked at the girl sitting at the table eating a hamburger seriously, and said Finally, Jo Chong also returned to his seat with 2 original flavor ice cream cones. Give. Bai Ji didn't expect that he bought 2, so he took one of them and licked it. He added, this is also for you. Thank you, uncle. When I get paid for my next part-time job, I'll treat you to McDonald's, too. Jo Chong also wanted to say no. But seeing her expression of joy as she held the ice cream cone, I didn't want to be a boring adult. Yeah. He responded indifferently. After eating McDonald's, the man took her back to the dormitory. Black Maybach, girl sitting on the passenger seat. Jo Chong also drove the car with a blank expression. She held an ice cream in each hand, taking a bite on the left and then on the right. She looked like a happy child on a spring outing. Jo Chong also deliberately avoided looking at her happy expression in the rearview mirror. Just as they were about to reach the entrance of the normal university, the man casually asked, when is your mother's next eye checkup? It's the day after tomorrow, the weekend. Jo Konggi, I have made an appointment for you and added you to the number of others. When the time comes, just take your medical card and queue up. Bai Ji knew that he would not do something as tasteless as Luo Fei, who used the back door to cut in line. But helping her add a number is already God's mercy. Jo Chongya, you don't have to worry about the cost. The hospital will charge a normal fee. Your part-time income from the Boli Hotel can fully afford it. After that, he looked at her and said calmly, her eye condition is a bit complicated. She needs to see a better doctor. It was just before 10:30, and because it was the weekend, the school did not close doors until 11 o'clock. At the gate, many college students who were playing outside also returned to school one after another. The Maybach stopped at the school gate. Bai Ji held the unfinished ice cream in her hand and murmured to him, will Uncle Joe go with me the day after tomorrow? Jo Chong neither agreed nor refused, just left 2 words. Besides. Before the man could finish his words, Boji. A kiss belonging to a girl fell on the corner of his mouth. There is a hint of the sweetness of ice cream and a light milky aroma. Pure and tempting. Thank you, Uncle Joe. Thank you for making me feel that I am loved by this world. Jo Chong also froze for half a second, and when he came to his senses, the girl had already got out of the car, waved to him, and smiled with emotion on her face. Then she took the ice cream and walked towards the school gate. After Jo Chong saw Bai Ji off, he sat alone in the car for a while. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly lit a cigarette, closed his eyes, and leaned back in the car seat to rest. He seemed to be trying to use the nicotine from cigarettes to cover up the sweetness at the corner of his mouth, which left a deep mark in his heart. But he found that no matter how he tried to cover it up, he couldn't hide the emotions that were about to burst out of his heart. After sending Bai Ji back to school, Zhou Chong did not return to Shishu that night, but stayed in the company to work. He stayed there until the next morning. Because it was Saturday, there were few people in the company the next morning. Zhou Chong also sat in front of the display screen to watch the data trend. Before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Luo Fei called. "Kangyi, have you forgotten that we plan to go to the wedding company together today?" The man took a look at his schedule and realized that he had indeed forgotten about this matter. He may not care about the wedding dress and wedding ring, but the wedding venue and catering involved the experience of all guests. It is a banquet for all important business partners and a very important business event. This is the only link that he still has to personally show up. "I'm coming over now." The man looked lukewarm, and Luo Fei had nothing to say. But she was still unhappy in her heart. She thought he was just busy and was 2 hours late for such an important matter. She didn't expect that he actually forgot about it. Luo Fei sat alone on the sofa in the wedding company, looking unhappy and feeling very embarrassed. The more she thought about it, the darker and more terrifying his aura became. She sent a text message to her assistant, "You should keep watching Bai Ji. The more I think about it, the more suspicious he seems." The assistant thought she had finally gotten the idea. "Boss, do we need to take any action to punish her? Don't alert the enemy yet." The girl who had provoked her hadn't shown up for a few days. But the trouble with the police has not yet passed. Xianshan has already been involved, and we can't make the same mistake again this time. School. After Bai Ji returned to the dormitory, Su Tian kept asking her questions one by one. "Gigi, have you been at my uncle's house these 2 days? Oh my god, is he taking care of you personally?" Bai Ji thought of Zhou Kangyi, who was sitting by the bed that night, and nodded, "Yeah. Oh my god, you are so amazing. My uncle never takes care of anyone. He must be attracted to you. I think there is hope for this. Damn that bitch Luo Fei, I never thought she would end up like this." Bai Ji also knew that Zhou Chong was also moved. But for an elite man like that, how much value does it have to be attracted to her? He would not ruin his future as the heir of the Zhou family because of this, nor would he give up Luo Fei's billions. Just as I was sitting in the dormitory thinking about this, the young ladies from the hotel catering department that Bai Ji added last time sent me messages. We saw Luo Fei again. This time, the man who came with her should be her real fiancé. The two of them are now in the banquet hall discussing the banquet and the venue with the wedding team. One of them even took a photo. In the photo, a man and a woman are sitting on a white velvet sofa. Although they were not close, at first glance they look like a match made in heaven for upper-class people. Especially the expression on Luo Fei's face, she looked so smug and successful. Bai Ji enlarged the photo and saw that she was wearing a large carat diamond ring on her hand. The girl pursed her lips. Remembering that last night, this man bought her ice cream. He bought her ice cream, but gave Luo Fei such a big diamond ring. So infuriating. Bai Ji pursed her pale lips, with red at the corners of her eyes, and whispered while poking at the screen. "Uncle Zhou, I am going to give you a terrible, terrible punishment right now." Regarding the wedding scene decoration, Luo Fei chose a dark blue European retro style. The entire scene design is luxurious and romantic. The total price of the scene decoration alone is over 1 million. But this plan was also rejected by Zhou Chong. Luo Fei thought it was too expensive. Unexpectedly, the man said, "The pattern is too complicated, not grand enough. Let's switch to this white crystal version." The people who came that day were the most intimate bosses of the Zhou family, and Zhou Chang's purpose was to maintain cooperation with them. Of course, the brighter and more spacious the wedding venue, the more suitable it is for business discussions. Kalufai couldn't believe it at all. The total price of this white crystal version is over 5 million. This price is already quite extravagant for the wedding banquet scene. Just the decoration alone cost more than 5 million, not to mention the drinks, souvenirs, etc. It's a real grand wedding. Even though the blue model was what she fell in love with at first sight, she would be happy to accept it as long as the price went up. Luo Fei was extremely excited. "Kangyi, thank you, I love." Before she uttered the word "you," a girl from the hotel housekeeping department came over and handed a white cosmetic bag to Zhou Kangyi. Mr. Zhou, these are the things you left behind when you checked in on the 12th. My colleague asked me to give them to you. Number 12? Luo Fei's joyful smile suddenly froze at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 31 Slap. It was just 5 or 6 days ago, but it was not the day I started living with him. The expression on Luo Fei's face changed subtly. Did Song Yi come here alone to get a room these days? Of course Zhou Chong also knew that this woman's cosmetic bag did not belong to him at all. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The adults could see that there was something fishy going on, especially the silence between Luo Fei and Zhou Chong, which seemed like a storm brewing that was about to break out. Everyone was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Luo Fei suddenly felt that this cosmetic bag looked familiar. Why do I feel like this thing is mine? She took it and looked at it, and saw the logo on it, as well as the engraving of her name customized by the brand. Lofi has a lot of cosmetics, with hundreds of lipsticks alone, so it is normal that you can't remember a makeup bag. When she saw the inscription, she relaxed instantly and laughed. It's really mine. I think I left it behind the last time we were together, little girl. Thank you. Luo Fei automatically understood that the housekeeping department had misremembered the time. After all, there were so many guests in the hotel every day, so it was normal to mix up the dates. When she was studying, she could even misremember the exam time. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Chong also watched Luo Fei complete the task in his mind and was unwilling to say anything more. He didn't enter Luo Fei's room that night, and he wouldn't pay attention to such women's things. However, he instinctively felt that this matter was not that simple. It looks more like the girl's handwriting. But the cosmetic bag is made of exquisite sheepskin, and it is obviously very expensive. There is also Luo Fei's name on it, so it cannot be by GS. After choosing the wedding banquet plan, Zhou Chong and Luo Fei parted ways. Luo Fei was still immersed in the dream of her $1,000,000 wedding. When she married Su Jianxiong, she didn't even have a wedding to avoid suspicion. Even though he knew that Zhou Chong was holding this wedding for his own business purposes, Luo Fei's vanity was greatly satisfied. Just as she returned home and walked into the bathroom, preparing to take a nice bath and opening her makeup bag, a scream pierced the sky above the Su family villa. Ah! Luo Fei seemed to have seen something extremely strange. There was not a single cosmetic item in the makeup bag. It was just a set of condoms. The 5 unpacked condom packages were of the same model and brand as the ones she saw on the base of Zhou Kangdi's car that day. What's even more arrogant is that it also contained the tie clip that Baiji and Zhou Chong had pulled off when they were arguing by the window that day. A shocking sentence was written on the inner cloth of the cosmetic bag with a brush. He used so much of it when he held me that night on the 12th. Aunt Luo, he let me wear his clothes and gave me ice cream. It was sweet. Ice cream is a very simple thing, but when she wrote about it like this, especially when she wrote it on a bag full of these things, it somehow took on an ambiguous flavor, and it was impossible not to think in the most radical direction. Luo Fei exploded, completely exploded. It's not that she doesn't allow Zhou Chong to have a woman outside, but she simply can't stand someone provoking her like this again and again. Especially a poor student who looks so ugly. What right does a lowly poor student have to dance wildly in front of her? But she still doesn't know who this bitch is. Luo Fei was furious and started smashing the bottles and jars in the bathroom while screaming. Bitch! Damn bitch! Bitch! All the servants in the Su residence were so frightened that they dared not say a word. At this moment, a calm and leisurely sound of footsteps came up. Su Tian crossed her arms and sneered at her from the door. What the hell are you talking about? This is the house my father bought. If you smash it up, aren't you afraid that he will come after you tonight to settle the score? Luo Fei didn't expect that the little bitch Su Tian would come back from school tonight. She was so angry that she also sneered at Su Tian. You keep calling me your dad, but your dad died a long time ago. You gave me all the inheritance, and this house is mine too. You can only have a share if I use the rest. Don't you know that? Oh, I forgot. Your mother died a long time ago. No one taught you. And your academic performance was so poor. How could you understand these things? You. Su Tian knew that Luo Fei was a vicious woman, but she didn't expect her to be so rampant. Even though the two of them disliked each other on weekdays, Luo Fei would not be so arrogant as to say something without thinking. Seeing her like this, Su Tian felt like her lungs were aching from anger. How dare you say that? Don't you have any idea how my mother died? You destroyed our family and killed her. How can you say such things now? Luo Fei was completely mad. He walked forward with a sneer, staring at her fiercely. If you can say it, what can't you say? Ha, since we still have the same household registration, I will educate you on behalf of your parents today, Su Tian. If I were you, you'd better find a rich second-generation gangster to marry, or find a second married rich man. Otherwise, what will a parentless child like you do in the future? You can earn 10,000 yuan a month as a little model, and you will be a pauper and give birth to a bunch of paupers. As your nominal stepmother, you will embarrass me. Bang! Now, all the resentment that had accumulated over the years was triggered. Su Tian slapped Luo Fei hard on the face. Luo Fei became even more rampant, and slapped Su Tian hard on the face with his backhand. Luo Fei had dark skin like a city wall, so even if he was slapped it didn't look obvious. But Su Tian's skin was soft and tender, and her complexion was very white. After this palm strike, the girl's entire face became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the left side of her face was larger than the right side. It was shocking to see. Luo Fei, whose true face was revealed, screamed, "Bitch, you dare to hit me? Even your own father doesn't bother to take care of you, how dare you come back? Get out! This is not your home, go out and be a working girl." Facing the completely crazy Luo Fei, Su Tian just covered the painful part of her face and sneered. The next second, Su Tian's words pierced Luo Fei's heart like a sharp knife. "Luo Fei, do you think that you are still 19 years old and can always live by capturing men? Bitch, what did you say?" Su Tian's face was full of sarcasm and seriousness. "Maybe one day, someone will appear and she will rob you of everything you are proud of, make the man you love give his heart and lungs to her and discard you like a worn-out shoe. What will you do then? Were you forced to jump off a building and commit suicide like my mother? Oh no, you are not that kind. Your fate must be 1,000 times more miserable than hers. You will have no desire to live, be despised by everyone, and live in despair for the rest of your life." Chapter 32 Bridesmaids. "Oh, by the way, what's in this makeup bag in your hand? Let me see, what made you so angry?" At this moment, Su Tian was like Mandragora coming for revenge under the moonlight. The slightly swollen face not only did not affect her appearance, but made her even more charming and beautiful. Su Tian sneered and tried to touch Luo Fei's cosmetic bag with her fingers, but was knocked away by Luo Fei. "Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!" Luo Fei, who was greatly stimulated, would certainly not allow Su Tian to see his decadent life. Su Tian didn't move forward anymore, but just glanced at her indifferently. He sneered coldly and left. School dormitory. Su Tian came back at night. Bai Ji was sitting by the bed organizing the medical records that Wei Li would need for tomorrow's medical consultation. I heard the door open and saw Su Tian come in with a red and swollen face. Without saying anything, Bai Ji immediately frowned and went to the bathroom to get cold water with a towel. He applied it to Su Tian's face and asked, "Who hit you? Does it hurt? Who else could it be?" "That bitch." The bitch Su Tian mentioned was undoubtedly Luo Fei. When Bai Ji heard this, his expression became even more gloomy. "Did you have a fight?" "Su Tian, that bitch, I saw her smashing things and going crazy when I got home. Those were my mother's favorite antique mirror and dressing table when she was alive. She couldn't help it." Bai Ji said worriedly, "Hey, but don't you have a photo shoot tomorrow? What should I do with your face being so swollen?" "Su Tian, that's okay. I was going to take a set of dark core style photos tomorrow. The photographer said that it might be better if my face is swollen. It has a sense of brokenness, yes, battle-damaged aesthetics." In order not to make Bai Ji worry, Su Tian deliberately spoke jokingly and optimistically. Su Tian suddenly thought of something, "But Gigi, what did you do in that makeup bag? Didn't you see how Luo Fei was at that time? She was so angry that she looked like she had epilepsy. I was so happy." Yes. The cosmetic bag was the joint work of Su Tian and Bai Ji. Bai Ji deliberately did not provoke Luo Fei for a few days in order to prepare for such a big move. First, Su Tian took out the cosmetic bag engraved with Luo Fei's name and gave it to Bai Ji when Luo Fei was not at home. Then Bai Ji made it into what it is now. As for the hotel colleague who personally handed Luo Fei the cosmetic bag, he was not a hotel employee at all. Instead, he was a guest of Su Tian's rich second-generation friend. The Bali Hotel was owned by the girl's father. It was said that Luo Fei had tried to harass her father before, so he was happy to help them discuss Luo Fei. Therefore, they could not find any evidence against Baijito. Gigi, what on earth did you do? I've never seen that shameless bitch so angry. Baiji curled her lips. I said your uncle had sex with me 5 times that night, and also said some other nonsense. He also put a lot of condoms in it. Su Tian. Damn, Gigi, you're really good. The way Su Tian looked at her now was almost as if she were a god. No wonder he was the one who could capture Joe Kongi. Be a little less crazy. No. No. Let me tell you, if you become a screenwriter with your talent, your ratings will definitely be higher than South Korea's Kim Sun-ok. You will be the pride of Chinese dramas. Baiji actually had this idea. I really want to be a screenwriter after I graduate. I'd like to borrow your good wishes first. The lights were turned off and the two girls were chatting with each other. It was late at night, and because of the other person's presence, the cold and gloomy night didn't feel so lonely anymore. Baiji didn't sleep well the whole night, and was worried about Wei Li. Fortunately, Wei Li's eye examination results were good the next day. The expert Dr. Zhou Chong found was also very professional. With an expert to check the situation, Baiji finally felt more at ease. After arranging Wei Li to wait in the rest area, Baiji went downstairs alone to pay the bill. A woman in a red windbreaker and high heels came behind her. Luo Fei looked at her, but the emotion in his eyes was a little unclear. Baiji? What a coincidence, I actually ran into you here. Baiji turned his head and met Luo Fei's venomous eyes. Luo Fei stood with her arms crossed and legs crossed, looking domineering. One could vaguely recall how ruthlessly she had beaten someone last night. Baiji took the medicine and the receipt and immediately greeted him obediently. Hello, you are Lu Hao's mistress at the skating rink last time, right? I saw you just now. Luo Fei originally wanted to come here to demand an explanation. But Baiji looked very respectful and called her master's wife as soon as she came up. Luo Fei didn't expect her to do this. It is difficult to hit a smiling person. Luo Fei could only look around. Are you sick? I heard that you had a fever a few days ago. You should be well now, right? Baiji, yes, Lu Hao was not in school that night. Thanks to Mr. Zhou for helping him take me to the hospital. I am really sorry for bothering you. Luo Fei paused. So it was Lu Hao who asked Zhou Tsong to take her to the hospital as well? If this is true, then it is a huge misunderstanding. Although it was a bit strange, Luo Fei thought about Zhou Kongi's dull personality and it was normal that he was too lazy to explain. But Luo Fei still didn't let down his guard. So why are you here today? My mother is sick, and I took her to see a doctor. Luo Fei thought that it was difficult to get an appointment at this hospital, and it was difficult for his mother to see a doctor last time. The fact that a poor student like Baiji can come to the third hospital for treatment shows that she is really capable. Just when Luo Fei wanted to ask more questions, a boy ran over to the door. Lu Hao's face was full of anxiety. When he saw Baiji, he ran towards her. Gigi. Baiji almost subconsciously grabbed the boy's arm. The girl gave him the bill and the medicine. Ahao, please help me hold it for a while. Lu Hao has been feeling uneasy ever since Baiji proposed breaking up last time. He chased all the way to the hospital, wanting to see if there was anything he could do to help. Unexpectedly, she smiled at him on her own initiative, and Lu Hao also laughed out loud. Gigi, I'm sorry I'm late. I went to another city that night. Are you feeling well now? No, I know that even though you're not here, you still care about me all the time. Without you, Uncle Joe wouldn't have helped me. Thank you. Lu Hao was so moved that he almost cried. Gigi. Lu Hao, I'm really lucky to have Teacher Joe's help this time. I swear, I will never be away from you when you need me. And the irresponsible school doctor in our school, I heard he was also fired. Fortunately he was fired, otherwise I would really ask him face to face why he had the mentality to ignore the illness. Lu Hao and Baiji were talking to each other, leaving Luo Fei no chance to interrupt. Baiji had a smile on her face. But he subconsciously turned his face away, not wanting to look at Lu Hao's pious expression. She was determined to draw a line between herself and Lu Hao. But at the moment, there seems to be no way to deal with Luo Fei's suspicion. Miss Luo, if there's nothing else, I'll go find my mother first. She's still waiting for me. Luo Fei, okay, go ahead. If you need any help, you can contact me. When Lu Hao heard this, he suddenly became happy. In his eyes, Luo Fei is also half an elder. Lu Hao knew that his father and mother might not be able to accept Baiji, but if Luo Fei could like Baiji, then why not start working with Teacher Zhou and Luo Fei first? Maybe one day my parents will be influenced by them and accept Gigi. Thinking of this, Luo immediately said to Luo Fei excitedly, "Thank you, Aunt Luo." Luo Fei smiled ambiguously. How, you should change your tune. Your teacher Joe and I just went to see the banquet venue yesterday. The wedding will be very, very beautiful. How about we invite you two to be best man and bridesmaid that day? Chapter 33 Gunner. Bai Ji listened to her words and clenched his palms imperceptibly. She tried her best not to show her disgust. Best man and bridesmaid? It's really ridiculous. But Luo still said foolishly, okay. Gigi and I will definitely come when the time comes. But Gigi can't drink, so I'll trouble you to take care of it then, Luo. Oh no, master's wife. Luo and Baiji kept calling her master's wife, and Luo Fei was so happy that she lost her mind. Her face was flushed with happiness that was unreal. But after they left, Luo Fei, who was always careful in his actions, slowly calmed down. I asked my assistant to look up Baiji's mother's information. She accidentally heard Qian Shan mention it last time, that Zhou Chong also kicked his mother out of the ward for an ordinary mother and daughter. What is considered ordinary? Baiji is considered ordinary. I don't know if it's really such a coincidence. Or was she overthinking it again? If it is really Baiji, it is better to kill 10,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Monday, normal university classroom. Whenever there is a class taught by teacher Zhang Quanxue, the students are extremely attentive. Today's course is even more special. It is said to be a semi-open class. Not only will leaders from the school come to audit, but there may also be experts from outside the school visiting in the middle of the class. It is also because of this classroom setting that Zhang Quanxue set this class in a group reporting mode. The results of the report are directly included in the final grade, and everyone prepares very seriously. Of course, Baiji is also included in these people. Baiji even wrote herself into the hospital for this assignment. The Baiji group drew lots and it was their turn to play in the middle and late stages. This result made the team members a little discouraged. This time is not very good, as it is the time when people are most likely to be distracted and sleepy. The innate conditions are not very favorable. But Baiji's reputation in the normal university is so famous. As soon as everyone saw the words Baiji written on the slide as the speaker, all attention was immediately focused on her. Even some teachers from other majors listened to the whole process attentively. After the report, the effect was unprecedented. Baiji himself seemed to have not expected that the effect would be so good. The teachers, classmates, and students in the classroom almost drowned her out with applause. She was so absorbed in her talk that she didn't even notice that the so-called expert who was here to listen to the lecture had come into the last row of the classroom. But he was hidden among the heads, so she didn't look around to see who he was. The man was staring at her with complicated eyes, as if he wanted to see through her. Baiji didn't notice that anyone was looking at her. She just stood on the stage, bowed, and sincerely expressed her gratitude to everyone. But at this moment, a girl with dyed blonde hair in the back row of the classroom suddenly pushed over the table in anger. Baiji, you shameless liar. Ha, so this is a good student with excellent academic performance, but he is also a liar and a person who forgets his principles when he sees profit. Baiji frowned. The person who scolded her was called Dia Wei, who was said to be a super rich second generation. I came to normal university just to have fun. I never completed my homework seriously, and failing courses was a common occurrence. I heard that my parents had already paved the way for me to go to the United States to study this semester. Baiji has never had anything to do with girls like this, and she doesn't know when she offended her. After Dia Wei finished speaking, she threw her things down and sat back down, leaving everyone in the classroom confused. At this time, the classroom teacher Zhang Quanxue was not so calm. He was still immersed in Baiji's excellent speech just now. What's more, there were so many teachers listening in. Zhang Quanxue really didn't like Dia Wei's eccentric behavior. If a gentleman does not take himself seriously, he will not be respected. If he does not study hard, his knowledge will not be solid. Dia Wei, in class, please be careful to control your words and actions. If you cannot do that, please get out immediately. Zhang Quanxue has always been upright and incorruptible. He doesn't care how much money Dia Wei's parents donated to the school. As long as they are in class, all students are treated equally. But Dia Wei had no respect for Zhang Quanxue. She blew bubblegum, crossed her arms and said complacently, "Oh, Professor Zhang, you are really protective of Baiji. Are you two relatives?" "Oh no, your last name is Zhang, and her last name is Bai." You two shouldn't be related by blood, right? Are you two in that kind of relationship, a teacher-student relationship? Shut up. Zhang Quanxue is old and a cultural leader who has been upright all his life. How could he tolerate Dio Wei's arrogance? The old professor was so angry that he was out of breath and looked like he was going to faint any second. Bai Ji and several students immediately went over to support him, and the principal who was sitting in the back row also stood up. Zhang Quanxue was an expert who was invited with great difficulty, and the principal did not expect that there would be such a bad student in the school. The principal was also very nervous at this time. At this time, a female teacher said, "Students, if you have any conflicts, please solve them privately. The classroom is not a place for you to play around." Dio Wei, solve it privately? Why? Ha, she got all the flowers and applause, and every one of you just praised her. I'm the only one who knows her true face, but you don't allow me to say it in front of everyone? Bai Ji was also angry now. But her anger has always been like that of a still and deep stream. The girl's eyes were like cold fire tempered by ice. The anger was not written explicitly on her face, but it was steady and powerful. Dio Wei, stop wasting everyone's time and just say what you think. Dio Wei, I just want to ask one question: is this homework yours? Bai Ji sneered, it's not mine, or do you think you have the ability to write something like this? Bai Ji has been a god since he was a child. When she was in elementary school, someone wanted to steal her composition, changed her name and wanted to enter it into a competition. But Bai Ji's style and level are far beyond her peers. Not only do the teachers know her, even the judges of the national essay competition recognize her. What kind of experience has she not experienced? She was born in poverty, but relying on her own efforts and talents, she was always invincible in this school. But she obviously underestimated the shamelessness of a gangster like Dio Wei. Dio Wei chewed bubblegum and tilted her head to look at her. Watch my words. I mean, this homework, is it yours? Of course I know that I can't write something like this, but wouldn't it be nice to have money? I have money, I can hire a bunch of people like you to help me write excellent articles, just like this time. You took the money but didn't keep your word. You reported the homework you wrote for me in advance. What are we going to talk about next? After saying that, Dio Wei threw out all her notebooks and pens, crossed her legs under her short skirt, and swore loudly. Fuck it, I really didn't want to expose you as a fake good student who has been making money by ghostwriting for others, but I paid you $2,000 for this assignment. You are a fraud, a scam. After Dio Wei finished speaking, she took out a chat record. The person in the screenshot was Bai Ji's profile picture. The two agreed to go to the library on Thursday night to trade. Bai Ji gave Dio Wei the USB drive with his homework and also received the 2,000 yuan she transferred. When the record was released, everyone was shocked. The classroom was silent. One after another, eyes turned to Bai Ji silently. One after another, visible and invisible judgments. Bai Ji's family was in difficult financial condition, and almost all of her classmates and teachers knew about it. But, did she really make money by acting as a ghostwriter for her classmates? This is strictly prohibited by the school. Chapter 34 Trial. The atmosphere in the classroom was extremely tense. But the girl on the podium was so calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. From childhood to adulthood, Bai Ji has encountered many situations where people have tried to snatch trophies, first places, and scholarships from her. The more shameless thing is to replace one thing with another, just like what happened in the composition essay incident. But she had never met a crazy person like Dio Wei. They actually used poverty as a sharp weapon and used everyone's prejudice against the poor to throw dirty water on her. Some people in the classroom have already started whispering. Bai Ji said nothing. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the expert who was sitting in the last row of the classroom. The expert who was here to listen to the lecture today, as the teacher said. To suit today's occasion, Luo Fei rarely wore a professional suit, a jacket and trousers, which really made him look like an elite. At this moment, he was looking at her with great interest, and the two of them stared at each other for a second. Luo Fei's current state was very strange, completely different from his attitude towards himself in front of Lu Hao in the hospital yesterday. Bai Ji is now unsure whether Luo Fei has found out anything. She just felt that she had to be alert, and at this moment, Su Tian, who was sitting in the front row, slammed the table angrily, wanting to say something for Bai Ji. But he was blocked by Bai Ji's look. He shook his head at Su Tian imperceptibly. We can't let Luo Fei know that the two of them are on good terms now. Otherwise, Luo Fei would suspect that the girl who had been provoking her was Bai Ji. Su Tian understood Bai Ji's meaning immediately, and felt so frustrated that she scratched herself with her fingernails until they bled. Now she was the only one who could prove that Bai Ji had been with her on Thursday night. She had never been to any damn library, but she couldn't show up. Who the hell is Diao Wei? Everyone knows that Gigi has always been aloof and self-respecting, and loves writing as her life. How could someone who values his reputation so much be willing to work as a ghostwriter for someone like Diao Wei just for a little money? But in the classroom, the students' doubtful discussions were getting louder and louder. Although there were a few students who believed in Bai Ji's character, they did not dare to openly oppose Diao Wei in school. And the teacher did not dare to act rashly. After all, the principal was right in front, and it was said that he had a close relationship with Diao Wei's parents. The more you say, the more mistakes you make, although they also feel it is unfair for Bai Ji. The teachers wanted to pray secretly, hoping that Bai Ji could find some evidence to slap Diao Wei in the face and overthrow this disgusting world where money makes the world go round. And Bai Ji just stood there from beginning to end. She knew that it would not be difficult to prove her innocence. She just had to find the surveillance video of the dormitory to prove that Bai Ji did not go downstairs that night. But this time, Diao Wei just wanted Bai Ji to embarrass himself in the open class. Even if Bai Ji has now proved that Diao Wei was lying, it would be difficult to clear everyone's suspicion that she, a poor student, had been ghostwriting for others for a long time. If you want to prove that you have never written for anyone else, it will take some time and it cannot be solved by arguing in class. In the end, the principal personally stepped in to smooth things over. The school will never tolerate ghostwriting. However, the school will not wrongly accuse every good student of something that is completely fabricated. Anyway, Mr. Diao, what you just said to Professor Zhang was really too much, the principal frowned. You must bow and apologize to Professor Zhang. The principal is very familiar with Diao Wei in private. Diao Wei was not convinced, but since the principal had given her a cold shoulder, she could only give Zhang Quanxue an insincere apology in a nonchalant manner. After Diao Wei apologized, the atmosphere in the whole classroom became even more awkward. The principal had nothing to say anymore and just criticized Diao Wei verbally. From beginning to end, no one said a word for Bai Ji. Luo Fei, who was sitting in the back row, said nothing the whole time. After the principal dealt with this, he went back and said to Luo Fei, Mr. Luo, I'm sorry to have you see such a thing today. Our school has always had a good school spirit, but special circumstances are unavoidable. Luo Fei is now an investor, so the school directors naturally respect her. Luo Fei smiled and said, I understand. There are so many people. Even the best schools are bound to have problems. It's the same when we manage our company. As she spoke, her eyes glanced over Bai Ji vaguely. That expression was full of the scrutiny of an elite superior. Who knew that there was actually a person with low emotional intelligence next to the principal at this time, who started to flatter Luo Fei? Boss Luo usually manages such a large listed company by himself, so he must have a lot of management experience, right? Today's incident has become known to the whole school, and we can't just let it go like this, otherwise where is the school spirit and discipline? According to Mr. Luo, how should we educate these two students who caused such a thing in class? After the question was asked, the faces of several senior school directors turned unhappy. Su Tian, who was not far away, even laughed softly. Doesn't this person know that Luo Fei was a mistress? And she manages such a big company? She can't even read financial statements, she must have flattered him so much that she has lost her mind. And Luo Fei over there was totally shameless, she put on a suit and acted pretentiously, making herself look like a female entrepreneur. Luo Fei seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Those who disrupt classroom discipline should be punished. However, I think what is more important than discipline is to publicize the school's determination to fight academic fraud and make students aware of the heavy price of being a ghostwriter or hiring a ghostwriter. Luo Fei had just finished speaking when another person came into the classroom. When Lu Hao heard the news, he rushed to the classroom where Bai Ji was taking an open class. He jogged all the way and the first thing he heard as he entered the door was what Luo Fei said. Boss Luo, it is important to promote academic integrity, but there is no evidence that Bai Ji did such a thing. Isn't it unfair to use her as a model for education? Luo Fei didn't expect Lu Hao to show up halfway, and said lightly, isn't the chat record just now evidence? I thought that was the evidence. Lu Hao shook his head repeatedly, that doesn't count as evidence at all. There are many chat generators like this on the internet now. He said, opening a generator. He actually directly entered Luo Fei's profile picture and name. Look, I can even fake your account and chat with you. Luo Fei couldn't find any other excuses now, so he could only frown and said, half sighing and half mockingly, young people nowadays are really technologically advanced. Luo Fei was also very tactful and did not express his opinion afterwards. In fact, she didn't want to torture Baiji much, and she didn't find out anything. She just had a little suspicion, plus she was purely habitual to be wary of and suppress her same-sex friends. After all, it was Lu Mingyue who told her to be more cautious. Now that she has the chance, it wouldn't be a bad idea for her to just move her fingers and crush an ordinary person like Baiji. But if it doesn't work, that's okay. In short, if Baiji is really not a good person, Luo Fei has 10,000 ways to deal with this poor student. Now that Lu Hao had come forward, Luo Fei didn't want to argue with him in public. She stopped talking. With Lu Hao's analysis, the classmates no longer talked about Baiji. Lu Hao reminded everyone that a chat record really couldn't prove anything. Baiji usually gives people the impression of being very upright. On the contrary, Diao Wei's evidence seemed a bit too deliberate. Maybe Diao Wei is spreading rumors because she is jealous of Baiji? Just then. Chapter 35 Swear to follow. The bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang. An open class started with great enthusiasm but ended a little bit sloppily. Zhang Quanxue was naturally not very satisfied, and the group report was not fully completed. But the bell for the end of Get Out of Class has rung, and everything can only be abandoned. The leaders and principals left one after another. At this time, the students also packed up their things one after another and left their seats to walk around. Su Tian and Lu Hao were the first to come to Baiji's side on the podium. Several other students also came over and said that they all believed in Baiji's character and that Diao Wei must be slandering him. Some people also praised Lu Hao for being so handsome when he spoke to the female investor just now. Baiji, you and Lu Hao are so sweet. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a talented woman and a beautiful man. That's what I mean by you two. I've got it again. Lu Hao and Baiji, please get married right here. Diao Wei thinks she can do whatever she wants just because she's rich. Doesn't she know that our Gigi has Lu the schoolboy protecting her? No matter how rich Diao Wei is, can she be as rich as our Lu the schoolboy? That's right, schoolboy Lu's family owns a hospital, and both his parents are doctors. Baiji, when you marry into the Lu family, there will definitely be fewer people bullying you. Hurry up and get married. As long as you successfully marry Lu Hao, you will be free. There was no malice in what the students said. But Baiji didn't know what expression to express, so he could only smile and deal with it. Lu Hao next to him didn't notice anything wrong. He felt that his classmates were just giving him blessings, so he gladly accepted it all. He didn't care about Baiji's cold expression and said to himself, of course. Zhizhou and I will definitely get married in the future, and you all must come to the wedding. Only Su Tian frowned, looked at the pale-faced girl grabbing her sleeves with concern, and whispered in her ear, Gigi, are you okay? Baiji shook his head and smiled gently at Su Tian, it's okay. At this moment, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Lu Hao. Wang Jiao didn't know how long she had been standing at the door. She held up the phone and when she heard Lu Hao say, I'll invite you guys to my wedding in the future, her tears broke down. Diao Wei is right. Baiji is a liar. Do you know what she did behind your back and how she talked about you behind your back? As Wang Jiao spoke, she played a video clip from her cell phone to the confused crowd. The video was obviously recorded secretly. It's not that clear, but you can see and hear that it's Wang Jiao and Baiji who are having a conversation. Baiji, you don't like Lu Hao at all, right? Then what are you doing with him, playing with him? In the video, Wang Jiao's camera is aimed at Baiji. Baiji turned around, his sneer was clearly captured, and he said, even if I really want to play with him, so what? Next, Su Tian spoke up for Baiji and scolded Wang Jiao. In the video, Baiji and Su Tian didn't look like they were enemies because of Lu Hao. On the contrary, Baiji seemed to not care at all about the matter between Su Tian and Lu Hao. Wang Jiao turned off the video and said tearfully, Lu Hao, I admit that I am terrible and don't deserve your love, but even though I am like this, at least my heart for you is true. Baiji and Su Tian are simply teaming up to bully you. Do you believe that a girl who truly loves you would get along so well with a girl you've flirted with before? After Wang Jiao finished speaking, the other students in the classroom fell silent. They all saw the video, too. Although Baiji did not directly admit in the video that she was playing with Lu Hao's feelings, her expression when she said that was clearly captured. That expression was a little too relaxed and contemptuous. When facing the people in love that you truly cherish, you will not say this in such a cold manner. But no one can really say, after all, Baiji usually has this kind of icy beauty tone. Maybe this is how people act when they fall in love? Wang Jiao, you are meddling too much. Someone said, is it your turn to comment on Lu Hao and Baiji's affairs? That's right. Since you know your own faults, don't try to sow discord. You stole Baiji's things and you still have the nerve to come to our class and tell us about it? Get over it. Ever since Wang Jiao's theft was exposed, everyone has had a very bad impression of her. The video she uploaded exposing Baiji not only failed to achieve the effect she expected, but also caused Baiji's classmates to strongly resent her. I saw that the elegant and handsome young man was also frowning. Lu Hao was rarely angry, and his tone was very serious. Wang Jiao, what happened between Su Tian and me was indeed a misunderstanding, but I am sorry for Gigi. It is Gigi's freedom to make friends with whomever she wants, and I will not interfere. As for whether she is playing tricks on me, I just want to say that my love for her is first of all my own choice and instinct. Whether she is playing with me, or loving me with a mixture of playing with me, I can't control myself from loving her. I will follow her until death. His last words, I will follow you till death, were too serious. So much so that after Lu Hao finished speaking, the atmosphere around him became serious. It seemed as if it was not a confession, but a sacred and solemn oath. Even Baiji was a little surprised. The boy's piety was so resounding that it shocked Wang Jiao so much that she could only stand there and look at them in despair. It doesn't matter even if it's just for fun. Swear to follow. When Wang Jiao came to her senses, she seemed to have suffered a huge shock and screamed and picked up the ornaments on the podium. Baiji, I'm going to kill you. Wang Jiao suddenly went crazy, and quickly took something and smashed it towards Baiji's head. Her movements were so fast that no one could stop her in time. Even Lu Hao, who was closest to Baiji, was unable to protect Baiji. By the time Wang Jiao was pulled back by her classmates, Baiji had already been hit on the head with a buzzing sound. At first, she was just confused. Baiji struggled to keep her body steady in the dizziness. Then, dark red blood began to spread from the hairline. Blood flowed down his face, 1, 2, and still increasing. The injury was more serious than expected, and everyone in the classroom was shocked. Wang Jiao, what are you doing? Lu Hao was so angry that he was shaking. He hurriedly hugged Baiji, his eyes red with anxiety. Gigi, are you okay? Does it hurt? Gigi, I'll call an ambulance. Gigi, don't be afraid, I'm here. I'm sorry, Gigi. Wang Jiao looked at Lu Hao's distraught look, and suddenly, she burst into tears. Baiji, you are a liar. I know your true colors. I know you are just using Lu Hao. I know who is the man you really like and your real purpose. You said you want Zhou. Chapter 36 Blood Kiss. Bang! At this time Su Tian rushed forward and slapped Wang Jiao in the face. Su Tian was also furious and pushed Wang Jiao to the ground. Did I warn you? If you dare to mess with Gigi again, I will tear your mouth apart. Wang Jiao, just wait. I'm going to sue you for intentional injury and have you expelled from school. The slap in the face made Wang Jiao's words disappear. She herself was hit on the face and it hurt. She was crying and smiling desperately. Wang Jiao kept repeating, I know your true face. I know what you want to do. She thought hard about it for several days before finally figuring it out this morning. Why did Luo Fei and Qianshan attack her? And what did Baiji mean when she said that day that she wanted the man she dared not think of to go crazy with her? At first she thought the person Baiji was talking about was Lu Hao. But that is not right, Lu Hao is not the man she dare not even think about. She was talking about Zhou Kongyi. Baiji's target from the very beginning was Zhou Kongyi. Wang Jiao had calculated everything, but she just couldn't figure out why Lu Hao was involved in this matter. Lu Hao, how could she allow others to trample on this precious boy whom she had cherished for more than 10 years? He became a tool. Anyway, her future was ruined. So for Lu Hao, she used all her strength to hit Baiji. Although Baiji didn't feel much pain at first, his vision was blurred. But as more and more warm liquid flowed out from her hair, her classmates brought a lot of napkins to wipe the blood. After a few seconds, severe pain spread out from her injured area. The pain was so severe that it felt like a truck had run over her head. Baiji couldn't even stand steadily. The red-stained tissues were crumpled into balls and thrown onto the podium, like bloody and withered white roses. Lu Hao supported her in a panic and called 120 over and over again. However, with the recent flu epidemic, ambulances are in short supply and it may take more than half an hour to call one. Just when everyone was about to cry with anxiety, Baiji vaguely heard Su Tian's voice. Su Tian was also anxious, with a little cry in her voice, begging, "Uncle, uncle, please help Baiji, she was hit on the head by Wang Jiao with a ceramic. It's serious, very serious, the ceramics are all broken. Yes, she is bleeding, a lot of blood. What should I do if I can't call an ambulance? I can't call an ambulance. Can you come again and take her to the hospital?" Baiji's consciousness was visibly weakening. She didn't even remember how she was helped to the school gate. The blue sky and green trees along the way became double shadows. It was noon and the sunlight outside the teaching building was very dazzling. There were about 5 or 6 classmates in total, and Lu Hao and Su Tian were holding her on both sides. The others followed behind. Considering Baiji's current physical condition, they did not walk fast. Su Tian also helped Baiji walk out after receiving the call. The Maybach stopped at the gate of the normal university for about 10 minutes. Along the way, Baiji, who was very weak, saw the car and recognized it immediately. "Gigi, I called my uncle, and he will take you to the hospital now." After Su Tian finished speaking, Baiji said thank you softly, and then he suddenly found strength from nowhere, and stood up and broke free from the support of the two of them. He pulled open the driver's door of the Maybach. Not the co-pilot. Instead, he climbed directly towards Zhou Kangyi's position. The next second, she slammed the door shut. The black door and black glass blocked all vision outside the car. Su Tian opened her mouth wide. This was not the first time I had witnessed Baiji being so bold towards Zhou Kangyi, but seeing it with my own eyes still left me speechless with shock. Lu Hao was also dumbfounded. "Gigi just now, wasn't she in the passenger seat? Is she fainted? Should we go and help her?" After saying that, Lu Hao tried to open the car door, but was grabbed by Su Tian. Su Tian glanced at the students around her who were also confused, and helped to smooth things over. "Forget it, let's get them to the hospital quickly. Maybe Uncle Zhou's car is special. It might be right-hand drive. Aren't many cars like that abroad?" After Su Tian finished speaking, Lu Hao and other classmates didn't think too much about it. Except for the angle Su Tian was at just now, she could see with her own eyes that Baiji stretched out her legs and sat astride Zhou Kangyi. Other people couldn't actually see it. Plus, they are all students now and are not that enthusiastic or knowledgeable about cars. Even Lu Hao simply touched his head and said, "That should be the case. Maybe ordinary Maybach cars are different." Su Tian saw that the car had no intention of moving, and she didn't know what the two people were doing inside. She came to her senses and started to pull the other people. "Let's go to the hospital quickly. My uncle said that it will take us half an hour to go to the hospital now. This way, we can take care of Gigi after she is bandaged." After Su Tian finished speaking, Lu Hao quickly took action. No one saw what was happening to Maybach now. The girl lay on the man's shoulders with her legs hanging apart. She had just seen Zhou Kangyi's car and her adrenaline surged, and she suddenly had strength. At this moment, Baiji fell into confusion again. Her face was pressed against his suit jacket, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The blood was from the fight between her and him when she bit his lips just as they got in the car. It was his blood. After the man saw that all the students outside the car had dispersed, he said, "It doesn't seem as serious as Su Tian said. Is this another conspiracy between you two?" The girl frowned. The space inside the car was very enclosed and safe, and it smelled sweet, a clean scent like spring water from a snowy mountain. She liked it very much, and she relaxed and curled up in his arms. But he just spoke again. She just felt it was too noisy, so she kicked off half of her shoe, grabbed his neck, and bit and kissed his lips to block it. Because Baiji had to give a speech in an open class today, she couldn't wear her usual old clothes, but instead wore a student-style suit. The formality is also a little playful and sexy, with a pleated skirt, white stockings, and small leather shoes. Both the shoes and the skirt are Su Tian's, and are a little larger than her size. At this moment, under her stirring, it had loosened up and was half hanging on her body, and the leather shoes fell directly at Zhou Kangyi's feet. From the hair to the movements, the whole scene is full of haste and disorder, and the kiss is disorganized, as if it is not temptation, but full of irritation. It was very hot in the car, and the man's eyes were as dark as insoluble ink. Sensing her irritation, Zhou Chong pushed her away. Before she could say anything, the girl said, "Luo Fei deliberately gave me a cold look, which made me so angry. I will bite you back and make you bleed." After saying that, she went back to looking for his lips. Chapter 37. He kissed back. At this time, the blood vessels under his suit were like active volcanoes ready to erupt. But he was still restraining himself, wrapping himself with layer after layer of ice, trying to control himself from breaking that last bottom line. Jo Chong also saw new blood flowing from her forehead, and there was a bloodstain along the side of her face. The man knew her proud temper, and he said seriously and patiently, word by word, I take back what I said just now, Baiji, you are seriously injured now, let's go to the hospital first, okay? No, I'm going to make you bleed. Then, she looked at Zhou Kangyi, who was on the verge of breaking his vow. She seemed cool on the surface, but her body temperature and physiology were out of control when she came into contact with him. She kissed him hard again. She concentrated on the kiss and just let the blood flow from her forehead. When the man and the girl were confronting each other, the winding streak of blood on Baiji's head flowed down to the corner of his mouth. Naturally, it also stained Zhou Kangyi's skin. Mixed with the blood from his skin that had just been bitten by her, the blood of the two people pooled together, it felt a little fishy and a little sweet, but not scary at all. Baiji immediately understood what photographer Tian Tian meant by the battle-damaged aesthetic. It turned out that this was what they were like now. She became more and more violent, and both of them were pulled to the edge of the most dangerous cliff. Jo Chong also moved the car to a relatively hidden tree without leaving any trace. He did not stop the forced kissing and hugging throughout the whole process. The veins on his forehead jumped again and again. You really have to make trouble, right? Baishi smiled with blurred vision. How can Uncle Joe be called nonsense? This is called pain relief and enjoyment. Don't want to live anymore? Baiji hugged him and said, I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of dying with my eyes open. She looked at him with her black and white eyes, and the deep red on the corners of his lips was unclear whether it was his or hers. She smiled like a goblin, yet was as weak as a sick cat, and said something shocking. Uncle Joe, let's do it now. What if I die before I get to the hospital? The man's dark eyes sank fiercely. The next second, he grabbed the tie on her lace shirt and bit back hard, biting on those unbridled soft lips, biting off all those arrogant words. Baiji's whole head looked like fireworks. The girl's back was pressed tightly against the high-end leather steering wheel of the car, and the convex and concave double M logo of Maybach was pressed between her shoulder blades. She felt the power and dominance of men who were completely on a different level from her. My strength was drained away, and my mind was wandering randomly with random thoughts. If she is your best friend, at this moment, you should be worried about her physical condition, and the first thing to do is to interrupt her misbehavior and send her to the hospital. If it were Lu Hao, he would probably blush with shame at such a moment, and wouldn't know where to put his hands and feet on her body. While secretly rejoicing, he tried hard to conceal his physiological reaction, and said to Gigi, stop it, with a trembling voice, half-heartedly giving in. But Zhou Chong didn't want to just be friends with her, nor with Lu Hao. He is a successful man in his 30s who has been working hard in society for many years. With one hand, he grasped her bow tie tightly, and with the other hand he grasped the top of her pleated skirt. Her waist was covered with finger marks from his excessive force, showing his bursting desire. Drop! At this moment, Baiji touched a horn from somewhere, and the Maybach suddenly made a loud noise at the school gate. Some students coming and going looked over, and the man suddenly became sober. Zhou Chang's handsome face also became extremely gloomy. He picked up Baiji, who was now almost exhausted and had run out of strength, and put him back next to him. To prevent her from making trouble, her hands were tied up with the tie on her shirt. Be patient and go to the hospital immediately. When Baiji woke up again in the hospital, he almost forgot what had happened in the car just now. Su Tian was the only one by the bed. She was surprised to see her wake up. Gigi, you finally woke up. The doctor has given you medicine. Does it still hurt? A little, but nothing major. Baiji touched the gauze on his forehead and suddenly thought of something. The doctor said, will I be bald in the future? Ah. Su Tian was stunned for a moment, then laughed. No, it won't hurt the hair follicles. Besides, I have a lot of hair. If you become bald in the future, I will cut off my hair and give it to you. Thank you so much, then. After Baiji finished speaking, both of them laughed. At this moment, Baiji saw a blue student bow tie on the table. Looking at the bow tie, some images came back to her mind. In the car, Zhou Chong also put it on her hand. What about him? Lu Hao. He was in the corridor. I was afraid you didn't want to see him, so I didn't let him in. I remember that Zhou Chong also sent me to this hospital. Baiji said lightly, referring to the real person she was asking. Su Tian, oh, ask my uncle. He had an important business event today and came to rescue you midway, but now he's going back. Bai Ji looked at the bow tie thoughtfully. There's a little pain in the area above my waist, probably because he pinched me just now. He is such a beast in human form. In normal photos, she looks as calm as a bodhisattva, but when she kisses him, it seems as if he wants to tear her bones apart and eat her stomach. If something really happens, I don't know how crazy it will be. While Su Tian was being told by the doctor about precautions after the injury, Bai Ji was lying in the hospital board. The bloodstains on Bai Ji's face had long been wiped clean. The broken skin around the mouth is also very hidden. Zhou Chong was also very shrewd. He didn't bite his lips, but his inner self. This position is more painful, but it won't be easily noticed. Bai Ji pulled her lips in front of the mirror to check the wound. She took a photo and sent it to Zhou Kangyi, but she found out that he had blocked her. Grass. You were about to do that in the car just now, and now you block me? Bai Ji exited the chat box, and without saying a word, took a photo of herself wrapped in gauze in the hospital and posted it on her Moments. My head is broken. It hurts so much. Sure enough, this post on her Moments attracted many caring messages from classmates and teachers. This also includes teacher Zhang Quanchue. When everyone knew what happened after the open class, they all came to comfort Bai Ji. Those teachers who did not dare to challenge Dia Wei in front of the principal now appeared one after another under the comments of Bai Ji's circle of friends, telling her to take good care of her injuries and telling her not to worry about the school, as they would definitely give her justice, whether it was the ghostwriting issue or the beating this time. Bai Ji sneered at the screen. The strategy of inflicting pain on oneself is always useful, especially when it is used by a strong and good child who never cries out in pain. She just put down her phone and prepared to take a break. At this time, Lu Hao's voice was heard in the corridor. Auntie, Gigi is resting inside. She is in much better condition now. You don't have to worry too much. Bai Ji frowned fiercely and his expression suddenly turned cold. Mother? Why is Mom here? Chapter 38 Breakup. Bai Ji quickly half-supported himself and sat up from the hospital bed. Lu Hao was seen supporting Wei Li, whose eyes were hollow, and walked in carefully step by step. He looked so respectful, just like a future son-in-law. Lu Hao smiled gently. Gigi, I think you are in a bad mood now, so let Auntie come to accompany you. But who would have thought that as soon as Wei Li sat down, tears couldn't be controlled and flowed out even though she tried hard to hold them back. Ah Ji. My poor child, where are you injured? Is it serious? Wei Li reached out her hand to touch the wound on her face, but Bai Ji held her hand tightly in midair, and immediately used her other hand to wipe her mother's tears. Her voice was steady, like coaxing a child. Mom, don't cry, it's bad for your eyes. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Wei Li became blind because of excessive crying. For this reason, Bai Ji had to endure all the hardships in recent years. Especially when she was injured, she would never tell Wei Li, because she was afraid that it would make her eye condition worse. Lu Hao, who was watching this scene, realized belatedly that it might have been a mistake for him to bring Wei Li over. He just wanted to make Gigi happier. He thought his daughter always needed her mother's company when she was sad. But seeing Wei Li's look, he didn't know if it was a mistake for him to call Wei Li over without discussing it with Bai Ji. He looked at Bai Ji with some worry, and after Bai Ji comforted Wei Li, he glared at Lu Hao with a cold look. That look was as cold as ice and snow. There was even an inexplicable and intense hatred hidden in it, which made Lu Hao feel like he was falling into an icy cave. At this time, Su Tian came back after finishing the formalities. When Su Tian saw the direction of the ward, she immediately put down what she was doing and walked over to support Wei Li. Hey Auntie, why are you here? Please stop crying, Gigi will be sad. Wei Li asked Su Tian with tears in her eyes. Xiaotian, tell me, is Gigi seriously injured? She refused to tell me that when she was 17, she was beaten and fainted in the snow for a night. She was beaten so hard that her voice was hoarse when she returned home, but she said she was fine. Su Tian also heard about the accident that happened to Bai Ji when she was 17 years old. That incident has left a great trauma on Bai Ji both physically and psychologically. Su Tian and Bai Ji looked at each other and said hurriedly, Auntie Gigi didn't lie to you this time. We encountered gangsters back then, but that guy is in jail now. There are no gangsters now. They are all in school. It's just a little trouble. Wei Li's frown remained unchanged after hearing Su Tian's words. Bai Ji looked at Su Tian gratefully, and said tiredly, Tian, please take my mother to get some eye drops first. She just cried. I have something to say to Lu Hao. Well, Auntie, let's go first. After Su Tian helped Wei Li leave, only boys and girls were left in the ward. Lu Hao's hands hung on both sides of his pants, and he said in a daze, Ji. Let's break up, Lu Hao. Lu Hao guessed that Bai Ji would be angry. He felt very sad, knowing that he had done something wrong again. He was so eager to ease his relationship with Gigi that he ignored Wei Li's physical condition. Gigi, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. I didn't protect you well. I thought Aunt Wei could take care of you. Baiji laughed out loud after hearing this, with endless sarcasm. Lu Hao, my mother is blind, how can you ask her to take care of me? Serve me tea or water? Or help me read my medical records? I'm sorry, I thought. What do you think you know about us? Did you know that she went blind because she cried so much because she was too sad? She just had an operation. The doctor said that if she continues like this, she might get a tumor. Do you know how difficult it is for us to perform an operation? Do you know why I work part-time? Lu Hao couldn't answer a single word now. A deep feeling of powerlessness dragged him down. Why does he always do the wrong things and say the wrong things? He loves Gigi so much, but why can't he consider things from her perspective? Baiji held the aching wound and said, Lu Hao, please go out. Thank you for sending me to the hospital today, but we should not contact each other again in the future. Wei Li is Baiji's bottom line. Seeing her mother's heartbroken look just now really made her unbearable. The boy stood there for a long time. After a long time, he wiped his tears, said sorry, and left the ward. When Lu Hao was feeling sad about his feelings, he didn't know what kind of disaster his rash actions today would bring to Baiji and Wei Li. After Su Tian put eye drops in Wei Li's eyes, Wei Li wanted to go to the bathroom. Over the years, Wei Li has gradually gotten used to the life of a blind person and can take care of herself in some basic daily life. After Su Tian reminded her to be careful, she waited for Wei Li at the bathroom door. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she saw Luo Fei walking towards them in a suit and holding a fruit basket. Su Tianda was in trouble. She couldn't let Luo Fei see through that she and Baiji were just pretending to be quarreling, so she found a place to hide. Luo Fei heard that Baiji was injured, so he came to visit, and also wanted to use this opportunity to ease the relationship with Lu Hao. But unexpectedly, Lu Hao has left now. Luo Fei was a little dissatisfied with his trip being in vain. After putting down the fruit basket, he just exchanged a few words with Baiji and left. At this time, Wei Li came out of the bathroom. Of course, Luo Fei noticed the middle-aged woman with crutches at a glance. Although her clothes were a bit old, she looked very clean and tidy overall, a bit like a middle-aged housewife in Japanese dramas. Luo Fei held her eyes and frowned. She felt that the woman looked familiar. She looked like the family of an employee who died in an accident in a real estate project she was in charge of. But just as she was about to go closer to see more clearly, the woman actually started looking around for someone. Xiao Tian? Tian? Where are you? Luo Fei's expression changed instantly. This was Su Tian's nickname, and Luo Fei hated it. At this moment, she remembered that her assistant had investigated before and found that Baiji's mother seemed to have an eye disease. Everything was about to connect in her mind. At this time, a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old came over and held Wei Li's hand. Mom, I'm here. My stomach hurt so much just now that I almost fainted. Let's go find a doctor. Wei Li was a little surprised. Although she also felt strange, the child's hands were so soft. When she heard that the child almost fainted, she didn't care too much. She thought that it was probably a child who mistook the wrong person and got lost. It would be better to send the child to the doctor as soon as possible. So he took the little girl away. Luo Fei, who was watching this scene, realized that he was probably overthinking again. He pulled the corner of his mouth and left the hospital. Su Tian, who was hiding behind the registration machine, finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked out, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Fortunately, she thought quickly and found a clever little girl. This is temporarily safe. What happened just now was really thrilling. If Luo Fei knew the whole story, she, Gigi, and Aunt Wei would probably be in danger of their lives. Chapter 39 Fight Back. But, if I can escape this time, what about the next time? What about next time? From the moment they decided to carry out this plan, the two girls undoubtedly embarked on the most dangerous path. But they have no way out. Zhou Chong also disappeared as a whole. Lu Hao never appeared in front of her again. Baiji's world seemed to become quiet all of a sudden. After a day of observation in the hospital, she returned to work at the Boli Hotel the next day. The part-time salary is 180 yuan a day, and if you work 4 days a week, you can make 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. This money can be used to make more money as a receptionist. The working hours are clear, which is why she did not choose to be a tutor for students. The work in the hotel was undoubtedly hard, especially after she was injured. Although the supervisor did not say anything, he reminded her to strictly use the employee passage and not let the guests see her like this. Baiji returned to school on Thursday after working for 2 days. Su Tian told her what happened in the school in the past 2 days. The news of Wang Jiao beating people has spread everywhere, and even the media has come. The school wanted to expel Wang Jiao because she had previously stolen Wen Xian's manuscript. Her parents came to the school to make a scene, but Wang Jiao was so arrogant that she signed a consent form to withdraw from school and threw it in the teacher's face. What a pity! Baiji had an indifferent look on her face. At a certain moment, Su Tian felt that she was really a small version of Uncle Zhou. Su Tian supported her hand and said, "Gigi, have you ever considered suing her? Maybe you can get some compensation, and then you won't have to work so hard at a part-time job." Baiji had considered this matter, but Wang Jiao will definitely not be willing to cooperate. A lawsuit would be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly. Lawsuits also cost money, and this money alone is enough for her to earn for a long time. I just want her to compensate me for the medical expenses. Besides, she has dropped out of school now, so she shouldn't be able to do anything wrong. Su Tian nodded, "You are right." Baiji pursed her lips and said, "If we meet again in the future, and she comes to provoke me, we'll talk about it later. Now I have a more important person to deal with. The etiquette team has a rehearsal this afternoon, right?" The etiquette team, as the name suggests, is a kind of club in the school. The club is full of boys and girls with good looks. On weekdays, I help the school to receive guests and occasionally go outside the school to take photos. When they first enrolled, the etiquette team approached Baiji and Su Tian, but Baiji said she didn't have time to rehearse, and Su Tian had her own modeling resources and didn't think much of the school's connections, so neither of them participated. Wang Jiao and Diao Wei, on the other hand, are both members of the etiquette team. The only time Wang Jiao met Zhou Changye was when Zhou Changye came to the Normal University to participate in an event a year ago. She served as a guide for the etiquette team and led Zhou Changye. Su Tian opened her phone and took a look at her friends' updates. "Yes, I saw that their deputy captain has already notified everyone to participate in the rehearsal in the circle of friends." "Okay." Baiji reacted calmly. "Then I opened my book and reviewed my lessons." Su Tian stopped bothering her. Although she didn't know what Baiji was going to do. But her intuition told her that Gigi was going to cause trouble. Do something really big? Every time her black pupils were too calm, it meant that she was about to turn evil. "Diao Wei, I'm afraid you're going to be in big trouble this time." School auditorium. Today, the auditorium is empty, and the members of the etiquette team are practicing their postures and steps in an orderly manner. Music is playing in the auditorium. Diao Wei did not participate in it because she had to take part in an online promotion shoot for a wedding dress this weekend. She was currently practicing her facial expressions and sense of the camera alone backstage. At this moment, the door creaked open. Diao Wei, who was still practicing her beautiful smile in front of the mirror, was interrupted. Her face instantly fell and she shouted, "Are you stupid? Didn't you see the sign outside the door saying don't fight?" She stopped moving before she uttered the word disturb. She saw Baiji in the mirror, with red lips and white teeth, with her hands in her pockets, looking at her with a smile. "Good afternoon, Diao Wei. You look so beautiful in your wedding dress." Diao Wei's hair stood on end at her sudden words. Then, she threw the hairpin on the table and said sarcastically, "It's you. What's wrong with your head? You're wrapped up like a mummy. You don't have a concussion. You'll never be a top student again, right? Baiji, thanks to you, there are too many brainless people like you in the world, so I have no fear of concussions because even if my IQ is half of what it is, I'm still smarter than you." When Baiji said these words, he was standing by the door. He did not enter the room, and was as quiet as a pine tree. Diao Wei was so angry that her face almost twisted. It's really scary. If you don't know, you would think that IQ can be exchanged for money. Do you know how many graduate students from Peking University, Tsinghua University, Fudan University, and Jiaotong University my father's company recruits every year? Each of them is the best student in the country, and now, aren't they working like dogs for my dad and my family? Diawei stretched out her foot, showing off her limited edition high heels. How much can you good students earn after graduation? 10,000? 20,000? Sorry, it's not enough to buy me a pair of shoes. In the lounge, a cold atmosphere was spreading. Baiji thought of the pair of shoes on Lu Hao's feet, and all the gloom and hatred surged up like waves. Diawei has always been wild, but she is not the kind of person who talks nonsense. She would only spare no effort to mock Baiji's poverty and would not directly slander her for ghostwriting. There are so many scenes in TV dramas and novels these days where people secretly record things with a recorder. She has already seen them, so she would not confess without being asked. She despised the tricks that even the idiot Wang Jiao could use. Baiji seemed to have guessed that she would do this. So, she didn't bring any secretly recorded materials today. What she wanted was not just to destroy Diawei's reputation. This notorious villain has long lost all her reputation. What she wanted Diawei to endure was a price 1,000 times more cruel than this. Diawei, do you know why I didn't rush to refute you and prove my innocence that day? As Baiji spoke, he came behind her, bent down slightly, and looked at Diawei's face in the mirror. The smile in her eyes was so dark that it was almost crazy. She said word by word, because I think you were so pitiful. Diawei's expression and tone suddenly turned cold, as if she didn't believe what she heard. What did you say? Diawei found it extremely funny and actually laughed out loud. The muscles on his face were twitching with anger. Say it again, you dare? Baiji just smiled. With red eyes, she smiled at Diawei in the mirror, blooming like a flower. I say, you are so pitiful. Look at you, everyone is rehearsing together, but you can only practice here alone. Do you think this is your privilege? No, that's not the case. It's because no one wants to argue with you. Everyone has always just treated you as a joke. Chapter 40 destroyed. White Branch. Diawei was completely furious. But Baiji ignored the anger. You also know that everyone in school is afraid of you, and no one wants to be your true friend, right? Those people who flatter you and surround you don't really like you at all. They just want to share your cosmetics and your bags. Aren't you being treated as a fool and a joke by them? But it's not your fault that you're so pitiful. It's because of your family, your parents. Diawei looked at Baiji's thin, smiling face in the mirror. Blood suddenly rushed to her head. She screamed, "Shut up! Shut up!" Baiji saw that Diawei was like a lit firecracker, smashing things madly, but she was terrifyingly calm, and spoke in a loud and clear voice, like a poison arrow. Who in the whole school doesn't know about your lecherous father's scandals? He was set up by a young model in the United States, and had flirtatious conversations with internet celebrities. The content of the conversations was disgusting. Your mother kept a group of male models, and the news was almost worn out. Shut up! Shut up! If even your parents don't take you seriously, how can your classmates care about you? Do you think they will believe you when you suspect me of being a gunman? No, they are telling me behind my back that you are jealous of me and that you are just a clown. You're looking for death. Diawei had a willful personality to begin with. After entering college, she drank and stayed up late, and was a near-manic patient who was just one step away from being diagnosed. She couldn't control her anger at all. Those scandals happened several years ago. Not to mention in school, even on the internet few people dared to discuss it openly. Diawei was used to being arrogant, and now she had lost all her rationality. In a rage, she habitually resorted to violence. Baiji had calculated the angle from the beginning, and the first thing to grab from this direction must be Diawei's head. When Diawei reached out her hand viciously to attack Baiji's most vulnerable wound and grab her hair, the next second, Diawei's heart-wrenching scream suddenly resounded throughout the auditorium. In front of the stage, the students who were still practicing marching to the music stopped one after another. Everyone looked towards the lounge. What happened? I don't know, it sounds like Diawei's voice. Do you want to go and have a look? In the lounge, Diawei looked at her hands, her eyes wide in disbelief. She never imagined that underneath the thick gauze on Baiji's body, there were thumbtacks that she had fixed in advance. Diawei used all her strength when she hit her, and she was determined to cripple Baiji. So the moment she grabbed it, all the thumbtacks pierced the skin and tendons of her hands. Diawei wailed, and her hands immediately lost all feeling in pain, and even moving her fingers was extremely difficult. Diawei's teeth began to chatter, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. At this time, some classmates had already arrived at the door of the lounge. The scream just now was so horrifying that the classmates came over when they heard it. However, they saw a do not disturb sign hanging outside the door. The lounge was originally public, but it was always occupied by Dio Wei and became her territory. Everyone can see how terrible Dio Wei's temper is. If someone breaks in during normal times, they may be insulted at the very least, or beaten and have things smashed at the worst. Everyone stood at the door, hesitant for a moment, not knowing whether they should go. Dio Wei's hands in the door were almost numb. With trembling lips, he raised his other hand. Baiji, you were such a person, you bitch, I will kill you. Baiji crossed his arms and easily dodged her slap. Dio Wei, you have to be careful. If I remember correctly, you want to study violin when you go abroad to study, right? With your tone-deaf violin skills, I wonder which poor student's place you have snatched from studying hard. I just happened to cripple your hand for the sake of justice. I'm afraid your path to study abroad will become bumpy. If you hurt others maliciously like Wang Jiao, you won't even be able to get a diploma from the normal university, ha. Dio Wei lost control of her emotions and started smashing things and screaming wildly. Is there anyone here? Call an ambulance for me. My hand. When the classmates heard Dio Wei's voice, they all rushed to open the door and come in. But at this moment, another more innocent, more miserable girl's voice sounded. Dio Wei. Stop hitting me, I have a wound on my head. Dio Wei was stunned. She grabbed the hem of her skirt with her bloody hands to try to stop the bleeding, and stared at Baiji, who fell backwards to the ground. Dio Wei could never have imagined that the poor student who was upright and honest in everyone's mind could actually act. In fact, he understands the subtle darkness of human nature better than any of them. Dio Wei had never been as panicked as she was at that second. She felt like she was a fool who didn't understand anything. She was completely crazy, screaming and smashing things. At this time, the students at the door were talking. That voice just now seemed to be Baiji. What should we do? Should we go in and take a look? Dio Wei is beating people again. Baiji is already injured. If this continues, someone will die. Qingya has already been ruined. We can't let other students follow in his footsteps and break the door open. The scene that the students saw after they broke open the door was Baiji falling to the ground, with new blood already flowing out of the gauze on his head. There was also blood on Dio Wei's wedding dress. However, almost subconsciously, and without any prior agreement, everyone surrounded and protected Baiji. Then, they formed a circle and stared at Dio Wei eagerly. That look seemed like he had been tolerating her for a long time, and today he was finally going to fight her to the death. Dio Wei was in excruciating pain and screamed to defend herself, "Why are you looking at me like that? She stabbed me, she stabbed my hand with a nail." Dio Wei stretched out her bloody hand. But the wound had completely changed in her angry smashing, becoming deeper and more serious. It was no longer possible to tell whether it was caused by the nail or something else. Baiji, who had fallen to the ground, was helped up by her classmates. She said in a deep voice, "Dio Wei, you have already slandered me as a scapegoat and beat me up like this. Now that your hand is broken by the broken glass, are you going to put the blame on me?" "That's right. Dio Wei, don't go too far. Your family is rich, but we don't owe you anything. Last time, you were jealous of Qingya and deliberately dropped the camera, causing her to be unable to dance for the rest of her life. Don't you think we don't know that? Get out of our school right now, you scourge." All the students protected Baiji. The pain and the rage made Dio Wei almost crazy. She screamed and cursed Baiji in the most unpleasant words. But Baiji's dark pupils actually looked at her openly, showing a hint of a smile. Dio Wei looked at that smile and felt cold from head to toes. They were obviously all her teammates, but now they would rather help a stranger than trust her. Is it really like Baiji said? Others obey her not out of respect and admiration, but treat her as a joke from beginning to end? By the time Dio Wei reacted, Baiji had already been sent to the infirmary under the protection of everyone. Dio Wei was left standing there with wounds all over her body, like an orphan abandoned by the whole world. This is Baiji's revenge on Dio Wei 1,000-fold. Dio Wei is so proud and arrogant, so let her have a taste of what it feels like to lose to the person she despises the most, to be slandered and wronged. Dio Wei is just the beginning. Xian Shan, Luo Fei, Lu Jian, Lu Mingyue. And Uncle Zhou, you. You actually blocked me after kissing me. I will destroy you all. Chapter 41 I feel pain. The news of Baiji's accident in the auditorium soon reached Lu Hao's ears. After hearing this, Lu Hao immediately threw away the paintbrush in his hand and ran towards the infirmary. But after running a few steps, he came back as if with great perseverance and restraint, his voice low and hoarse. Is she okay now? The girl who saw Bai Ji in the infirmary holding a hot water bottle shook her head and said, she should be fine. It's just that the original wound has bled a little, and Dia Wei also hurt herself. Aren't you Bai Ji's boyfriend? Go take care of her. Lu Hao lowered his head and said him with mixed feelings. But he didn't go to the infirmary immediately. He had no mood to paint anymore. Instead, I walked aimlessly in the school, feeling the chill of spring and the lingering sense of loneliness. He walked to the coffee shop in the school and bought a cup of mocha, holding it in his hand, but he didn't know where to go next. He had 10,000 ideas and was crazy about contacting Bai Ji. But that day in the hospital, his mistake was so stupid. He was afraid that he would annoy her even more. So he took out his cell phone to contact Su Tian to ask about Bai Ji's current situation, but found that Su Tian had blocked him a long time ago. Lu Hao was now like a homeless ghost. When he came to his senses, he had already arrived at the door of the infirmary. One side of the infirmary faces the playground and has a school doctor and a medicine dispenser window. On the other side was the lounge, with windows. Perhaps he could look at her from afar through the windows? Lu Hao also walked to the other end of the infirmary with the intention of giving it a try. Fortunately, he stood outside the lawn and really saw Bai Ji through the swaying shadows of the trees. Although it was an extremely blurry back view, the long hair as soft as a black waterfall, the soft Chinese beauty, and the gauze on the head made him recognize at a glance that it was his Gigi. She sat on the edge of the bed, reading a book quietly. At that moment, Lu Hao finally felt relieved. 1,000 words could not compare to the peace of mind he felt after just one glance from afar. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, over and over again, and finally, he found a classmate at the door. Hello, classmate. Could you please give this cup of coffee to the girl with long black hair who was reading a book? Sure, but you. Lu Hao smiled and said, can you please keep it a secret and not tell me it was me? Tell her that her best friend brought it to her, Su Tian. Thank you. The girl saw that Lu Hao had a handsome face and didn't look like a bad guy, and the cup was still sealed. They were all adults, and the girl thought it was a secret crush, so she readily agreed, okay. Thank you. After Lu Hao handed her the cup of mocha, he lowered his head and walked away. Gigi, from today on I won't keep clinging to you. I'm going to change. One day, I will become the kind of man you described, mature, steady and charming. I swear to follow you. In the core CBD, in a high-rise office with full lighting. The people he interviewed were all well-known economists and financial analysts from various countries. Zhou Chong also met with these people during his private dinner to discuss the latest international investment trends after his afternoon meeting. Half an hour before dinner started, he asked his assistant to call Luo Fei to the company. Normally, Zhou Chong would never take the initiative to ask Luo Fei out. His reaction today surprised her. Luo Fei dressed up specially, put on a black lace dress, and walked into his office with a strong scent of perfume. Kongi, are you free to have dinner with me tonight? The man sat at his desk and took out something that looked like a congratulatory voucher. Didn't you like this necklace when you bought the ring last time? It was just airlifted from France yesterday. Go pick it up at the counter when you have time. Luo Fei looked at the drawing and the thank you letter and covered his mouth in surprise. You really bought it for me? But I never even told you that I wanted it. Of course she was ecstatic. The necklace worth 20 million, which was a treatment that even she didn't get when she married Su Jianxiong, an old man, with great pain. Now Zhou Tsong gave it to her. Kongi, this is really too precious. You can get anything you like from the finance department in the future. As Mrs. Zhou, these fancy clothes and jewelry are nothing new to her. She was so excited that her shoulders were shaking. But then, Zhou Kongi's words instantly woke her up. But from now on, I hope you won't touch anything related to the medical and education industries. Luo Fei's outstretched hand suddenly stopped in mid-air. He was dissatisfied with her actions in investigating Bai Ji's mother's condition and investing in normal university. Luo Fei lowered his head instantly and said meekly, I'm sorry, I just think that investing in these industries will help improve my personal image and make me more worthy of you, right? Zhou Chong didn't smile either, and signed the document nonchalantly. So you don't like this necklace? Luo Fei understood instantly. What he meant was to threaten her, telling her that if she wanted money, she had to be obedient and wait for him to get the inheritance rights before divorcing her. She should not think of using the contract of the past few years to borrow the Zhou family's reputation to improve her status. Otherwise, none of these gorgeous clothes, jewelry, and grand wedding would be left for her. Luo Fei gritted his teeth. She had worked so hard for so many years just to get rid of her status as a mistress and join the real upper class, but Zhou Chong shattered her beautiful dream in one fell swoop. But without Zhou Kongyi, she alone would not be able to support such a large group. Within half a year, the inheritance that Su Jianxian left her would be divided up by those old foxes on the board of directors. Luo Fei finally accepted the thank you letter and the voucher. I understand. You will be responsible for the investment from the normal university. I will not pay attention to the hospital anymore. Zhou Tsong also remembered that just 2 days ago, he heard from his assistant that Luo Fei went to the hospital to see Baiji specially, and had been investigating what happened in her mother's ward. After signing the last word with a pen, he said mysteriously, I am in charge of the 3rd hospital and the 1st hospital. No matter who you want to investigate, just ask me directly, Luo Fei. Luo Fei's face turned pale. What he meant was that no matter who she checked, he would know. I understand what you mean. I will not ask about your patient's news again. The man's expression softened a little. This means that it will be difficult for her to cause trouble for Baiji and her daughter in the future. I've also booked all the couture shows for the second half of this year for you. Here's the contact information of their chief designer. If you see a piece you like, just tell him directly. Luo Fei looked at the order worth nearly hundreds of millions of yuan falling into her hands. It was so hot that it seemed unreal. This kind of honor is more luxurious than many of the top wealthy wives. If she could get these things, she didn't care about her reputation in education or medicine. Even the indifference in Zhou Chang's tone just now was completely ignored by her. Is this the glory of being Mrs. Zhou? She had never felt that she was so close to the word nobility. Luo Fei was so ecstatic that after leaving the office, he immediately took a photo of the necklace order greeting card and posted it on his Moments. Thank you, husband. Let us prosper together in the future. Zhou Chong was so generous that he immediately attracted a group of wealthy ladies to like his post. Seeing this scene, they all thought that Zhou Chong was serious about Luo Fei. As the stepdaughter, Su Tian undoubtedly also saw this circle of friends. Damn it! Is my uncle crazy? Everyone knows that Luo Fei is a gold digger. What right does she have? After Su Tian saw it, Baiji of course saw it soon after. She had just finished dealing with Dia Wei in the afternoon and was lying in the dormitory resting. Looking at Luo Fei's circle of friends, his eyes, distinct black and white, were as quiet as an ancient pond. From Baiji's perspective, she could probably guess that Zhou Tsong was also using this method to control Luo Fei. But when she thought about how he had ignored her these days and was even thinking about buying necklaces for other women, she got so angry. Baiji said to Su Tian, Tian, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, take it. Su Tian didn't know what she was going to do, so she gave it to her naturally. Unexpectedly, Baiji dialed a number with great familiarity. When Su Tian realized who that was, she was shocked. The person on the other end has picked up the call. Baiji's calm and confident voice greeted him, Uncle Zhou, I have no living expenses. Can you lend me 2,000 yuan? Zhou Tsong was also as calm as water, reason. A few days ago you pushed me on the steering wheel and kissed me. You bit my mouth and tore my clothes. Besides, it hurts a lot there. Chapter 42 Pets. Su Tian on the side? What did she hear? Su Tian's internal organs were almost broken by Baiji's one after another outrageous actions. So what did these two people do in the car that day? How did you do that? Su Tian simply couldn't bear to look at it. Baiji said calmly, Uncle Zhou, if you don't give me the money, I'm going to borrow from Aunt Guan Luo. Baiji. Do you know what you are talking about? Zhou Chong was also in a low mood on the other end of the phone. There was clearly nothing happening that day except the kiss, so what nonsense was she talking about? He just spent a huge amount of money to resolve Luo Fei's suspicion. This girl was all alone, with her sick mother. How could she have the confidence and courage to dance in front of Luo Fei again and again? She was sure that he wouldn't ignore her, right? Baiji was even more arrogant, Uncle Zhou, I saw Luo Fei made an appointment with the steakhouse in our hotel tomorrow night. Should I borrow it from her? Say you hurt me, or should I go find you now? He knew she wasn't really short of money. It's time to put an end to this. Since she is always unscrupulous, let her see the real dark side of this world. The man was silent for 2 seconds, then, with a dark flash in his eyes, he spoke to her. I'm at Drizzle tonight at 8 o'clock. After the call ended, Su Tian frowned. Dijin, that place is very dangerous, Gigi. It is said that they are all high-end membership systems and are never open to the public. Because there are so many weird quirks among the guests here, ordinary rich second generations avoid this place. Baiji, but we are already on the pirate ship, do we need an admission ticket to that place? I don't think so. I heard that people are led by others. Since my uncle asked you to go find him, I guess he would greet the person at the door. Su Tian guessed correctly. At night, Baiji entered Dijin easily. She came casually, without any preparation, just ordinary sportswear and a pair of domestic sports shoes. After entering, she found that it was not so strange. There were people dressed in all kinds of clothes in the bar, and it didn't look as weird as the legend said. She had only taken a few steps when a waiter came over and asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Baiji?" "I am. Mr. Zhou asked me to take you to the public lounge to wait. He will come to you when he is done talking." "Okay, please take me there." Baiji just treated this place as a place outside the school where the cost of living was relatively high. But when she actually arrived at the so-called public rest area, she realized the subtlety of this place. Most of the people in the rest area are women. This is different from the casually dressed customers we saw in the hall just now. These women basically dress very coolly. Her face is also very beautiful, not the kind of plastic surgery beauty that is popular nowadays, but the kind of beauty that is in full bloom, charming, dignified, European and American, pure, beautiful in every sense of the word. Baiji stood where he was and did not move forward. She then realized that those casually dressed guests all had a golden teardrop-shaped badge on their chests, which was the symbol of the Dijin membership. And these women don't have any badges on them. A small number of them wore a pink rose on their collars. Such people seemed more confident and casual in their movements. The remaining women without roses all sat there, as if waiting for someone to claim them. Someone patted her on the shoulder. "Are you new here? What you are wearing? Well, maybe someone just likes schoolgirls like you." The woman who was speaking was holding a cigarette and looked to be in her 30s. She was different from all the other women. Baiji held her back and said, "Excuse me, what does this rest area mean? Are they? Miss?" She couldn't say the 3 words. The woman holding the cigarette suddenly laughed. "What are you thinking? This is a legal and compliant social place. Little sister, is this your first time here? The members of Dijin all have a starting net worth of 1 billion. Others who are invited to come in must be recognized by a member. If someone claims the member, there will be a rose on the chest and they can play and eat for free in the bar. If there is no one, then you can only sit here and wait." Baiji looked around at those women and felt a little uncomfortable. The hierarchy is so clear. Is Zhou Chong deliberately trying to humiliate her? After Baiji was sure that there would be no problems here, he found a place to sit down. The atmosphere in the rest area was quite harmonious at first. People who have flowers will not look down on those who don't have flowers. Except for a small number of men, most of them are women. The women get along very harmoniously with each other. No one looks down on others based on their clothes or appearance. It seems as if everyone comes here just to have fun. But as time went by, some women were called away by their friends, while others had to stay where they were. The women who were unable to leave the lounge gradually became anxious and kept looking outside, enviously looking at the women outside who were able to walk around and play freely. Baiji has been sitting here for 5 hours. Apart from her, no one else is left here. She sat alone in the middle, and from time to time someone passed by and cast curious glances at her. She was like an abandoned pet, like a bird in a cage, unable to leave, eat, or drink water all night. She checked her phone repeatedly, but there was no message from the man. She understood. This was his punishment for her. He was teaching her what respect and inferiority were, and what master and servant were. So she gave in and sent him a message in a pleading tone. "Uncle Joe, I'm sitting here alone. I'm a little hungry and bored. Please, let me go up and join you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I will never go to see Aunt Luo again. Please love me. It's very late." Those partners who were discussing the matter had already left. The man sat alone on the black leather sofa in the box, her image reflected on the blue screen in his pupils, and he just watched her pitiful words coming to him one by one. Without any emotion. After a long time, he called the staff of Dijin. Pick her up. The content of Bai Ji's text message was very humble, but her expression was cold from beginning to end. It's as if those words were just spoken casually. I can't show any sincerity. Especially after she begged him like that, the coldness in her eyes became even stronger, as if there was a layer of dark frost hidden in them. But when she followed the waiter upstairs, she deliberately squeezed out a few tears, feeling aggrieved like a soft snake. Jo Chong, doesn't he just love to see her wagging her tail and begging for mercy? Since the men here like to see this. Then she would act like the most fragile and lowly woman and show it to him. Top hunters never mind appearing as prey. The waiter took her to the box. The moment the door closed, the girl walked to the man's legs. Wow! He reached out and unzipped his sportswear, revealing the only piece of clothing underneath, a thin lavender girl's bra. Chapter 43 Pull the rope. Jo Chong also saw the white color, and his hand holding the wine glass tightened instantly. The man looked extremely ugly. The next second, she came close to me, as soft as if she had no bones. I was wrong. I will no longer care about your money and I will no longer pretend to be noble, okay? As long as you stay by my side, don't leave me alone, I'm so scared. As Bai Ji said these words, tears streamed down her face. But over there, a pop sound was heard. The wine glass was crushed directly in the man's hand. Bai Ji was caught off guard by this sudden move. She lowered her eyes and looked coldly at the broken glass, sitting sideways on the sofa. Long black hair wrapped around some white skin on the body. The cold seeped in from every pore. She felt that he was angry. What have you been thinking about for the past 5 hours since I left you downstairs? Zhou Kongyi's tone was quite calm, but beneath that calmness was the cold sea at midnight that seemed capable of swallowing people. What do you think I called you for? To watch you degenerate, or to watch you act? The atmosphere was completely cold. Bai Ji just sat there leaning, without putting on his clothes, and suddenly, he sneered. What else? Uncle Joe made me sit there and be ignored all night, wasn't it just to teach me a lesson? You just want to tell me that you are my master. The word master sounded lingering when she said it, which was extremely alluring. He rushed forward and grabbed her waist. His fingertips dug into her waist again, just like he had that day in the car. Against the backdrop of the girl's cool and soft skin, his whole hand seemed so hot, even with a hint of roughness and violence. Bai Ji's heartbeat became irregular. Frowning, she was forced to meet his cold eyes. Yes, that's what I mean. Bai Ji looked at him without saying a word. I want to sleep with you, for one night or for a long time, or keep you as my lover outside of marriage. It's easy. Even because I am a man, because of my identity, the public and public opinion will naturally be biased towards me, but what about you? Bai Ji was silent, as if she didn't understand what he meant. She thought he was going to persuade her to become a good woman. But then, all his hands were filled with bad movements. The man's nimble fingers lifted the drawstring at the bottom of her skirt and pulled it, like he was holding a pet's leash. He controlled her, toyed with her, and used his fingertips to playfully play with her. Bai Ji's skin, which was not touched directly by him, still felt like it was burning. The string of her skirt was pulled tight and scratched against her touch, like a willow branch brushing against her face in spring, soft but with a lingering itch. He was like a gust of wind, and after it blew, her desire and ambiguity sprouted and began to grow wildly. Bai Ji's face turned pale after being teased by him, and she actually wanted to retreat. She didn't want him to take advantage of her. She was fascinated first, but he just stood aside and watched coldly. So, the girl curved her lips and said seductively, Uncle Joe, what's the point of just playing with the rope? If you have the guts, just stretch out your hand. Can you call the master to let me hear it? He interrupted what she was about to say. Suddenly, there was a sharp tug on the rope. Bai Ji's entire body was supported by the force from the waist, and he was pulled so close to him that he could almost hear his breathing. She subconsciously put her hands on his chest. He just smiled down at her. You're tired of being a good student, so you want to be a rich man's pet? Pets must be obedient. Try calling your master first. Bai Ji's face changed and he stared at him. But he suddenly leaned forward and pushed her down on the sofa. Bai Ji fell down and lay on the sofa, almost screaming. The body rebelled madly. Jo Chong also pinched her two disobedient hands. It seems that your beloved cat is not very obedient either. It needs some taming. Jo Kongyi, let me go. It's not that she hadn't prepared herself mentally to have a relationship with him. But after all, it was the first time, so I want to tee that open. What she wanted was for her to take the initiative and then seduce him into madness step by step. But she never thought that he was the one on top, humiliating her like this. Not only did he not fall for her hook, he also looked down on her and took advantage of her. Baiji panicked, "Let me go." But the man didn't let go. With his other hand, he began to unbutton his shirt. "I don't like this, let's change." Seeing that he was not going to take it, Baiji softened. Unexpectedly, he refused to listen, "But I like it." Jo Chong interrupted her again, pulled the rope, and took absolute control. "It's boring to take the bait willingly. I just like to force people to do things against their will." Baiji was completely panicked. "Jo Kongi, I'm still a student. What I did is considered rape." "You?" She looked so cute when she panicked. The little face finally no longer has that naughty expression. But it is fearful and vivid. Baiji was lying on the black leather sofa, and she only sneered when she saw his handsome face so close to her. Then he reached out his hand to her, and a large black shadow pressed down on her. She closed her eyes in fear. Until she felt that what fell was a soft. Jo Chong just threw her clothes on her. Baiji was a little confused. When she opened her eyes under her clothes, she heard the man pressing a lighter. Then, with a click, he said in a deep voice, "Put it on. Look, you don't really want to be a plaything. The world is bad enough now. Why should a little girl like you stand at the center of it?" Baiji suddenly sat up with bloodshot eyes. Oops. She rushed over and bit his neck hard. The coat that she had just put on fell off again. Her smooth skin was close to him, her hands hooked around him, her fangs were so sharp that they pierced his skin and made him bleed. Pain radiated from the left side of the man's neck. The man felt a hot and wet feeling on his neck, and he couldn't tell whether it was his blood or her tears. White branch. All I could hear was the girl sobbing and her whole body trembling slightly. "Uncle Joe, you are a bad guy. You obviously like me, and you got hard on me twice, and you want to pretend you're indifferent and marry another woman. I don't believe you, I hate you." Baiji repeated the words "I hate you" in a crying voice and hit him with her clenched fists. The man didn't say anything, just let her continue to make a fuss, and then smoked his cigarette one puff after another. He knew very well that she thought he was safe, so she started to act up again. "You should continue to study hard. If you really encounter great difficulties in the future, come to me again." Then, without hesitation, he pushed her away from his arms. Baiji was still crying. She cried even louder, watching him in a suit and tie call the waiter to pay the bill. He looked so calm, as if all the sincerity and emotions he had just expressed had never happened. In fact, if you think about it, there were only 2 times when Jo Changya, this man, completely lost control in front of her. Both times, he took the initiative to stick out his tongue and kiss her. Even the natural caressing when feeling aroused has never happened before. So calm, so self-contained. He really is like a Buddhist who has no desires or requests. Tears were streaming down her face, and her eyes gradually grew colder. She saw him standing at the door against the light, and with his usual gentlemanly demeanor, he asked his assistant to take her home. Just like that day in the hospital when she asked the doctor to apply medicine on her face. She hated the way he acted like a Buddhist the most. She swore that even if it came to the wedding, she would tear this face of his to pieces. Chapter 44 Wedding Banquet. Baiji returned to school after leaving Dijin. Su Tian was right. This Dijin place was indeed a cruel place where people were eaten without leaving any bones. After Baiji came back, he seemed to have suffered a great blow. For several days he only stayed in the dormitory and went to his part-time job. Time flies, and there is only 1 week left before Zhou Kangyi and Luo Fei's wedding. During this period of time, Baiji was so quiet that he seemed to have disappeared. She occasionally sat at her desk and stared at photos. The photo shows her father taking her to the World Park when she was a child. There are also some photos of my father's death certificate and my mother's medical record. She would never forgive Luo Fei's sins. Dad's head was broken, but in order not to make a bigger deal out of it, Luo Fei refused to even give him compensation. 17-year-old Baiji watched her father's body cremated, but because they couldn't afford a cemetery, they couldn't hold a funeral. Her mother held his urn and cried non-stop. Later, Weili began to suffer from retinal detachment, and Baiji, who was still in high school, went to collect debts by herself with a banner. However, she was dragged to an unmanned artificial ice lake and beaten by them. The piercing pain of the club hitting her spine, the pain of ice shards piercing her face, and the pain of her self-esteem being trampled underfoot, are all too unforgettable. In the temperature of more than 10 degrees below zero, the blood dyed the snow red. After they beat her, they left her alone. They wanted to freeze her to death. But who knew she was lucky? Not only did she not die, but she has walked step by step to this day. Those photos of his parents from those years have been printed out by Baiji over the years. I use the moments when no one is around as bookmarks to constantly remind myself to study hard and to take revenge. In the last few days, Baiji's entire mind was focused on how to ruin Luo Fei's reputation on the wedding day. No one even paid much attention to the fact that Dio Wei was suddenly taken away by the police. Finally, it was the last night before the wedding. Tomorrow, Zhou Tsong and his family are getting married. Baiji did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he bought a bottle of beer and sat on a bench in the park all night. The news was flooded with previews of Zhou Kongyi and Luo Feixingxi's wedding. The whole world is blessing them. She was alone, as if immersed in ice water, observing them coldly. After taking the last sip of wine, Baiji finally clicked on a video on his phone and clicked send. Su's house. In the luxurious European-style building, Luo Fei is making final preparations for the wedding. Luo Fei was wearing a facial mask and stroking a large carrot-colored gemstone necklace stored on a velvet tray on the table. The halo of light refracted by the gemstones scattered in the room like a dazzling galaxy. Just then, a video came from the mobile phone. Luo Fei's face instantly fell after seeing the video. The mask fell off and hit the ground with a thud, and Luo Fei didn't even bother to pick it up. The woman's lips trembled as she looked at the video in disbelief. There was a piece of text attached to the video. The necklace he gave you is so beautiful. You must be very happy, right? Aunt Luo, you can wear this necklace to get married tomorrow and use this video as the background wall, okay? The content of the video is an extremely pornographic video. In the background, a woman was shouting loudly again and again. A pot-bellied man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s was working hard on the farm. The woman in the picture is very young, and her face and private parts are captured very clearly. It's not anyone else, it's Luo Fei herself. Luo Fei was shaking so much that he almost fell off the chair. Su Jianxiong had all kinds of hobbies when he was alive. To put it mildly, they were hobbies, but in fact, they were simply torture. And Luo Fei gritted his teeth and endured it all. Seeing these videos now, the nightmares and shadows seemed to come back to her again. Luo Fei's face was so pale that he didn't even have the strength to smash things. She couldn't imagine what would happen if these videos were leaked at the wedding tomorrow. Luo Fei lost his mind and called the wedding company overnight, wanting to cancel the entire electronic screen broadcast session tomorrow. But the wedding planner had no idea what was going on. He just kept telling her not to worry, and that the electronic screen must be used. Only in that way could it achieve the best effect together with the crystal tassels all over the sky. Otherwise, it would be completely dark, and Mr. Zhou would not agree. Luo Fei was extremely anxious, so he called the hotel. But the hotel only told her the official version of the story. He just blindly made her believe that the Polaroid Hotel was one of the best hotels in the world, with countless celebrities staying there every year, so there would be no problem with security. But Luo Fei, who had done a lot of bad things, didn't believe it. I don't trust wedding companies and hotels, and I don't believe that the other party doesn't have that much ability. Baiji really does not have the ability to hack into the entire Boli Hotel's system. But she was playing psychological tactics. Since a month ago, every text message and every object she sent was intended to undermine Luo Fei's confidence. All she wanted was to make Luo Fei lose his mind. She couldn't attend the wedding in her best condition. Best to just run away. But Luo Fei's psychological quality is not that bad. After a brief panic, she immediately calmed down and even chose to fight back by texting the strange number. Do you think this will change anything? Tomorrow I will marry Zhou Kongyi. I am the only certified Mrs. Zhou. Who do you think you are? You are just a rat hiding in the gutter, a disgraceful thing. Go and rot and die in your stinking gutter. After Luo Fei finished cursing, he felt better. And there was no new message from that strange number. Luo Fei thought that the person on the other side must be scared, so he went to the balcony to smoke and calm down. She comforted herself that she just had to get through tomorrow. After tomorrow, she will be known as Mrs. Zhou. If women out there take one step out of line, they will be nailed to the pillar of shame and condemned forever. She was on the verge of collapse, struggling to control herself. Little did he know that a greater revenge was sweeping towards him. Finally, the wedding day arrived. It was a weekend, and Baiji happened to also be working in a hotel. The hotel started beating the drums a few days ago. Of course, all departments are doing their best and passing down instructions to every employee. The foreman of the housekeeping department also reminded, "Today is the wedding of Mr. Joe and Mr. Luo, you all have to be quick. When you see someone, you must take the initiative to lead the way. The room must be especially clean, and there must be no mistakes in the details. Do you understand?" When the foreman was giving a lecture, Baiji listened attentively. The supervisor took a look at her and thought she was a rare young, good-looking and smart person in the housekeeping department. He said, "Baiji, there will be a lot of people at the wedding banquet today, and the catering department asked me to lend someone. How about you go to the scene to help? Is he responsible for cleaning or something like that? Head waiter, those will be taken care of by someone else. You will be in charge of serving the dishes." Although the supervisor was reluctant to let Baiji go, she knew that Baiji would not just stay in the housekeeping department to clean from the beginning. It's also time for her to study in a more professional place. Baiji looked expressionlessly at the welcome poster of Luo Fei in a wedding dress in the hall and said 5 words calmly, "Okay, I'll go help." "Okay, now that everything is clear, let's each do our own thing and cheer up." Baiji followed the foreman to get the new uniforms exclusive to the catering department. The staff-only locker room is next to the hotel's basement parking lot. The hotel staff lounge is not only not as luxurious as the interior of the hotel, it is even a bit stuffy and cramped, like the changing room of a public swimming pool in summer. It is completely isolated from the luxury of the hotel and has no privacy or comfort at all. The foreman stood in front of the only mirror here, looking at Baiji putting on her new uniform, and smiled like an elder. She's really pretty, with a curvy figure. She's in her 20s, which is really the best age for a girl. Thank you, Sister Zhang. The foreman, Ms. Zhang, is only 26 years old this year, but for some reason she looks like she is in her 30s. Maybe she is too busy and tired to look old. Sister Zhang looked at Baiji and sighed, "Marriage and childbirth are really aging agents for women. Look at my hands and skin. How can I compare with the woman at the wedding banquet today? It is said that she is 1 year older than me. This woman, marrying a rich man and a poor man, is really a world of difference. So, Baiji, you must be careful when choosing a husband, otherwise you will be the one who gets tired. Don't be like me." Baiji said crisply, "Sister Zhang, you work hard and are a good person. Your life will definitely get better and better in the future. The end of getting something for nothing is bound to be bad." When she said this, the girl's eyes became gloomy. The foreman didn't know what Baiji was going to do at the wedding banquet tonight, he just smiled and helped her adjust her collar. "You little girl don't understand these things. Forget it. What you said makes sense. Going to work is to live for your own dignity. Everyone has his own way of living, right? Go ahead and be smart tonight. The food at this banquet should be delicious. If you meet a kind newlywed couple, they might leave some snacks for us waiters. The cakes in our hotel are delicious. Every time, the young girls in the hotel like to go to wedding banquets the most." Chapter 45 Zhou Chong also caught her to check into a hotel. Baiji had no interest in the cake, she just listened quietly to what the foreman said. Finally, she tidied up her appearance and set off towards the wedding banquet venue. But she won't help. She's going to mess things up. Even if I bear the blame, even if I risk my entire self. She wanted to mix a terrifying sound into the sound of blessings, leaving deep bloodstains on their hypocritical splendor. Baiji straightened her back and walked through the endless corridors of the hotel in her high heels, leaving the housekeeping department, which meant that her activity area was no longer limited to the workshop and the staff passage. Instead, they can move around in places like the restaurant's kitchen, stand confidently in the main body of a luxurious hotel, and are qualified to meet guests directly. She walked into the wedding hall in her high heels. After seeing every detail of their wedding banquet, it was indeed more gorgeous than she had imagined. In her world, she had never seen such a beautiful scene. Just as she was staring in a daze at the glittering tassels that she couldn't tell whether they were crystals or diamonds, a hand suddenly grabbed her from behind and dragged her to an empty corner. Baiji frowned, looking at the anxious and flustered boy in front of me. "Lu Hao. What are you doing?" Lu Hao's face turned pale. He didn't have time to explain so much and his tone was filled with fear and anxiety. "Gigi, can you take a day off today?" "Why?" "Someone wants to kill you." Lu Hao lowered his voice, and Baiji frowned. What did you say? Lu Hao, I came here early to see if I could help teacher Zhou, but I heard it when I was parking underground. Anyway, Gigi, you should leave the hotel now. You must trust me this time. Lu Hao looked very sincere. But there was no way she would leave and let their wedding go on so smoothly. Lu Hao, I can't take leave. Perhaps you can do me a favor. At this time, Lu Hao couldn't care less. Gigi, what solution have you come up with? How can we help? Tell me. Baiji said calmly, the security of Bali Hotel is actually very good. You can go to the front desk and book a room in your name, and then stay in there with me for one night. Isn't it safe? Lu Hao had not thought of this method, and hesitated. This method. Gigi, are you willing? Baiji sneered, didn't you say someone wanted to kill me? My life is about to be lost, so why would I care about these little details? Or maybe you don't trust your self-control and are afraid of me. How is it possible, Gigi? Lu Hao was instantly anxious. Even if I cut myself with a knife, I can't force you to do something you don't want to do. Seeing his pious look, Baiji smiled, like a red rose stained by the first dew. Uncle Zhou, if I go to get a room with another man, I wonder if you will still remain indifferent, or will your defenses completely collapse and come towards me? It's really exciting. Okay then, let's go get a room. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There are only 2 hours left before the wedding officially begins. Zhou Chong, as the groom, had already arrived at the backstage of the wedding. But as Luo Fei, the bride whose makeup was obviously 1,000 times more complicated than that of a man, she had no contact since 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The bride lost contact before the wedding, but Zhou Chong remained calm. The assistant was almost going crazy. Zhou Chong simply asked, have you contacted her? The assistant looked very nervous. Mr. Zhou, I can't get in touch with you. Send someone to Sue's house first. If they still can't find it, search the entire city directly. It's not like something unexpected happened. The only reason was that she suddenly encountered some obstacles in her heart and did not dare to face it, so she hid herself. In fact, Zhou Chong was not wrong. Since this morning, many people around Luo Fei have received various indecent videos of Luo Fei from the past. That person didn't know why there were so many contact information of people around her. Like it was years in the making, her friends, her corporate partners, even her mother. Everyone received the obscene video of her and Su Jianxiong. The video is not just the version she received yesterday. There are 3 versions in total. The scales are getting bigger and bigger, and they are continuing to spread to a larger range. More and more people sent text messages to ask Luo Fei what was going on. Luo Fei looked at the text messages and was instantly shocked. It was as if Su Jianxiong had come back to life, grabbed her throat, and forced her to do all kinds of flattering things. During the last period of Su Jianxiong's life, his heart became extremely twisted because he was afraid of death. In order to get the inheritance, Luo Fei knelt by his bed and served him until his death. No matter how perverted his request was, even if it meant eating shit and drinking urine, she obeyed. Those videos were probably recorded by Su Jianxiong himself for his perverted interests. I don't know which bitch stole them. Luo Fei really didn't expect this to happen. She was totally terrified now. She didn't dare to go to the wedding at all. She screamed and drove in the underground garage, speeding forward, but not in the direction of the hotel, running further and further away. On the other side, Zhou Chong in the hotel had also changed into his dress. Men don't need too much decoration, just some hairstyling will be very clear and eye-catching. The anxious look did not disappear from the assistant's face. Assistant, we still can't find Miss Luo. She is not at Sue's residence, nor has she gone to the company. But we found out through investigation. The assistant trailed off. What? Someone sent a lot of intimate videos of her and Su Jianxiong to her relatives and friends. Ms. Luo probably didn't want to face the issue. So, the assistant said, she ran away from the marriage. Zhou Chong also frowned, looked at the mirror for a second, and then said only 3 words, got it. At this moment, the cell phone in front of him vibrated twice. He looked towards the phone but did not unlock the screen, only to see the message displayed as a picture from WeChat. The sender is Lu Hao. Zhou Chong did not have too many doubts. He clicked it instinctively, and his face suddenly turned dark. A photo of a girl was sent in the chat box. Baiji was lying on the bed, her long black hair was as white as silk, and the bedsheet had the logo of the Polaroid Hotel on it. She was dressed neatly, except for her stockings. She raised her legs and hooked her toes towards the camera. This is a foot selfie that was very popular a few years ago. The originator is also a master of tea art on the internet. But Baiji interpreted this style more vividly, with the scenery under her skirt looming, giving people endless reverie. The expression on that face was terrible. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying, but the curve of her lips was smiling, which reminded him of the two words that were popular on the internet nowadays, Yandere. She sent a voice message. Uncle, Lu Hao is taking his shower now. He was so excited when he hugged me just now. He likes me so much, more than you do. Although I still like your Uncle Joe more, you are getting married soon. In order to make myself less sad, I can only find him, right above your wedding hall, and forget about you. Don't be sad, okay? You can think of my face when you swear. I'll be under him later, and I'll imagine that I'm yours, Uncle Joe, and imagine that it's you who's fucking me. The man read it word for word. That expression could no longer be described as cold and terrifying. It was calm, and those text symbols were reflected one by one in his black pupils. Finally, all the information was condensed into the last 7 words, directly above the wedding hall. The wedding hall is on the 2nd floor. Starting from the 3rd floor, there are guest rooms. The man raised his hand and touched his brow, then he took off his wedding dress and threw it on the back of the seat. Walk step by step towards the room directly above. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. I was bullied, so what? There was a sound of splashing water coming from the bathroom in the guest room. Lu Hao went into the bathroom to take a shower because he accidentally spilled coffee on Baiji's clothes when he was making coffee for her. He had not originally intended to make a big fuss about taking a bath. It was only because Baiji kept persuading him to take a bath that he went. The boy's face was red the whole time he was taking a shower. He is inexperienced, but not completely ignorant. He restrained himself from thinking those dirty and filthy thoughts. But the more you restrain yourself, the more rampant those emotions become. He used ice water to wash his body temperature over and over again. Finally, he calmed down a little, but his face was still red. He put on his clothes one by one, from shoes and socks to coat, and dressed himself up. Even standing in front of Gigi in a bathrobe and slippers, he felt frivolous. But when Lu Hao, who had spent a full 10 minutes getting dressed, walked out of the bathroom, he was surprised to find that there was no one in the room. Gigi? He called out to her suspiciously. After making sure she wasn't here, he became completely anxious. Gigi. Thinking of what the two said in the underground garage, Lu Hao ran out to find Baiji. Lu Hao took out his cell phone, but there was no message in it. The records of Baiji's messages on his phone had been cleared long ago. Lu Hao didn't see any message from Baiji, so he could only walk through the corridor of the guest room and call Baiji over and over again. However, the soundproofing of the Boli Hotel was so good that he could not hear anything. In fact, the person he was looking for was in the next room. His cell phone was placed on the T-bar at the entrance behind the guest room door, vibrating again and again. But no one paid any attention to the vibrating phone. It started from behind the door panel and went all the way to the entrance. Finally, Zhou Chong grabbed Baiji and threw him onto the bed. He threw it over and over, with brutality and dark emotions. Zhou Chong's face was tense, and every inch of muscle in his body was tense with a fierce strength. The man untied the stainless steel watch on his wrist, and with a snap, he threw it hard on the white bed like a whip. Baiji was frightened by his voice and subconsciously shuddered, and was forced to turn her back to him. Then he grabbed her neck and flipped her backwards. He knelt on one knee beside her bed and whispered in her ear. What do you want to do? With whom, huh? Who do you want to think of as me? If you like me so much, why don't you act anymore? Baiji had thin skin, and just when he put his arm around her neck, the friction between the cuffs and her skin left ambiguous red marks on her neck and ears. She admitted her mistake in a tender voice and said she didn't want it anymore, but that admission showed that she was still being presumptuous and deliberately provoking him. What a born bad person. Zhou Chong didn't know how she could be so bad. The video was probably posted by her, and now, she has used this method to lure him here. The purpose is to ruin his wedding. The most ridiculous thing is that he couldn't help coming. Thinking of the voice messages and photos she had just sent from Lu Hao's phone, Zhou Chong stared at those soft and hypocritical red lips and kissed them in anger. Zhou Chong also turned her over with force, and his grip was so strong that she could feel the pain through the fabric of her clothes. He showed no mercy at all in this matter. She let her long hair stick to her cheeks, lips, and nose in a mess. Even her breath was blocked by her hair. Her hair swayed up and down with her breathing, mixing with her tears of grievance. The man actually smiled strangely. He lifted her chin like touching jade. Why are you crying? Don't you like me? Will you cry if you like me? Baiji's crying is a purely physiological reaction. She actually has always had some difficulty with physical contact. She and Lu Hao only held hands every time, but even so, she felt very conflicted inside. There had been a few times before when I had some extensive contact with Zhou Chong. But those were all her own initiatives. With the intention of revenge, contacting him was more like an achievement and a victory in her eyes. But now, she was completely controlled and invaded by him, so she naturally felt physically uncomfortable. I didn't cry. No crying, then what is this? Zhou Chong also rubbed her eyelids with his slender fingers, leaving a shiny sticky substance and a red mark on her eyelids. He pressed the fingers stained with her tears to her lips again. Try it, sweet or bitter, isn't it very good, this acting skill? Bai Ji was dizzy from his constant sarcasm. She reached out to hit him. At this time, she no longer cared about seducing him or not. She just cried instinctively and physiologically. You did it on purpose. You just take it out on me. Luo Fei ran away, so you came to me to vent your anger. You bully me because I'm young and have no background. You bully people. Bai Ji would never know how her words and actions at this moment challenged his last nerve. He knew he had failed the moment he dropped his tuxedo. At first, he just wanted to make her look shy. But later he became fascinated by the nobleness that she showed from time to time under her hypocritical flattery. He was too fascinated by her stubbornness in front of him. What is the most tempting thing in the world? The dissolute one begs for mercy, the lewd one is immature, the ascetic one reaches climax, the holy one falls between her and him, she is the immature former, and he is the latter who has always enjoyed it. He enjoyed it all by himself in a mean way. She mustered up the courage to sit on his lap in the clinic, and then ran away. Her heartbeat was so intense and nervous when he kissed her back in the exclusive suite, and she honked the car horn in the car because she was at a loss. Also, in the hospital corridor, she made some outrageous remarks, saying that she wanted him to fall in love with her and that she could be with him until they no longer wanted to get married. Even when she said those words, her expression was so desperate that she was about to cry. But he was still fascinated. Her eyes, which showed the confusion and escape of a deer when she was a hunter and was twisted into prey by him, were so poisonous that he almost suffocated. This is an ordinary guest room, next to the room Lu Hao just opened. It is not very large and has only a double bed. It won't be long before the air in the room is filled with the sweet scent of men and women. Zhou Chong also methodically used kisses to explore the wound left on her inner wall last time, as if he wanted to check whether it had healed. The girl suddenly frowned and dodged in pain, which made him smile with satisfaction. It's fine if it doesn't heal. He carefully covered the bite she made on him during the day, but at night he tore it off again and again, leaving it there, as if he wanted to keep it there forever. I don't know how long the fight lasted. He stopped. Looking at her from above, she stopped crying. Only her breathing was noticeable in the air. Bai Ji cried in a low voice, "You bullied me." It was just a kiss just now, but it made her feel endless terror. He didn't say anything, but stretched out his 5 fingers to grab the ends of her hair, and little by little, he lifted the back of her head with his palm. Bai Ji could feel the hot temperature from his palm against her scalp. The man's big hands covered her entire head. Then, he pressed her head against his chest and held it there. Zhou Chong was also half kneeling with his eyes closed, and every word he uttered was calm to a terrifying degree. Just bullying, so what? Don't you like it? Chapter 47 Scar. How could she say she didn't like it? I'd been preparing for this moment for so long. But he was too calm. Even though things had come to this point, he hadn't really done anything to her. But even if he didn't do it, Bai Ji was burning from head to toe and from inside to outside, and she experienced what it felt like to be crushed by a mature man. In terms of strength, physique, and psychology, he was completely superior to her. He was 14 years older than her and was a top figure in human society. In a head-on confrontation, it is no exaggeration to say that it is a monster that captivates people. It was supposed to be the wedding time, but he trapped her and himself in the guest room for 3 whole hours. From 6 o'clock in the evening until the sky became completely dark. Bai Ji lost all concept of time. The room was extremely busy. She only knew that the 2 cell phones placed at the entrance were ringing one after another. People all over the world were looking for Zhou Kongyi, and Lu Hao was looking for Bai Ji. 3 hours later, the phone calls slowly stopped and the only sound in the room was the man's final, heavy breathing. Baiji had fallen asleep by now, so he held her head and kissed her hard to wake her up, then released all his emotions on her. Realizing what happened just a second ago, Baiji blushed as soon as he opened his eyes. Two small hands pulled at the collar of his shirt, as if they were afraid they would fall off. After a long time, when the atmosphere in the room returned to normal and he calmed down, Baiji spoke in his ear in the timid voice of a young girl. "Uncle Zhou, am I yours from now on?" Zhou Chong didn't say anything either. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Baiji asked again, "Can I still continue to date Lu Hao?" Before she could finish her words, she was answered with a fierce kiss. Baiji's breath was almost taken away, and the wound on her mouth seemed to be about to split open again. She had never known that someone could make a kiss so close to punishment. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. "It hurts. Do you still dare to say it?" His voice was hoarse. "I don't dare anymore." Baiji put her arm around his neck and said, "So I belong to Uncle Zhou, right?" Zhou Tsong did not directly answer her question, but only said, "If you want to follow me, you must break up with all men. I am extremely possessive." Baiji bent her lips and said, "I feel it. There are so many marks on your body, yours." As soon as she finished speaking, there was another long and scorching breath. However, unlike his avalanche-like invasion just now, this time he kissed her more gently, taking her feelings into consideration. She also seemed to be immersed in it and hugged him, long and tender. Before she was satisfied, he had already stood up and sobered up. "Eat something." He has not had a drop of water since he started preparing for the wedding in the morning. Baiji naturally didn't eat anything. After all that time, he was very hungry. "I'll order room service," he said, picking up his cell phone. Baiji said firmly, "No. I have colleagues here and I don't want to be seen." Zhou Chong also turned on the light and glanced at his watch. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. The restaurant outside is closed. Baiji opened her eyes wide and said innocently, "Can we eat McDonald's?" Zhou Chong also rejected her proposal. But at this moment, Zhou Chong also saw the dense red marks on her neck, arms, and collarbone. Her expression was so serious, her eyes were full of him, as if she was completely unaware of the marks on her body. When Baiji is not doing anything naughty, his face naturally reveals a childishness. He just did these things to such a childish girl. Zhou Tsong couldn't help but feel a little complicated when he thought of this, so he agreed to her, "Okay." Baiji was pleasantly surprised. "Can I still have ice cream this time?" "Can. Would you like to eat one with me?" "Good." Baiji was so happy that she rushed over to him, stood beside the bed, hung her disheveled body on him, and kissed his chin and neck boldly. "Uncle Zhou, you are so good to me. I like you so much. I love you." Zhou Chong was kissed and hugged by her, and then he moved her away from him and helped her steady on the bed. "But only this time," he said. "Why? Not outside." "Uncle Zhou, are you saying that we can't let others know?" "It's for your own good," he said. These 3 words were too simple. She pouted unhappily, "So we can only meet privately in a hotel in the future? What if I miss you?" "Not necessarily just in hotels." The girl was innocent and lost, and asked in depth, "So, we only meet when we have sex?" "No," the man pursed his lips, "it's not just about sex." "So when does Uncle Zhou want to meet?" "I will look for you. If you miss me, you can also send me a text message. I will come to see you when I have time. But not outside like we did just now." "What, is that so?" Baiji walked over, opened her lips and kissed his Adam's apple, her lips wetly brushing across his pores and senses like a milk snake. The man closed his eyes, frowned slightly, tried to hide the heat in his eyes, and said in a calm voice, "Yes." No kissing, no holding hands, no physical contact. "Okay." The girl lowered her head dejectedly. "Then can I call you Uncle Zhou outside?" "Can. Let's eat McDonald's together?" "Occasionally." When Baiji heard him say that they could go out on a date occasionally, she immediately laughed and reached out to hold his hand. "That's good, Uncle Zhou, take me to eat ice cream now." Zhou Chong was also completely sober and watched every movement he made and every step he took. When the two passed by the hotel lobby, there was even a huge poster of his and Luo Fei's wedding hanging. But now he was actually holding Baiji's hand and walking under the poster. "There is no ripple in my heart." Her body was still covered with kiss marks left by him one by one. They were all covered tightly by clothes, and both of them wore masks, so no one could recognize them. The man has kept his cell phone turned off until now. When he arrived at McDonald's, Joe Chung bought a hamburger meal like last time, and also added 2 ice creams. But when he was carrying his things back to his seat, he found that the girl was gone. Joe Kongi's expression suddenly turned cold. He didn't call anyone, nor did he use his cell phone. He just sat there quietly waiting. The McDonald's in the city center was busier late at night than the one in the suburbs. The man sitting there looked out of place, as silent as a pine or cypress. Several minutes passed. Just when Joe Chang's face looked unhappy. At the door, Baiji pushed it open and came back, panting. Her hair was a little messy and her face had some pink blush. She fiddled with the strands of hair on her forehead. Her skin was no longer as pale as usual. It glowed from the inside out, like a sour pink peach. She also brought back a small box. Joe Chung also saw clearly what she had brought back, and his calm and handsome face suddenly turned dark. It's a box of condoms. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. After escaping from marriage. At this time, there weren't many people in the restaurant, but there were some. There was a couple sitting at the door. They saw Baiji, and of course, they also saw what she was holding. The woman thought her voice was not loud, but Joe Chongye could hear it very clearly. The little girl who just passed by was so pretty, but she looked so young. I wonder if she's grown up yet. That guy is also very handsome, but I don't know what their relationship is. Baiji was holding a condom, but everyone still couldn't help but be suspicious. After all, Joe Chongye's face and the aura around him are so ascetic that when compared with Baiji, he looks more like a teacher than a boyfriend. After Joe Chung heard this, his expression became even worse. What? He asked this after Baiji sat down. It was both asking her where she had been and what the condom in her hand meant. Baiji, Uncle Joe, I saw you had no place to go just now, and it seemed like you were looking for paper, so I bought this. The man looked very unhappy. Baiji's voice was weak and he looked extremely aggrieved. Did I buy the wrong item? The wrong size, or do you just not like this brand? The man did not comment, but said, don't buy it anymore. Oh. She responded obediently. Don't even hold it in your hands. Okay, I won't buy it, and I won't hold it directly in my hand. Eat it. Joe Chung also pushed the plate with the set meal to her, and of course, an ice cream in his hand. Baiji still held the box of condoms in her hand, but didn't have her hands to take the ice cream. She murmured, then this. Give me. The white branch was given to Joe Chung. When their fingertips touched skin, she felt the heat in his palm, and he also felt the itch left by her fingertips deliberately tickling him. Baiji thought he would throw this thing away, but unexpectedly, he actually put it away. Baiji ate her burger in small bites, staring at his hands and pockets with her big eyes, not blinking, as if she was very serious. What are you looking at? Joe Chung also said in a calm tone. Uncle Joe. She thought for a moment and asked, will you share this with others? I'm not as free as you think. The girl's eyes lit up, so you only keep it for me to use next time, right? Uncle Joe, so, you are mine too, right? She said these words innocently, like a child who wanted affirmation. Joe Chung really didn't know what to do with her. He believed that if he denied it, she would only cause more trouble. So the man responded, yeah. Then Uncle Joe, keep your word and keep it for me next time. I counted them. There are 10 of them. If one is missing next time, I will punish Uncle Joe. Baiji, Joe Chung felt his veins throbbing, his tone and expression became a little irritated. However, she was unable to say the next words. The girl had a pitiful expression again. She stopped eating her hamburger and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Did I say something wrong? After a long moment, he lowered his eyes inaudibly. She didn't do anything wrong after all. No kissing, no holding hands, no physical touching, and she did all of that. It's because he lacks self-control. Just hearing these words made me react. I wanted to fuck her hard. She still had her eyes open and looked innocent. He whispered, no, the ice cream is melting, just focus on eating it. That night, after Joe Chung and Baiji finished eating ice cream, he did not send her back to school, nor did he leave her alone. He originally wanted to send her back to the hotel to rest and then go to Shishu to clean up the aftermath of the wedding. But who would have thought that when she heard that he was leaving, she started crying and making a fuss in the guest room, completely different from the well-behaved girl she was when she was eating at McDonald's just now. She would also use the bruises he caused on her body as an excuse to morally blackmail him. In the end, he had no choice but to stay with her in the hotel for one night. She slept on the bed and he sat by the floor-to-ceiling window. Jo Chong also looked out the window expressionlessly. At night, the lights in the office buildings went out one by one, and this international metropolis fell into a deep sleep. Only when she fell asleep did he relax for a while and close his eyes to rest. He thought that she had been well behaved tonight. Little did she know that everything from condoms to ice cream was a carefully planned trap by her. In the room, the man and the girl sat facing each other in silence until the sun rose, and he did not turn on his cell phone. Let the world outside turn upside down. When Baiji woke up, Jo Chong had already returned to the company. Jo Chong also briefed his assistant on everything that needed to be done after yesterday's wedding. He personally deals with some special people. Among them were Jo family's relatives and elders, and of course, Luo Fei. When Jo Chong turned on his mobile phone, many missed calls popped up. Of course, the most common call was from Luo Fei. It turned out that Luo Fei came back yesterday just a few minutes before the wedding was about to start. Luo Fei made a great determination to prepare herself mentally. She and Su Jianxiong were husband and wife. Even if the video was disgusting, it was their privacy. As long as she was thick-skinned enough, no one would embarrass her in front of her. At most, they would talk about her behind her back. But how many people have talked about her behind her back over the years? Compared to being Mrs. Zhou, what was a few words from others? So Luo Fei drove all the way back to the hotel at full speed. But when she arrived, Jo Chong was gone. When Luo Fei came back, the whole banquet hall was in chaos. The guests had not left yet, waiting for Luo Fei and Jo Chong to give them an explanation. Of course, some people had seen those videos of Luo Fei, but now Luo Fei was here, which meant that the wedding was still going to take place. However, the groom was nowhere to be seen. Now Luo Fei has become a complete joke. Because everyone would think that Jo Chong didn't want to marry Luo Fei because he saw those videos. So Luo Fei tried desperately to call Jo Chong as well. The other party's phone showed that it was not turned off, but the call could not be connected. Until 8 o'clock in the evening. The guests left one after another, and Luo Fei sat alone in the auditorium in a daze. She called all night, but Jo Chang's phone was turned off. Where did he go? Them. Is it still possible? In the office, Jo Chong called Luo Fei back, but the other party did not answer. Jo Chong had no intention of fighting a second one. He would have to discuss this matter with Luo Fei sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. At this time, the assistant came in from outside the door in a hurry. Mr. Zhou, the chairman called. He asked you to go back to the old house tonight. What is meant to come will always come. Jo Chong also looked at the tall buildings outside the window. The weather is not good, and it feels like a storm is coming. I see. Chapter 49 Urging Marriage. After Baiji returned to school, the first person to look for her was not Lu Hao, but the counselor in the department. University teachers usually don't discipline students too strictly unless there is something important. Baiji didn't think about why the counselor wanted to see her for a while. Until they met, she found out that it was about Dia Wei's accusation that she had ghostwritten for her. Baiji then remembered that she had never paid much attention to this matter afterwards. The counselor said in a gentle tone, "The school will issue a criticism notice about this matter." In fact, all teachers know that Dia Wei has been using ghostwriters to write her homework, but no one has been paying attention. When the time comes, the notice will also add a sentence to explain that Dia Wei's slander against you is completely false. She has already applied to drop out of school. You don't have to worry about her anymore. Just focus on your studies. The amount of information was a bit overwhelming. Baiji digested it, and then asked, "Can I ask why Dia Wei suddenly applied to drop out of school?" The counselor was obviously not very clear either. This should be a decision made by their family, but I heard that someone also reported her directly to the principal. On the surface, it was said that she applied to drop out of school, but in fact it was the school that persuaded her to drop out. Report directly to the principal? Not everyone can meet the president of the normal university. Baiji couldn't think of who was doing all this behind the scenes. At this time, the counselor asked her, "By the way, you will be a junior soon, what are your plans for your future?" Baiji could see that the counselor seemed to be particularly concerned about her today. However, as for future plans, Weili is still ill and has not decided whether to work or continue her studies. "I haven't thought about it yet," she said truthfully. "Counselor, you can consider it as soon as possible. Many students prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination in their third year. Of course, with your grades, there will be no problem in getting into graduate school. If you are interested in studying for a master's degree, you can also start contacting your supervisor. Baiji just felt that the counselor seemed to be particularly patient and gentle to her today. She said thank you and said she would consider it, then left the office. At noon, Baiji went to the canteen to get food. While eating, she thought about what the man did to her on the bed last night. She turned on her cell phone. There has been no text message from him since this morning. She felt a little disappointed and sent a text message in a soft voice. Uncle Joe, but this does not mean that he allows Joe Chong to act recklessly. Especially things like running away from marriage, and it is said that many indecent videos were also produced. How many noble families laughed at him? When the old man heard about this last night, he almost couldn't breathe. If he wasn't so weak, Zhou Qishan would have wanted to pick up the gun and point it at Zhou Chong. Although Zhou Qishan himself was not present at the old house at this time, the atmosphere at the table was still solemn. Everyone has his own ulterior motives. The first to speak was the eldest sister Zhou Tsonghui. Kongi, you were wrong this time. Dad almost fainted yesterday, you know? You are already in your 30s, I always thought you were very stable, but this time you really shouldn't have done that. Zhou Tsonghui is 6 years older than Zhou Chong and is 40 years old this year. Usually, Zhou Tsonghui personally serves Zhou Qishan in the south, so her status in the Zhou family is self-evident and she can be regarded as half a parent. Zhou Chong has always maintained superficial respect for this sister. After all, she has been around Zhou Qishan all year round, and her opinions are often the same as Zhou Qishan's. Is Dad okay now? Zhou Chong also straightened his casual khaki suit and asked only this question. Zhou Tsonghui took a sip of red wine. It's certainly not good to be so angry. Before I came, he only had one request. He asked me to personally screen the selection of your future daughter-in-law this time. I might as well strike while the iron is hot and choose the daughters of several aristocratic families. If he doesn't arrange a good marriage for you, he told me not to go back. Zhou Qishan is in poor health and needs someone by his side. Zhou Tsonghui could only stay in northern Beijing for a month at most. In other words, Zhou Chong must find someone new to marry within this month. That's too fast. Sure enough, after Zhou Tsonghui finished speaking, the atmosphere at the table became a little cold. In addition to Zhou Tsonghui, Zhou Chong also has two brothers. It was just that the other two were sandwiched between Zhou Tsonghui and Zhou Chongya. They never had any chance to talk. They only occasionally glanced at Zhou Tsonghui and Zhou Chongya during their meals. Zhou Chong remained calm and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing his reckless look, Zhou Tsonghui couldn't help but ask, Kongi, what are you thinking? You dare to marry a woman like Luo Fei, you can't really do it for her inheritance, right? You have to know that Dad hates us to be competitive and unscrupulous. The topic becomes increasingly sensitive. In fact, everyone knows that in terms of ability, Zhou Chong is far superior to everyone else. However, in terms of seniority and real power, Zhou Tsonghui, as the legitimate daughter, is more capable of maneuvering. Especially Zhou Qishan's 4 children, each of them should have the potential to become the heir. Zhou Tsonghui had been trying to win over the other two to be wary of Zhou Chongya, which made them less supportive of Zhou Chongya's decision to take the radical step of marrying Luo Fei for financing. The second oldest, Zhou Jingxing, chimed in, third brother, Luo Fei, that woman, really can't enter the Zhou family. Even if you want her inheritance, you can't lose your principles. The fourth son Shueishan also said, third brother, I heard that Luo Fei has a lot of relationships with both men and women. You should think twice. Our family is not short of her billions. Although he said this, in fact, he still didn't want to see Zhou Chong gain so much capital and connections in China as soon as he returned. Once Zhou Kongi and Luo Fei are married, what will Luo Fei's foolish mind have? By then, all the funds and connections of the entire Su family will fall into Zhou Kongi's hands. This is a result that the other 3 people especially don't want to see. Of course, we are trying to dissuade them in every way now. At this time, Zhou Tsonghui glanced at Zhou Chongya, took out a photo and put it in front of him. Here, this one. Chapter 50 A candidate has been chosen. Wang Shuawei, a PhD returnee, is an alumnus of Fudan University like you. She studied English literature and is now an associate professor at the University of Foreign Languages. She has been in talks privately and will be promoted to full professor next year. She has translated several world classics. The daughter of the Wang family is both talented and beautiful. Don't you think she has more in common with you than with that Luo? Zhou Chong didn't even look at it, not interested. Chong Yi. The Wang family has been engaged in literature for generations, and Wang Shuawei has been sentimental since childhood. I don't have the patience to serve him. Zhou Chong also had a blank expression on his face. Zhou Tsunghui's face turned pale and blue. The reason for choosing Wang Shuawei was of course one of the reasons for his clean and noble background. More importantly, a person who aspires to be in academia or literature ultimately has no ambitions for business or the secular world. To put it bluntly, I can't help Zhou Chong. Seeing that this road was blocked, Zhou Tsunghui could only hold back her temper. Okay, if you don't like this one, I'll find another one for you. What kind do you like? Height? Occupation? Or any zodiac sign preference? Zhou Tsong also glanced at her coldly and said suddenly, Sister, are you too bored taking care of the old man these years? Why don't you learn from those housewives and take some classes to improve yourself? Kangi, how can you talk like that? Zhou Tsunghui's face changed and his voice immediately became louder. Is it wrong for me to care about you? Zhou Chong also crossed his legs. That's right, but I already have someone I like. What? Now, everyone was stunned. He said he already has someone he likes? He was the one who escaped from the marriage. Could it be that he has found someone new to like so soon? Who is it? Zhou Tsunghui became alert. It can't be Luo Fei again, right? This is my own business. After saying this, Zhou Chong got up and left. Since he became an adult, he no longer lives in the old house like those three people. Instead, they live in a relatively secluded riverside villa all year round, or in a large flat in the city center. Of course, nothing was resolved after the conversation. Not to mention introducing a partner for a blind date, even Zhou Tsunghui didn't get anything out of the questioning. Zhou Chong also returned to the car and lit a cigarette. It was already evening. He glanced at the sunset, which was so brilliant that it looked like a scene rendered by Al. It was at this time yesterday that he and Bai Ji. Once something happens, you will think of it from time to time. This is probably what people say, once you have tasted it, you will know the taste again. The man sat in the car and casually flipped through his phone, only to find that there were no new messages. She was so well behaved that she really didn't bother him anymore. He opened the photo album again and took a look at Bai Ji's class schedule that the counselor sent him when he went to the normal university to see the principal last time. Zhou Chong also calculated that her class should have been over by now, so he sent her a text message, Are you feeling unwell today? I'm asking about the bruises. But after Bai Ji received the text message, he only took a glance at it. Without a single word in reply, he threw the phone back into his pocket. A text from my uncle? During evening self-study, Su Tian whispered to Bai Ji. Bai Ji raised an eyebrow and said, Yes. Now the whole city is discussing Zhou Chang's escape from marriage, and Su Tian naturally knows about it. In Su Tian's eyes now, Bai Ji is the revenge queen in Korean dramas, extremely powerful. Gigi, who the hell are you? I just helped you steal a few videos from my dad's iPad, and you just messed them up. I can't say I'm a god, but your coffee is good and nourishes my brain. In fact, Bai Ji had indeed been preparing for this matter for a long time, and with the help of Su Tian, the great help from both inside and outside, things were barely successful to this point. Otherwise, with Zhou Kangyi and Luo Fei's intelligence, they wouldn't be so upset just because of a few videos. Bai Ji just found the breaking points in each of them. Luo Fei was vain, and Zhou Tsong hated losing control. They all played to their weaknesses, which gave her the opportunity to take advantage. Su Tian glanced at the podium. The monitor, who was concentrating on studying, didn't notice that they were whispering. She said, Come on, you didn't even drink the mocha I gave you last time because you went to the hospital. You don't want it when I give it to you normally. Bai Ji, who said that? I drank every drop of the cup you gave me in the infirmary. Ah? Su Tian was stunned when she heard this. Infirmary, when? Have you forgotten the day I came to settle accounts with DOA? Su Tian, I went to the agency that day and didn't bring you coffee. Could it be? Bai Ji paused as she was doing her homework. A figure emerged from her mind. I see. She knew who had brought her coffee that day. As he was speaking, a figure appeared at the door. There was some discussion in the classroom. Lu Hao has an eye-catching appearance and is also the most popular boy on campus. Whenever he appears on the stage, he attracts a lot of attention. But today, he seemed a little lonely. He stood in the dim light of the corridor, his tall figure slightly hunched. Gigi, I have something to tell you. Bai Ji looked back at him, then put down the pen, very calmly. Bai Ji quickly guessed that the coffee should have been sent by Lu Hao. But she didn't ask, she just said, "What's the matter?" Lu Hao frowned, his tone unusually serious. "Where did you go last night?" "Bai Ji, have you been looking for me all night again?" Lu Hao didn't say anything, he looked like he was enduring it. "But I have reached my limit." He raised his eyes and looked at her. "Gigi, I asked someone to check. You were the one who found those two people in the underground garage. Was it arranged on purpose for me to see? Why do you do this? Can you give me an explanation, Gigi?" Bai Ji knew that she had taken advantage of Lu Hao again this time. If she wanted to continue using him, she could pretend and find an excuse, but she didn't want to involve him anymore, so she didn't plan to coax him. "I'm sorry, I took advantage of you. But why are you using me, and what are you using me for?" Lu Hao couldn't understand, "You know? Teacher Joe didn't attend the wedding yesterday. Some people say he did it because of you. In fact, no one said it. Lu Hao guessed it himself. But he couldn't ask Bai Ji directly, so he made up this excuse. Bai Ji's reaction was very calm. She flicked her hair and said, "Really? Who said that? Let me hear it." "Gigi, it doesn't matter who said it, I just want to hear you tell me what's going on." Lu Hao checked his cell phone later. For some reason, in his WeChat address book, the chat box with Teacher Joe yesterday was brought to the front, but the chat content was not updated. In other words, someone sent messages to Joe Chom using his phone, but later deleted those messages. Lu Hao also saw a photo in the recently deleted album. It's the photo of Bai Ji kicking her toes against the mirror. He stared at the photo all night last night. In fact, some answers have already been connected in his mind. But he still wanted to hear Bai Ji tell him in person. He was very sad. "Gigi, I want you to give me an explanation, as long as you are willing to explain, even if you say anything, as long as you are willing. I really feel so bad." He was about to cry, and that expression made Bai Ji frown. She avoided his burning gaze and suddenly said, "Lu Hao, do you know that it was your father who pulled out my father's oxygen tank?" Chapter 51 Kiss Her. He knew that the two words were on the tip of his tongue, but when he heard what Bai Ji said, he was instantly speechless. "What did you say?" "I said, your father pulled the plug on my father's oxygen tank himself, because I couldn't get the last 20,000 yuan together before 12 o'clock. After Bai Ji finished speaking, Lu Hao was completely stunned. He always kept a secret in his heart, that is, he actually knew that Bai Ji's father died in the hospital in his home. He thought Bai Ji blamed their hospital for not saving her father. He also probably guessed that Bai Ji hated doctors and it must have something to do with his parents, so he always tried to forgive her for some of the things she did to him with a mind of atonement. He thought he knew it all. But what she said now completely shocked him. The girl looked at him and smiled. "Lu Hao, do you think your dad really had no choice but to push my dad out of the emergency room? Your dad is a doctor and the dean of the hospital. It's not that difficult for him to take care of the patient in the last 1 or 2 hours. After all, it's a human life. Gigi. You know how I finally figured it out? After my father died, I went to your house one night," Bai Ji said. "I went to your father to ask for my father's death certificate. Do you know who I saw? Xian Shan, she gave your driver a wooden sculpture of Maitreya Buddha." Bai Ji continued, "I was young at that time and didn't know how rare and valuable a piece of wood could be. It was not until your driver said, 'It's so heavy,' when he was moving the wood carving." Lu Hao opened his mouth in disbelief. Of course he had also seen that wood carving, which had been placed in his father's study day and night for several years. It was more than 1 meter long, and he thought it was just a normal ornament, so he never touched it or paid any attention to it. "Bai Ji, in the end, I saw with my own eyes that 4 of your servants were carrying the wooden sculpture up there. What kind of wood could be so heavy? The only thing that could be so heavy is gold." Bai Ji only found out about this later when he gained more experience. There are some dirty tricks in this world that need to be covered up by apparent innocence. For example, a seemingly ordinary wood carving is actually just covered with a layer of imitation wood paint on the outside, and inside it is filled with hundreds of kilograms of gold. That is the evidence that Luo Fei bribed Lu Jiang. In order to cover up the accident caused by his own negligence, Luo Fei asked Lu Jiang to kick Bai Ji's father out of the hospital. It was Lu Jiang who killed Bai Rong. Lu Hao really didn't expect it. He didn't expect the whole thing to be like this. He didn't expect that Bai Ji would tell him this. Lu Hao murmured, "So Gigi, from the beginning, you were with me with this feeling?" Bai Ji looked at him, his eyes as calm as water, as if he had just asked the stupidest question. Lu Hao, you don't hate the doctor at all, you hate me and my family, right? So even if I gave up medicine and became an artist for you, your opinion of me would not change at all. Is that right? Bai Ji, Lu Hao, I'm sorry, I took advantage of you, but let's stop here before you get too deeply involved. White Branch. The girl's attitude was cold. I told you this because I don't want you to have any more illusions about me. I originally wanted to use you to take revenge on your parents, but now I have given up the idea. So you can tell your parents my plan. I am willing to meet their challenge. Lu Hao frowned, as if all the strength in his body was drained away. So you approached Teacher Zhou to take revenge on Luo Fei? The atmosphere in the corridor was extremely weird. The surrounding classes were all having evening self-study, so the two of them had to keep their voices down no matter what they said. But Lu Hao was very excited. He spoke so loudly that the students sitting behind the classroom door also looked over. This is my own business. Gigi. I understand that you hate my parents, but if things are really as you said, I myself will not forgive them. But you should never, ever provoke Teacher Zhou. This has deviated from your original plan. You ruined their wedding. You are knowing something wrong. Lu Hao gave a definition. Knowing 3 is the right thing to do. This statement is of course unpleasant to hear. Regardless of whether she knew the truth or not, just by hearing these words coming from Lu Hao's mouth, Bai Ji knew that it would never be possible for her to be with him. The girl looked up and smiled. Mr. Lu, your parents are both doctors. You have lived under pure white coats for too long. You have never even seen the color gray, so how can you understand those of us who live in darkness? I never asked you to understand me. From today on, we will return to our own worlds and stop disturbing each other. After saying this, Bai Ji went back to the classroom for evening study without looking back. Lu Hao is a truly pure person who has never been polluted. The only person who could live in darkness with her was Zhou Changya. Since what she experienced last night, Bai Ji knew that this man who was unscrupulous and full of desire was the man who would go to hell with her. He only reveals his truest side when he is in his most private moments. Only Bai Ji knows how dark and crazy Zhou Chang's heart is hidden beneath his abstinent appearance. He pulled her hair, panted in her ear, and said those words that made her blush. Bai Ji knew that was just the tip of the iceberg. Next, she would bring out his entire dark desires. Let him go completely crazy on her. After Zhou Chong expressed his concern for Bai Ji's health, he stopped looking at his phone. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening, when the man was ready to go to bed, that he opened the chat box and found that she had not replied to him. The man's expression was not good. At this moment, he saw a post on WeChat Moments. Lu Hao, no matter what happened in the past, I will never forget the expression on your face when you stood under the porch light tonight. I'm sorry, this is the only thing I can't do. The boy looks very emo, and his profile picture has been changed to black. Zhou Chong also immediately realized that Bai Ji did not reply to his message, but met with Lu Hao. He just took a sip of ice water without any reaction. If she didn't reply, he would not do anything. Just play this cat and mouse game with her. What is more exciting than eating the prey directly is the playing before hunting. However, Bai Ji actually did not contact Zhou Chong for 3 consecutive days. He didn't look for her during these 3 days, as if the crazy kiss they had on the bed that day had never happened to either of them. She was surprisingly calm. Until the balance is broken. Lu Hao took a photo of Zhou Changye and Luo Fei dating in a Japanese restaurant and sent it to Bai Ji. Lu Hao, Teacher Zhou and Luo Fei had dinner with my parents today. They didn't seem to have any relationship problems at all. Gigi, please listen to me for once. Don't let yourself become a victim of revenge. If you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. In Bai Ji's eyes, Lu Hao's words were just bullshit. There was not even the slightest fluctuation in her mood. But she looked at the photo very seriously. Even every detail was magnified by her fingers and seen one by one. As small as the diamond ring on Luo Fei's hand and the smile lines at the corners of her eyes. The details prove that Luo Fei is indeed in a good mood. The man sitting next to her was only a silhouette. He was drinking water from a celadone glaze cup. His face was high and full, and he didn't look like an Asian at all. It was a face that combined the strengths of the East and the West, a very noble and great face. Bai Ji recognized it at a glance. It was this tall nose that was brushing against her body that day. It was these bony fingers that made her obsessed. The one who kissed her and lost control on her was the man in a suit. But now, he was having dinner with Luo Fei as if nothing had happened. Chapter 52 sweatshirt on the bed. Compared to their exquisite sashimi dishes, she was just eating the cheapest instant noodles alone in the dormitory. Baiji called directly. Zhou Chong was still sitting face to face with Lu Jiang, and Lu Hao was there too, when the phone in his pocket began to ring. Lu Hao and Luo Fei looked at his ringing cell phone at the same time. Lu Hao and Luo Fei were equally concerned at this moment. Zhou Chong just lowered his head to take a look and hung up. Mr. Zhou is now in his prime, and his business is much busier than those of us semi-retired seniors. After Lu Jiang finished speaking, Luo Fei also acted considerate. Kongi, if you are busy, go and answer it. I'm here. Nothing. As soon as the man finished speaking, the phone rang again. The opponents seemed to be ignorant of the situation. He hung up and then attacked again, over and over again. I'm going to answer a phone call. The man eventually left. After he left, Luo Fei sneered, his expression a little unfathomable. Lu Hao was extremely vigilant the whole time, looking at Zhou Chong and Luo Fei, concerned about their every move. After Zhou Chong left the box, he came to the green vegetation outside the door and lit a cigarette, with his back to the crowd and his voice indifferent. White branch. Sure enough, she said softly on the other end, Uncle Zhou, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, go to the cafeteria and eat. I can't afford it. I don't have an appetite. Besides, I'm not hungry, I'm that hungry. Her words were vague and double entendre, trying to make him recall how sinful they had done that day. Zhou Chong just smoked his cigarette. Baiji, stop making trouble. I just want to ask if you are hungry, Uncle Zhou. I'll transfer the money to you, you go eat, I'm busy. How much does it cost to eat? But Zhou Chong always spends at least 5 figures. Baiji didn't want his money, because that would mean she wouldn't be able to ask for something more precious. Uncle Zhou, I don't want money. Can you order some takeout for me? I want you to take care of me. Zhou Kongi had already smoked half of his cigarette, and in the box, Luo Fei had already poked his head over to look. Lu Jiang and the others were waiting for him to come back. He put out his cigarette and asked calmly, What do you want to eat? Anything is fine as long as it's what you ordered, uncle. Baiji hung up the phone only after she was sure that Zhou Chong would also order takeout for her. The girl sent a string of delivery addresses, and Zhou Chongye directly clicked to copy. However, when he placed the order, he saw that the recipient column blatantly wrote Zhou Chongye's beloved cat. The man's eyes darkened. I changed the name silently. When Baiji went downstairs to get the takeaway, there were a few students waiting for their food nearby. The delivery men called out one by one using the last digit of their cell phone numbers. She heard herself and went forward to get it, but the delivery man gave her a weird look. Baiji was wearing a nightgown with a sweatshirt on top. She looked normal. She raised her eyebrows suspiciously, and after looking at the delivery man, she subconsciously glanced at her delivery information. The next second, her entire face turned red. Zhou Chong also changed the 3 words. It was changed to 2 other words we'll call. A meowing cat. Baiji cursed him 1,000 times in her heart, calling him a perverted old man. Luckily, the delivery guy looked like an honest man, otherwise, this would probably have become a hot topic on the internet. No wonder the delivery man had that expression just now. But she did not show weakness. After eating the super luxurious meal ordered by the man, she ate up all the ice cream he specially ordered for her. I took a photo of the bottom of the cup with not a drop left and sent it to him in a mean way. Is Uncle Zhou training me on purpose? Will there be a reward if I lick well next time? Zhou Chong had also said goodbye to Lu Jiang and his wife at this time. As soon as he got in the car, he saw the arrogant words in her message. The man's deep eyes gradually turned crazy. That depends on how good it is. Zhou Chong also met Luo Fei for not other reasons. It was because his assistant told him that Zhou Tsonghui had been investigating the women around him these days. He didn't want Baiji to be involved in this matter, so he made an appointment with Luo Fei for dinner as if nothing had happened. And he invited Lu Jiang and his wife, so that Zhou Tsonghui felt that the person Zhou Chong wanted to marry was still Luo Fei. Of course, his relationship with Luo Fei will not end so easily. Luo Fei is still useful to him, and he is Luo Fei's best support now. The two of them continued to pretend to be each other. After dinner, Luo Fei naturally wanted to leave with Zhou Chong. But Zhou Chong didn't show any intention of being with her. Lu Jiang and Lu Mingyue were both very smart people. Seeing that the two of them were not in harmony, and not wanting to make the situation awkward, Lu Mingyue immediately took the initiative to ask Luo Fei to go to Lu's house for a visit. Of course Luo Fei wouldn't mind. Climbing up the Lu family was something she had planned for several years. She actually gave gifts to the Lu family, but although the other party accepted them, they never interacted with them openly, probably because they looked down on her status. But things are different after this time. With Zhou Chong also organizing the dinner, Lu Jiang and Lu Mingyue would naturally look up to her in the future. Lu Mingyue's attitude towards Luo Fei also became much kinder. Since we are all family from now on, I should also apologize to you for what happened last time. Luo Fei, I have a straightforward personality and was just carried away for a moment. Please don't be so polite. It's about what happened in Baiji Medical Clinic. Luo Fei certainly wouldn't mind. Sister Mingyue, you are too polite. You care about Hao and it's normal for you to be a mother. I believe that when I become a mother in the future, I will be like you, but I definitely can't teach Lu Hao as well as you do. Luo Fei's few words made Lu Mingyue very happy. But Lu Hao, who was standing nearby, was not very happy to hear this. Because Lu Mingyue immediately said, in the final analysis, it was that girl named Baiji who was too cunning and devious. Fortunately, our Hao has broken up with her now, but it almost affected the friendship between our two families. Lu Mingyue was halfway through her speech when Lu Jiang came over and interrupted her. Alright, don't say that again. There is no distinction between noble and humble people. You are educated, how can you say that? Lu Mingyue and Luo Fei laughed and teased him. Lu Mingyue, my husband is like this, he has been upright all his life, he cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes, he is very rigid and inflexible. Luo Fei, no way, my brother-in-law has high moral standards and people should respect him. Lu Hao listened at the side and felt even more uncomfortable. It turned out that he went to the study to find Lu Jiang one night a few days ago, and touched the Maitreya Buddha behind his back. This was the first time he had come across that wood sculpture in all these years. After the encounter, Lu Hao's face changed completely. Baiji is right. That was not an ordinary wood carving at all, but hundreds of kilograms of gold. The tentacles are cold and heavy. It made his black and white beliefs that he had believed in for 20 years collapse. Now, Lu Hao couldn't hear a single word that Luo Fei and his parents said. Mom, Aunt Luo, I still have some homework to look at, so I'll go upstairs first. Okay, go ahead. I'll ask the kitchen to make some chicken soup for you to drink before bed. No need, Mom, I'm full today. Lu Hao went upstairs after he finished speaking. Only Lu Mingyue looked at him strangely, this kid. After Lu Hao returned to the dormitory, he closed the door, closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He had never felt so depressed. It's like someone has stuffed cotton into my mouth and nose. Now in this house, every breath of air makes Lu Hao feel irritated. The only thing that can make him feel peaceful and redeemed is Baiji and Baiji's things. Oh, that dress of hers. Lu Hao knew that the calls Zhou Tsong made later at the dinner table were from Baiji, but he didn't know how far their relationship had developed. Lu Hao still didn't believe that teacher Zhou would fall in love with Baiji. He walked to the closet and took out her ordinary and cheap white sweatshirt that he found in the bar. This dress has been hung in the closet after being carefully washed. The texture is soft and there seems to be a faint scent of her. He also thought about sleeping with her in his arms, but he was afraid of offending her. So when I miss you madly, like now, I take it out, spread it on the bed, and stare at it in a daze. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ah Hao, your mother asked you to drink a little, I'll bring you the chicken soup. Luo Fei also wanted to gain Lu Mingyue's favor, so he personally served the soup and water. But the chicken soup in her hand was a little hot, so without waiting for Lu Hao to react, Luo Fei pushed the door open. After coming in, the soup bowl in Luo Fei's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and shattered into pieces. She saw on his bed, there was a sweatshirt exactly the same as the one worn by the girl who provoked her at Su Tian's birthday party. Luo Fei recognized them as the same one almost immediately, because they both had a little red paint on the collar, like a bleeding rose or a red plum blossom in the snow, which was particularly eye-catching. Luo Fei's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. How, do you have this sweatshirt? Where did it come from? This is Baiji's clothes, right? Chapter 53 Rise. Although Lu Hao didn't know the ins and outs of this incident, when he saw Luo Fei's out-of-control appearance, he remembered Gigi's previous ambiguous relationship with teacher Zhou. At that moment Lu Hao reacted quickly. Almost instinctively, she asked, is there anything strange about this dress? Aunt Luo, this dress used to be the uniform of our school's painting club. Both boys and girls had one. Luo Fei, of course, didn't believe it. She sneered, "Everyone has one? Is it your school's uniform? Why don't I see any school uniform or club logo on it?" Lu Hao also smiled gently. He stood up, took the clothes, and put it in front of Luo Fei. "This is a very common sweatshirt. It costs only a few dozen yuan if you search on Taobao. Those of us who study art usually spend the whole day in the studio and among paints. Wouldn't it be a shame if our own clothes got dirty?" So this cheap and durable coat was purchased for everyone with the funds of the club. Lu Hao spoke very convincingly. Perhaps, because he has been a good student since childhood and is highly trusted by his teachers, even now his lies seem very convincing. "Lu Hao, if Aunt Luo doesn't believe me, I can ask all the club members to change into something for Aunt Luo to see tomorrow. Maybe Aunt Luo is looking for someone? I can also help you keep an eye out for them." Luo Fei never expected that the idiot Lu Hao in her eyes was not really a little puppy who knew nothing. The way he stood in front of her calmly already gave him the air of a wolf cub in sheep's clothing, like his parents, the elite class. It only took Luo Fei a second to come back to his senses. She couldn't really treat Lu Hao as an ordinary child and scold him. She couldn't really go to the normal university to see if there was a uniform like this. After all, she and Zhou Chong were still in the reconciliation stage, and he said he didn't want her to interfere in education matters. During this period, she had to stay away from the school circle. Luo Fei laughed in anger and said coldly with his arms folded, "But I think this dress is not your size, right? Lu Hao, why are you keeping women's clothes in your room? Isn't Bai Ji your only girlfriend?" The answer is obvious no matter how you put it, this dress belongs to Bai Ji. But Lu Hao's clear smile deepened. "Aunt Luo, Bai Ji is not from the art club. Her family is not well off. She won't buy clothes she doesn't need, and it's even more impossible for her to buy clothes and not wear them just to put them in my room. Just tell me whose clothes these are." Luo Fei gradually lost his patience. At this time, Lu Hao looked outside the door. Lu Mingyue had already walked over when she heard the sound of the bowl breaking. Lu Hao took a quick glance and said harmlessly, "Aunt Luo, you know how much my parents care about me. Didn't you come to my house today just to get on good terms with them? If my mom saw you questioning me in a haughty manner, she would probably be angry." Luo Fei's face turned green in an instant. She really didn't expect that this little bastard actually had such a heart. Luo Fei was so angry that he almost got internal injuries. "I didn't expect that after looking at the faces of Lu Jiang and his wife for a whole day, even Lu Hao would give her a cold shoulder in the end." She had seen the hypocrisy of the Lu Jiang couple long ago, but Lu Hao, a junior who was the same age as Su Tian, dared to step on her. Then what on earth did she achieve after being in the circle for so long? Etc. At this moment, Luo Fei realized that he had forgotten something very important. Su Tian. Thinking of this, Luo Fei realized that he seemed to have overlooked a very important person. In Luo Fei's eyes, Su Tian has always been a useless second generation who only has the appearance to eat, drink and have fun. Luo Fei never thought that she was cunning, but with all her personal belongings and videos being obtained one after another, who else could get close to her so easily except this little bitch? When Luo Fei thought about it, he sneered twistedly while holding the cigarette. After all the twists and turns, it turns out that it's hard to guard against thieves in your own home. The next day at noon, normal university. Bai Ji was eating in the cafeteria, and a few girls from the art department were chatting at the next table. "What time are you going to pick up your clothes today? Why don't you help me get mine?" I don't know what the president was thinking. He bought the group uniforms and left them in the studio for half a semester before thinking of giving them to us. Did it really last half a year? How come I never saw it? I don't know. The president said it should be so. He is such a simple person and it is unlikely that he would lie. The president the girls were talking about was Lu Hao. Bai Ji doesn't care about Lu Hao's affairs at all now. But the seats were very close, so I was forced to accept it. It is said that the president stayed in the studio all night last night and painted a splash ink red logo on everyone's collar with acrylic paint. The president really put a lot of effort into it this time. Yeah, probably after breaking up with that girl from the Chinese department, he became motivated and wanted to focus on his career. You can eat your own melon while having a meal. Bai Ji didn't know that the clothes she threw in the toilet that day were picked up by Lu Hao, so she didn't think about the coincidence. I heard that the girl from the Chinese department dumped him first. She hooked up with a rich old man who drove a Maybach. Lu Hao's family is also very rich. The girl was a poor student, so her methods were not simple. At this moment, the discussion stopped abruptly. A tall figure stood behind Baiji at some point. A shadow enveloped her bowl of soup from behind. Baiji knew who the person was just by the outline. Mo Ran asked calmly, "Didn't you say you broke up?" Lu Hao has an eye-catching appearance and attracts the attention of everyone in the cafeteria the moment he appears. All discussions around came to an abrupt halt. When the girls saw that Baiji was sitting next to them, they all blushed and whispered to each other, "Hurry up, hurry up." Lu Hao didn't look at them, but spoke in a cold voice with a hint of meaning. "Next time, if you have anything to say, please speak openly. If you are dissatisfied with the club, you can come to me directly. I don't want to hear the gossip behind my back anymore." Chapter 54 Ban. The girls looked extremely unhappy. There was no point in staying here any longer, he ran away like a rocket. Lu Hao took the food tray and sat down in front of Baiji. "Let's have a meal together." As he spoke, he changed his previous timid attitude and took the initiative to pick up a chicken leg and put it on Baiji's plate. Baiji has been a vegetarian for many years, so she has always been very thin. The girl looked down and said, "I'm done. I'll give you the chicken leg back." She didn't use chopsticks to pick it up, and Lu Hao didn't take it back. The chicken leg just remained intact on Baiji's plate. "Eat a little more. If you waste food so blatantly, the lady who collects the plates will scold you." "Baiji, Lu Hao, what's the matter? Please tell me directly." "Lu Hao, I've been to see that wood sculpture. It's just as you said. Luo Fei bribed my dad. Luo Fei also came to my house and saw your sweatshirt. She has become suspicious of you. I told her this is our group uniform. I will give every member of the painting club an identical sweatshirt today. You have to be careful recently." Baiji had no expression on his face. She never asked Lu Hao to do this for her. She didn't want Lu Hao to get involved in this matter, but he still got involved. "Who told you to do this?" Lu Hao took a bite of the sandwich and lowered his eyes. "Have you seen my circle of friends? The only thing I can't do is not love you. So, I want to help you, Gigi." Baiji's voice was cold and her expression was defensive, as if she had been offended. "How can you help? Are you going to expose your father's corruption and bribery and send him to jail? Or do you think that for my sake, you can break off all ties with your parents and push them to death? Your parents don't owe you anything, and this matter has nothing to do with you." But Lu Hao had made up his mind and his expression was firm. "As long as it's your business, it's my business. I can't watch you sink deeper and deeper. I want to prove to you that you can accomplish your goals even without being with Teacher Zhou." Baiji was so angry that she almost laughed and looked at him mockingly. "Lu Hao, let me say it again, this is my own business. But saving you is my job. Where do you get the confidence to think you can save me?" Lu Hao also knew that he was a waste in the past, and he also knew that Gigi hated arrogant and boastful men the most. But from today on, he will no longer be as childish as before. He remained calm and said solemnly, "I will help you deal with Luo Fei and make her lose her reputation forever." The look on his face when he said this was like the sharp white edge of a scalpel, dazzling and cold. "You said that I have only been exposed to the white world since I was a child, but do you know that for an art student, the most used and most important color among all the pigments is white? I will prove to you that as long as I am strong enough, the white that you look down upon can also devour the black." After saying that, Lu Hao picked up the plate and left. He hardly ate a single bite of the food on his plate, leaving the chicken leg on Baiji's plate. Baiji really didn't want Lu Hao to be involved in this matter again. But now that things have come to this, she no longer has the energy to care about Lu Hao. She looked at the chicken drumstick. She didn't want to eat it, but the food couldn't be wasted. In the end, she could only wrap the chicken leg in a napkin and feed it to the stray dogs in the school. The news of Baiji and Lu Hao's breakup soon spread throughout the school. The content of their two conversations was more or less heard by someone. Even though they didn't hear the most crucial information, the tense situation was still captured and posted on the alumni circle. Rumors started to spread in the normal university at some point, saying that Baiji dumped Lu Hao because she was climbing up the social ladder with someone else. It was also said that Baiji was a rich old man and was also an elder in Lu Hao's family, and Lu Hao was just her stepping stone. I don't know where the rumor came from. But the incident was a big deal. Even the counselor heard about it and specially called Baiji in for a talk. "Counselor, Baiji, what are these rumors about the school recently? Do you need the school to help you clarify it?" Bai Ji's reaction was strange. No need, teacher. I know who the man they were talking about is. The counselor was a little surprised. So, you really have a boyfriend outside of school like this? The counselor has been concerned about Bai Ji since the incident with DOA. Today's interview will not really embarrass her. So Bai Ji admitted it openly. They said it was Joe Kongi. Teacher, do you think there is a chance between him and me? She looked calm like the cleanest and most innocent little deer, as if you speculated about her, it would only make you appear to have unclean thoughts. Sure enough, the counselor felt a little embarrassed, so that's how it is. Oh, these kids are really good at making up stories. From the counselor's perspective, she only knew that the principal had asked her to care about Bai Ji. But who had suggested the principal to take care of Bai Ji was not something someone at her level could know. In the counselor's eyes, the rumor that Zhou Chong also had an ambiguous relationship with Bai Ji was as ridiculous as the rumor that Jay Cho had a scandal with her. Counselor, but as long as you behave properly and sit upright, these groundless rumors will soon be dispelled. I'm glad you haven't been affected by them. I won't affect the mood. That's good. By the way, I heard that you seem to be working part-time recently? Don't fall behind in your studies. Next week, a very important president of the school will come to inspect. You performed well in the last open class, and you may need to say a few words then. You should prepare in advance. Okay. Bai Ji has always been very well behaved in front of the teachers. Everyone from the counselor to Professor Zhang Quanchue likes such a student very much. So even if there are any rumors, people will just think that she is being wronged, and will not think that there is really anything wrong with her. At this time, Bai Ji didn't know that the boss who the counselor mentioned would come for an inspection next week was Zhou Chong. She didn't think too much about it and left for work at the hotel at noon. Bai Ji's shift today is from noon to 8 o'clock in the evening. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of uninvited guests came to the hotel restaurant. Luo Fei brought a group of sisters to the hotel for afternoon tea. There were about 4 or 5 people in total, and one of them had a face that surprised Bai Ji. Su Tian had a gloomy expression. She was wearing minimalist high-model style clothes among a group of flashy women, and she was obviously out of place. It's obvious that he was coerced. Bai Ji saw Su Tian's current boss at the modeling company among the women beside Luo Fei. It turned out that Luo Fei had Su Tian's boss in his hands. The net worth of the boss of the small modeling company is far from that of Luo Fei. Su Tian's boss is flattering Luo Fei. After Luo Fei sat down, he crossed his legs and said meaningfully, I've seen your company. Several models there have great potential. I'm very interested in investing in an internet celebrity company, but I don't know much about this. At this time, Bai Ji stepped forward and poured a glass of water for everyone. Of course Luo Fei glanced at Bai Ji. Bai Ji saw from the corner of her eye that Su Tian was winking at her frantically. Gigi, go quickly, go quickly. Bai Ji knew that the visitor had ill intentions. But she won't back down. Bai Ji, good afternoon, ladies. What would you like to drink? Luo Fei took a sip of water gracefully, glanced at Bai Ji, but ignored her. He just left her there and turned to continue talking to the owner of the modeling agency next to him. But, although my Tian is pretty, this job is not suitable for her. She will inherit our family business in the future. If she shows up like this now, it will affect the company's image. Lofi I. Su Tian was immediately shocked and stood up suddenly. Chapter 55 Venomous Snake. Before Su Jianxiong passed away, Su Tian's life was very comfortable. As a rich lady, she has never had to worry about money since she was a child. But later Su Jianxiong fell ill, and the financial power gradually fell into Luo Fei's hands. Especially after Su Jianxiong's death, Luo Fei gave Su Tian almost no living expenses. Su Jianxiong's trust required Su Tian to give the money to her after she turned 25. But I'm still 5 years away from turning 25. After 5 years, Luo Fei had already completely eliminated him. Su Tian is now forced to start from the bottom as a small model and support herself. Luo Fei would certainly not give Su Tian any chance to get close to the company. What I just said about Su Tian inheriting the family business was just some high-sounding words. Luo Fei wants Su Tian to be fired now just to cut off her chance of survival. Bai Ji watched the whole process from the side. Luo Fei just drank tea, as cold and gloomy as a poisonous snake. Tian, I know you like being a star, but you will be the heir of the Su family in the future. How can such a job be suitable for you? Do you think I am right in educating Su Tian, Xiaofang? The owner of the modeling company is surnamed Fong. Although the boss of the modeling company was reluctant to part with Su Tian, a cash cow with excellent appearance, it was even more impossible for her to go against Luo Fei. Especially when Luo Fei said that he would invest millions in them, the man surnamed Fong expressed his opinion almost in 1 second. Su Tian, you're wrong. Why didn't you tell us earlier that you were Mr. Luo's daughter? If we had known earlier, we would definitely not have accepted you. Su Tian clenched her fingers so tightly that her teeth were almost broken. But Luo Fei just smiled, shaking his feet lazily. The poison penetrated his bones. Please inform the modeling community that no one is allowed to marry Su Tian anymore. We are counting on her to inherit our huge fortune. Don't worry, Mr. Luo. I will definitely do it. Su Tian, this is a termination contract. We will compensate you 10,000 yuan as agreed. Please take a look at it. If there is no problem, sign it. At this time, a legal officer brought by Mr. Fong handed Su Tian a termination contract. Luo Fei glanced at her and added insult to injury, forget about the penalty for breach of contract. Our family doesn't lack 10,000 yuan. As long as you don't take her in the future, it will be considered as helping her develop her original career. Okay, Mr. Luo, everything is up to you. Su Tian's emotions at this moment had been suppressed to the extreme. But Luo Fei was still not satisfied. Whenever Luo Fei thought of those videos, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. How could she let Su Tian just lose her job? Luo Fei thought of this, put down the water cup and crossed his legs. He stared at Su Tian and said word by word in an extremely vicious tone, my daughter, her biological mother died early, and her family education was missing a lot, so there is no way, as a stepmother, I have to worry more. Crash. Finally, Su Tian's nerves, which had been stretched to the limit, broke completely. The girl raised a glass of water in her hand and poured it directly on Luo Fei's face in front of everyone. Luo Fei, don't go too far. Luo Fei's hair and cheeks were all messed up, and water was dripping through her Chanel suit. Many people in the restaurant looked over. However, the next second, Luo Fei stood up and slapped Su Tian in the face in public. Su Tian was so provoked by her that her whole body was shaking with anger. He raised his hand to hit back. But Luo Fei grabbed her wrist again, and with another slap, the second slap hit the other half of her face. Bai Ji, who was standing aside, suddenly felt cold, and she stepped forward. Just when she raised her hands from behind to pull Luo Fei, Su Tian gave her a look, the same look that Bai Ji gave Su Tian on the podium that day, telling the other party not to help. So Bai Ji took his hand back. I watched Luo Fei raise his hand again. There was another snap. The third slap. Luo Fei once again slapped Su Tian hard on the face. After 3 slaps, Su Tian's delicate little face became visibly swollen. This was the second time Luo Fei attacked Su Tian after Su Jianxiong's death. She became the absolute crusher in Su Tian's life, slapping her face one after another. Everyone in the restaurant looked over now. Luo Fei was so quiet that it was terrifying. Her eyes were dark and her whole body seemed to be emitting a sinister aura. Su Tian, today, as your mother, I will exercise my right to educate you. Lo Fei. Su Tian was completely driven into a corner. She can be bullied by Luo Fei, but she cannot be insulted by Luo Fei. Saying that she is Luo Fei's daughter is the biggest insult to her. Su Tian's eyes were bloodshot and she exuded murderous aura. She wished she could kill Luo Fei. Just when Su Tian was about to rush over, Bai Ji quickly stepped forward. Ms. Luo Fei, please calm down. There are other guests dining in the hotel. You are now representing the reputation of the entire Su and Zhou groups. If someone with ulterior motives uses your identity to make trouble, I'm afraid it will not be worth it. Bai Ji was very calm throughout the whole process. She knew Luo Fei's weaknesses too well. Sure enough, as soon as she opened her mouth, Luo Fei let go of Su Tian. But then, Luo Fei shifted all his attention and firepower to Bai Ji. Luo Fei looked at her with a smile. Student Bai, you are right. How many times have we met? I really like smart girls like you. You are worthy of being the most talented girl in the normal university. You are much better than my stepdaughter. Luo Fei did not stop making trouble. Su Tian on the other end calmed down a little because Luo Fei's venomous smile appeared again. And this time, her viciousness was directed at Bai Ji. Su Tian looked at Bai Ji worriedly. Luo Fei said, although you have broken up with Lu Hao now, since you used to call me master's wife, how about I buy you a drink? Bai Ji stood there with her hands folded in a gentle and polite manner. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Luo, but I am just an ordinary employee here. Miss Luo, just order the food you like for yourself and your friends. How can that be possible? I hate having my kindness rejected. After saying that, Luo Fei's smile turned cold. How about kiwi juice? It's high in vitamin C and whitens your skin. It's hot today, so 1 cup is too little. I'll treat you to 3 bottles. After Luo Fei finished speaking, Bai Ji's black eyes froze slightly. And Su Tian started to panic. Luo Fei has investigated Bai Ji behind the scenes. Bai Ji is severely allergic to kiwi fruit and may go into shock if he is even slightly touched. 3 stabs would simply kill her. Su Tian didn't show any panic when she was beaten, but now she had some intention of retreating. But Bai Ji just said calmly, Miss Luo, I don't like kiwi fruit. Luo Fei laughed out loud. Don't like it? Don't you like it? Or is there a problem with the food safety in your hotel that makes you, an employee, afraid to drink it? Bai Ji, you have to make this clear. The other beauties here are all in the media industry. If they spread the news online and it has a negative impact on your hotel, you will lose your job. Bai Ji's smile disappeared. It seems that Luo Fei has to deal with more than just Su Tian today. Lu Hao said she saw the sweatshirt in his room. It seems that Luo Fei is suspicious of her. The most urgent thing is to keep a steady mind. Even if you really drink these 3 bunches of kiwi juice, you can't let the whole plan be ruined. She can't lose her job either. The mother's subsequent nutrition will cost money, and if Su Tian is banned from the modeling circle, the salary she earns from her part-time job can also help Su Tian a little. So Bai Ji just stood there and shrugged. Miss Luo, you have a very vivid imagination. It's just a glass of juice. What's the problem? Since you are so enthusiastic, I won't refuse. 3 kiwi juices. Is there anything else you need? Luo Fei laughed loudly, and his smile became more and more twisted and terrifying. What I want is to see you drink all 3 jugs in front of me. Bai Ji knew how vain Luo Fei was. Bai Ji would certainly not let her be so rampant to the end. Before placing the order, Bai Ji recommended a bottle of wine. Chapter 56 Showing Weakness. Miss Luo, please take a look at this one. This is a new bottle of wine that has arrived in our hotel. There is only 1 bottle. Miss Luo is so young and rich, it is the most suitable for you. Luo Fei glanced at the price of the wine and his face turned sour. More than 600,000. She wouldn't be fooled. After buying this order of wine, Bai Ji herself will get a commission of tens of thousands, so what's the point of firing her? But this little bitch was about to die, but she still wanted to push her forward just to embarrass her in front of her sisters. How despicable. Luo Fei tried hard to hold back his temper, but his face looked very pale. No thanks, who drinks alcohol at noon? How did you train your restaurant? How come you have such an ignorant employee like you? Luo Fei showed her original irritable face as soon as she felt guilty. But Bai Ji remained calm and polite. That's a pity. Every afternoon in our restaurant, many dignitaries and celebrities like to share delicious food and wine with their girlfriends during afternoon tea time. Miss Luo is indeed extraordinary. Even the wives of politicians from various countries cannot compare to you. After Bai Ji finished speaking, the fake sisters around Luo Fei all covered their mouths and laughed. Everyone knows Luo Fei's background and cultural level. Even Su Tian, who had just experienced a rage, couldn't hold back. She just burst out laughing. That laughter hurt Luo Fei 10,000 times more than a slap in the face. Ha ha ha, Luo Fei, who is so ignorant? If you are stingy, just say so directly. You act like you know everything. If my dad were still alive, he would definitely think you are bringing shame to everyone. Shut up. Sure enough, Luo Fei's face now looked like he had eaten shit. But she couldn't hit Bai Ji like she hit Su Tian. Firstly, Bai Ji didn't look like Su Tian, and there was evidence that she had provoked her. Secondly, when Su Tian was beaten just now, she also observed that Bai Ji had not come out to help, which shows that the relationship between the two is not necessarily that good. Bai Ji must have said these words just for work and for commission. At this time, 3 jugs of dark green juice came up. Luo Fei seemed to have regained his face, and said with a twitch of his mouth, I have seen many sales methods in my life. Don't try to provoke me. My fiancé gave me a necklace worth tens of millions, let alone your wine worth only 600,000 yuan? When Luo Fei mentioned the word fiancé, Bai Ji's expression turned cold. But Luo Fei thought that she was feeling uncomfortable and humiliated. He did not notice Bai Ji's strangeness when Zhou Chong was mentioned, and continued to speak aggressively. Let me tell you, the wine my fiancé treated me to was the most expensive and best wine worth millions. Your wine, I don't even look down on it. As for this juice, your hotel uses the best kiwi fruit from New Zealand. You must have never seen it, right? Drink more. For those who can't even afford fruit normally, don't leave even a drop. If you eat 3 handfuls of allergenic food, there will definitely be problems with your body. Just as Bai Ji took a deep breath and prepared to drink, another group of people from the hotel came behind her. There is the leader of her catering department and the manager of the entire customer service department. They all know that their employees are being bullied. Instead of making things difficult for Bai Ji in order to obey Luo Fei, he directly asked someone to take away the 3 bottles of kiwi juice. Luo Fei really didn't expect that this group of people would be so brave. I was really enlightened today. A small part-time student could mobilize so many of your leaders to protect her. Tell me, who greeted you? Who is her backer? Luo Fei had never been so embarrassed. But the managers still stood there respectfully. Miss Luo, you are joking. No one has greeted us. The Bully Hotel is a luxury hotel with a 300-year history. Protecting the interests of our employees is as important as protecting the interests of our guests. Otherwise, how can we be qualified to become the best hotel group in the world? Luo Fei couldn't get any advantage in front of this group of cunning people. Besides, she has already lost her composure enough today. If he continued to lose his composure, it would become unpleasant if it got to Zhou Chong. In the end, Luo Fei failed to teach Bai Ji a lesson. Instead, he was smiled at and politely sent away by this group of smiling tigers. Luo Fei was very angry when he left. Bai Ji personally saw her off to the car. When the door was closed, Luo Fei looked at her from the back seat and said, "Are you feeling very proud now? Miss Luo, you are joking. How can I, a poor kid who can't even afford a piece of fruit, be proud in front of you? She is so obedient that she doesn't even blush or feel nervous no matter how much she is bullied." Luo Fei felt that this girl was really patient. Even she herself couldn't help but start to doubt, was she wrong? Thinking of this, Luo Fei asked Bai Ji, "How about you cooperate with me?" Bai Ji smiled, "What do I have that is worthy of Ms. Luo's cooperation with me?" "You have." Luo Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "On the 12th of last month, a bitch and Jotsong also booked the presidential suite here. I want you to find this person within 3 days, otherwise, I will come to trouble you again." The more Luo Fei spoke, the colder his expression became as he smiled at her. Bai Ji looked at her distorted face calmly and said only one sentence, "Okay. If I find it, what reward will Miss Luo give me?" Luo Fei, 100,000, do you want it? 800,000. Bai Ji said. Luo Fei was a little surprised at first, then he burst out laughing, 800,000? You know my financial resources quite well. I think a figure of 100,000 is enough to satisfy you. Luo Fei said coldly. Bai Ji, 100,000 is enough for me, but Miss Luo is so rich, she is the widow of Su Jianxiong, and she is about to marry into the Zhou family. This is a pie in the sky, how can I not seize the opportunity? Very good, 800,000, just consider it as me sponsoring a good student. When you graduate and make money in the future, remember to come and greet me during the holidays, classmate Bai Ji. After Luo Fei finished speaking in a sarcastic tone, she waved at Bai Ji. Bai Ji also considerately helped her close the car door. After Luo Fei left, the girl's face instantly lost all trace of smile. It seems, Luo Fei, that you have completely forgotten the 800,000 yuan in work injury compensation that was owed to my father. It was only when Bai Ji picked up the phone that he realized that his hand had been pinched by her and was bleeding. The phone screen was covered in red. She also sent a message to Zhou Chong. Uncle Zhou. There is nothing else to these 3 words. This was the first time the two interacted with each other during this period, apart from the takeout. Zhou Chong also replied with a question mark, which was as unpredictable as he was. Bai Ji, Aunt Luo came to see me just now. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Zhou Chong called directly. Different from the calmness in the text message, Bai Ji burst into tears as soon as she answered the phone. She looked so weak that it seemed as if she was frightened. What should we do, Uncle Zhou? What should we do? She knows about us. Zhou Chong was also very calm. Where are you now? Bai Ji was still crying, and she couldn't explain herself clearly. He could only comfort her. Don't worry, I'll come find you. In the hotel? Or in the school? Chapter 57. Do not disturb. Baiji cried and said, in the hotel. She just left, and took many people with her. Joseon's first reaction was that she was beaten by Luo Fei. But when his car arrived, the girl just jumped into his car. Holding his face with both hands, kiss, kiss. Jo Chong also didn't start. What exactly is going on? The girl was unharmed, but she was frowning and looked very unhappy. Uncle Joe, you haven't seen me for a few days. Can we get intimate first? If you don't explain clearly, I will go back to the company now. He is not a man who can be threatened. When he is ruthless, there is no room for negotiation. Baiji could only shed tears, sit on his lap, and tell him everything. What should we do? Has Aunt Luo guessed what happened to us? Will she kill me to vent her anger? I'm so scared of Uncle Joe. Luo Fei's ruthlessness is still worth being wary of. The main thing is that Baiji now has two identities, one in school and one in the hotel, both of which are too obvious. It would be easy for Luo Fei to cause trouble for her. Do you want to change jobs? He asked. Baiji shook his head. What if she comes to trouble you again next time? Baiji, Uncle Joe, you can say hello to the hotel's boss and ask them to take care of me. Her innocent expression seemed to be saying something that was a matter of course. Jo Chong just looked at her without saying anything. What she said half-jokingly was actually something he had already secretly and seriously planned. Not only did I ask the hotel manager to take care of her, I also asked the school principal to take care of her. Jo Chong secretly protected her because he felt guilty. After all, she is still so young, but she has already been entangled with him in such a relationship. Except for the marriage, which he could not decide, he wanted to give her a bright future as much as possible. The man lowered his eyes and remained silent. The silence made her uncomfortable. Baiji went straight to untie his suit and tie. The jacket of her hotel staff uniform was half open. The mature work attire was totally incompatible with her immature looks, especially in the closed space inside the car. The bottom line of their passion was almost broken. Jo Chong also reached out to hold her entire back and kissed her back firmly. The force is brutal. Not to mention that her current appearance was completely inviting. From a physiological point of view, he usually had a lot of work pressure and needed this kind of time to relax. Well, not in the car. Go upstairs, Uncle will get a room. I'll ask my colleagues at the hotel to help us open. He also untied the braids that were tied behind Baiji's head. Her long hair fell down and draped over her shoulders, looking soft, fluffy and shiny. Her hair was like deadly seaweed, gently strangling his heart and soul. The man's breath became more and more gloomy, and he grabbed her hair forcefully, holding her entire head, as if he wanted to cut off her bewitching charm. Need not. She whispered, I can't find a room. There is a room. His voice was surprisingly calm. If he hadn't pulled her hair so hard, she wouldn't have known whether the man was attracted to her at this moment. But in fact, he had already gone too far. Ever since that day when he left the wedding banquet and had his first taste of sex with her in the guest room, there was no turning back. Not only did he invest, he also became a global shareholder of Polaroid Hotels. He even booked the presidential suite, which costs 800,000 yuan a night, for the entire year. So that he could come over and see her anytime he wanted. The space in the car soon became stuffy and cramped. Baiji was also carried down from the car by Jo Chong. Both of her shoes fell off and she couldn't walk, so he carried her all the way from the underground garage to the presidential suite on the top floor in the exclusive elevator. The girl seemed afraid of being seen, and she curled up in his arms the whole time, as obedient as a cat. Until the elevator doors closed. She stretched her head, hooked her hands around his neck, and tried to kiss his chin. She was restless, and saw from the corner of her eye that the man's angular brows slightly frowned. Then he suddenly leaned over and sealed her lips with a kiss, as if punishing her for her mischief. Stop it, Uncle Joe. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? Afraid of being seen. She conscientiously interpreted the word affair. She said she was afraid, but her hands did not show any fear at all, and she did not stop teasing at all. The veins on the man's forehead were twitching. No one will see. Are there any cameras in the elevator? She asked. No. Will no one see us if we do it here? Her innocent and pure eyes looked into his heart. Jo Kongi's eyes were now so bright that ink could drip out. We'll be there soon. Bang. The room door was closed. the white branches seemed to have fallen into soft clouds. The man took off his suit and half knelt towards her. He tangled her hair, and then with a rustling sound, large hands pulled back the sheets from beneath her. Below, densely packed black handwriting was visible on the bedsheet. When Bai Ji saw these words that she had once written, she blushed and turned her eyes away in embarrassment. Zhou Chong also forced her to turn her head back. Read what it says. The voice has reached its lowest point, like a beast ready to attack. Uncle Zhou, you didn't throw it away? Not only was it not thrown away, it was also spread here. She knew that the man had been attracted to her for a long time. The girl blushed. Really, do you want to read it? Zhou Chong didn't say anything either, but just looked at her straight with his dark and shiny eyes. He was telling her with his eyes, read. Well, Bai Ji is Zhou Kangyi's love. After Bai Ji finished speaking, his lips fell again. Read it again. Bai Ji is. He emphasized it over and over again. It's hard to tell who is fishing who. He was originally worried about her situation, but her teasing left him with only desire. The ambiguity spread from the bed sheets to the carpet, and finally, was locked into the bathtub and the bathroom by a door. The scene in the bathroom was finally blocked and isolated by the French gilded door. One can only vaguely describe the clear water and the chirping of the orioles, the spring spirit that cannot be contained and is almost overflowing. There are 2 doors between us, so you can't hear anything in the hotel corridor. However, through the exhaust fans and water pipes connected in series, Sister Zhang, who was checking the hygiene in the guest room downstairs at this time, seemed to hear some suggestive sounds in the bathroom of the presidential suite upstairs. Sister Zhang looked a little strange. In fact, such situations are not uncommon in hotels. You will get used to it after working in this industry for a long time. But what attracted Sister Zhang's attention was that this voice seemed inexplicably familiar to her. The first person she thought of was someone. But soon, she dismissed the idea. It can't be Bai Ji. The little girl who is usually so quiet and well-behaved doesn't seem to be the same person as the charming girl upstairs. Although Sister Zhang is already a mother, she can't help but feel that the sound is too passionate. It is 100 times more exciting than anything she sees on the internet. Even she couldn't bear to hear it anymore, so she quickly left the room downstairs in the suite with a gloomy face. He was also particularly thoughtful and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door of Zhou Chongye and Bai Ji suite. Chapter 58. Despite the loud noise, today, the man, like last time, did not want to really destroy this young body. So she was just pulled by him on the edge and played with repeatedly. He approached the danger line several times, but he would stop strategically. This feeling of taboo is far more frustrating than being straightforward. Bai Ji was terrified. Uncle Zhou, don't bully others, don't bully me. But your reaction just now didn't seem like you were being bullied, huh? No just now, but yes now. Bai Ji's discourse system was torn to pieces by him. It's uncomfortable. It's not good. She is very delicate. Every cell in his body was boiling, but he used all his reason to resist. As Bai Ji dodged in panic, he caught a glimpse of his forehead. Not only were veins bulging, but cold sweat was also oozing out. She looked intently at his forehead. Then, her fingers gently touched his blue veins, touched his sweat, or perhaps the water droplets from the shower, floating on his sculpted face, clear as ice and snow. She melted the snow in her mouth. She said delicately, Uncle Zhou, I don't want to see you suffer so much. I am yours. I belong to you in the first place. He silenced her deadly words with a more ferocious kiss. The bathroom was already stuffy, and his kiss was as overbearing as ever, taking away her breath. In the end, the result was that she felt like her wrist was about to be broken by him. He was holding his right hand, and I don't know if he will be able to write in class tomorrow. There is not a single piece of intact skin on the body. Zhao Ying was really crying this time, and was caught by the most brutal falcon and swallowed. However, what Zhou Chong didn't know was that every scene in the bathroom was captured by an extremely secret camera. The camera is very subtle, hidden in the crack of the mirror. All the girl's features and face were avoided, but his voice and appearance were recorded clearly. It was specially prepared by Bai Ji. She planned to use this to deal with Luo Fei. She told Zhou Kangyi how Luo Fei had made things difficult for her in Sutian today, but she didn't tell him about the 800,000 yuan that Luo Fei had promised her. Finally, the man hugged her tightly, wishing he could crush her bones. Bai Ji's fingers, which were originally pinching the bathtub handrail, turned to hug his neck, and the sound of flowing water gradually quieted down. The water flow is recooled. He wiped away the water drops from his brows bit by bit. His brows and eyes seemed to be covered with frost and snow again, returning to his usual inhuman look. Baiji was in his arms, clinging to him. Should I take medicine? There is. He agreed, meaning he wanted to eat. But I don't want to eat. Be good. Baiji leaned against his chest obediently. Uncle Zhou, can a boy and a girl really get pregnant if they swim together? She knew that he was most patient at this time, and he would usually answer whatever she asked. The man said calmly, no. But my classmates all spread this when I was in elementary school. You said it was elementary school. Then why should we eat? He looked at her with a deep gaze. We are not just swimming. Well, I'm still scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of being found out. I don't want to continue living in the school. They say I've found a rich old man. There are indeed a lot of rumors about Baiji in normal university now. However, according to the rumor, Baiji's partner was an old man in his 50s or 60s. No one thought about Zhou Zong, and the news had not yet reached Luo Fei's ears. Zhou Chongya's voice was very hoarse, but the camera was still recording. You want to live here? Yeah. Zhou Zong also, aren't you afraid of being seen by your colleagues? I'll be very careful. She wrapped her arms around him like a little white snake. Just like you, Uncle Zhou, every time you come to see me, be just as careful. Zhou Chong had originally reserved this room, and it was usually empty. If Baiji lived here, it would be more convenient for her to go to work and school. Then live here. Tell me if you're not used to it. I won't feel unaccustomed to living here. I'll wait here for you, Uncle Zhou. She mouthed the words. That word is very obscene. But she didn't say it in the end, and changed the tone from gone to can. Wait for Uncle Zhou to come and see me. After saying that, she used her toes to find his ankles, like a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water. His entire frame was several times larger than hers, so even his feet were almost half the size of hers. Zhou Chong had just returned to his quiet and cool self, but in a few seconds she dragged him into the water again. He pushed her back. Don't move. But she didn't stop yet, hooking his feet and playing around. Uncle Zhou, do you think I look like the canary you keep outside? It has beautiful feathers and a sweet voice. It's waiting for you to tease and play with it every day. Baiji. His tone was a little warning, not as gentle as before. Baiji looked at him pitifully. Uncle Zhou, don't you like playing with me? Zhou Zong also looked at her with complicated eyes. Play, do you think this is play? The girl pouted. No. This is love, this is wanting, she said. I love you. He said coldly, love doesn't say the words you just said. After saying that, he stood up completely. She walked to the bathroom door and wrapped herself in a black bathrobe, looking elegant with a hint of calm aloofness. Black always suits his temperament best. After putting on his clothes, his whole aura became dark and slowly subsided. It was totally unexpected that he was the same person as before. Baiji didn't know what he had said to make him unhappy again. Baiji immediately crawled out and hugged him from behind with her two snow-white little hands, still covered with water droplets. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhou, I was wrong. This is neither a game nor love. Whatever you say is what it is. Zhou Chong was also a little bored. Especially when I heard her say it's not love herself. He didn't even know what he was upset about. I just want to keep my distance from this little devil to prevent myself from doing more irrational things. But soon, he saw that she was now without any clothes on. Not even wearing slippers. The little feet that were warm in the water just now stepped on the cold floor tiles. He frowned and picked her up, wrapped her in another bathrobe that was obviously several sizes larger than hers, then carried her out of the bathroom and put her on the big bed in the bedroom. Seeing that his mood had calmed down a little, she stuck out her bright red snake tongue and used her pink little hands to pull the laces of his bathrobe, shaking it gently. Don't be angry, Uncle Zhou. I'm a good boy. I will listen to you if you teach me. Her fingers were hooked around his waist rope, and her eyes were filled with wet emotions. The girl's eyes were extremely dark, like a whirlpool, as if to suck people in. Suddenly, Zhou Zong also said, did you also use this method to make Lu Hao fall in love with you? Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Baiji was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect him to say that suddenly. The girl said aggrievedly, no, we have never done that. Zhou Chong was not interested in the love stories of those little boys and girls. But her panic-stricken look makes people want to ravage her. Yeah? He stroked her chin. So what happened to you guys? Baiji lowered her head. He held my hand. What about here? Have you touched it? His thumb was touching her lips. Baiji shook her head, then pursed her lips and kissed his fingers. Jo Tsung's eyes also darkened and he pulled his hand back neatly. I'm leaving now. When Baiji heard that he was not staying tonight, her eyes immediately filled with tears again. Where are you going tonight? When will you come to accompany me next time? It's hard to say. She was a little anxious. Hasn't Uncle Zhou come to see me these days? I will resolve the issue of Luo Fei suspecting you, provided you don't do it yourself. The so-called action is to provoke Luo Fei. Zhou Chong also knew from the beginning that the harassing text messages and crazy provocations that Luo Fei received were all caused by Baiji. But he did not intervene. Perhaps he just acquiesced in everything happening. As long as Uncle Zhou comes to see me, I won't do it. She took a negotiating posture. Luo Fei is not as simple as you think. This is for your own good. The girl pouted and stopped talking. Zhou Chong said this coldly and left the room. It was as if she was just a tool, a plaything that could be thrown aside after venting one's anger. Baiji slowly adjusted her expression, like a cat calming down and playing by itself. She calmed down and turned on her cell phone. He watched the crazy, blood-pumping scene in the video with a calm expression, and a little fanatical smile suddenly overflowed from the corners of his red eyes. Even if it is a toy, as long as it is unique, it can be unforgettable. Her Uncle Zhou has been deified by her. Next, just accompany me as I sink deeper and deeper into the quagmire. Baiji returned to school the next day as if nothing had happened. The bruises on her legs, torso, and neck were all wrapped up tightly by her. Zhou Chong is also a born beast in human clothing. He only touched the places that could barely be covered by clothes. There was no clue on the face or the back of the hands. Apart from these, there is not a single piece of skin on the body that is still presentable. Baiji first went to the cafeteria to pack 2 meals, and then bought some anti-swollen hot compress medicine, and returned to the dormitory. Su Tian was still lying on the bed and sleeping. Baiji placed the food under her bed and carefully applied the medicine on her face, which was still red and swollen. When Su Tian woke up, she found that her face was covered with medicine. Jiju was sitting at the table, watching an online class and eating lunch. Su Tian, you're back, Jiji. Baiji, get up and eat something. The food is still hot. Su Tian felt a little sad. She hadn't eaten since last night, and she didn't even have the mood to take care of her precious face. Su Tian, you didn't go back to the dormitory last night, did you work overtime? No, I'm with your uncle. Su Tian. There seemed to be a ray of light in Su Tian's dark world. She suddenly no longer felt depressed and her appetite returned. She climbed out of bed, picked up the squid rice and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. You were together last night? Did you get a room? Or were you at the Creek Villa? Baiji, in the hotel, but he went back to the company after he was done, so he didn't stay overnight. Pay attention to the wording, get it done and finish it. Su Tian almost choked to death on a mouthful of rice. How are you doing this? Ah. Baiji didn't know if this could be said. But she and Su Tian had no secrets, so she pointed with her finger and then pointed at her chin. Su Tian understood immediately. After understanding, Su Tian's face turned completely red. It's strange that she is usually much more lively and cheerful than Baiji, but at this moment she is even more shy and conservative than her. Su Tian found it hard to imagine that the person might be her uncle who was out of touch with the world. Forget it. I won't ask you about this anymore. It will affect my uncle's image as a Buddhist disciple in my mind. Seeing that she had almost recovered, Baiji asked carefully, why didn't you hide when Luo Fei hit you so hard yesterday? Su Tian lowered her head and ate. After a long while, he murmured 3 words, I'm used to it. Did she beat you often before? Su Tian, he hit me behind my dad's back before, and I deliberately didn't hide, just to leave marks for my dad to see. Who knew she had calculated the time well? Every time she hit me, it was either when my dad was away on a business trip or before I returned to school. I deliberately didn't dodge for so many years, and now it's a conditioned reflex. Su Tian put down her chopsticks and looked at Baiji. Jiji, do you know? In fact, every time I deliberately took pictures of Luo Fei beating me, I thought that one day I would send them all to my dad in one go, but he is gone now. Actually, Jiji, what does it matter if he's here? He doesn't care whether Luo Fei beat me or not. He didn't care when I was a child, and he cares even less when I grow up. I only understand now that for so many years, he just pretended not to know that Luo Fei had been secretly bullying me, huh? Su Tian said as she raised her eyebrows and sneered. Bai Ji did not take over. But she also thought so in her heart. Even if Luo Fei calculated the time accurately, with Su Jianxiong's cunning, it was impossible for him not to find out that Luo Fei was beating Su Tian behind her back. There was only one possibility, which was to turn a blind eye. Luo Fei is vicious and Su Jianxiong is selfish, and neither of them cares about Su Tian's feelings. However, as a vulnerable minor, Su Tian could only protect herself in this clumsy way, thinking that the adults would protect her if they saw her. But in fact, there was no one to protect her. Fortunately, they are all adults now. She can protect Su Tian, who has no one to protect her. Bai Ji walked over and gently held her in his arms. These videos won't be left unused. Ji. Su Tian looked at her with tears in her eyes. Bai Ji, those slaps you endured will not be in vain. These videos will be seen by the whole world just like the 3 videos you sent me last time. After taking care of Su Tian, Bai Ji went to class in the afternoon. Bai Ji was walking on the campus and saw a very interesting scene. That is, suddenly many people were wearing the same sweatshirt as her, and some people even imitated her and wore a white long skirt underneath. What is even more amazing is that these sweatshirts all have the same red paint on the collar. The paint on her piece was accidentally stuck on it when she went to the studio to look for Lu Hao. The paint on the collars of these girls is uniform and obviously painted on by someone one stroke at a time. Bai Ji recalled what he heard in the cafeteria that day and quickly realized that these were all Lu Hao's work. Lu Hao is preventing Luo Fei from finding the real owner of the original sweatshirt. The hoodie line is completely broken. Luo Fei was so angry that he almost broke his pen when he saw the photos taken by his assistant of hundreds of female college students at normal university wearing the same clothes. But then the assistant said, "The more young Master Lu does this, the more suspicious Bai Ji becomes. Mr. Luo, Zhou Tsom also asked you not to intervene in the investment in the normal university, but to go to the normal university to investigate in person. Don't you think this is enough to prove that this girl is suspicious?" Luo Fei sneered. She has basically locked onto Bai Ji now. But she didn't want to act rashly, but was looking for a suitable opportunity. I gave her 3 days to find the person who checked into a hotel with Zhou Chong. Now there are only 2 days left. Let's see what tricks she can come up with. Chapter 60 Crazy. Luo Fei thought that asking Bai Ji to find someone to book room number 12 within 3 days was giving Bai Ji a big challenge. But what she didn't know was that Bai Ji was crazy. Bai Ji calculated the time, and finally, he directly took a screenshot of a small picture of himself and Zhou Tsong in the bathtub that day and sent it to Luo Fei. The picture resolution is very low, and there is a white play button in the middle, so the important content is blocked. But you can tell the location and the shape of the back. Luo Fei had also lived in that suite, and he could tell at a glance that it was indeed that hotel and that person. Luo Fei couldn't control his excitement. Just this one? Isn't there a clearer one? Who is that woman? Bai Ji sensed her anxiety from her words. The girl spoke calmly, completely taking the initiative. "Ms. Luo, don't forget the 800,000 we agreed on. Why don't you give me all the money at once? I'll send you the full video." Luo Fei didn't expect that Bai Ji had set a trick on her here. She fully suspected that this was a play directed and acted by Bai Ji herself. But she didn't expect that Bai Ji could get such a thing. Zhou Chong is such a meticulous person, it is not easy to take a secret photo of him. No matter who the protagonist in the video is, the value of the video itself has exceeded catching a mistress. Because, as long as she gets that video, it means she has found Zhou Kongyi's weak spot. Even if she got this kind of video after marriage, she could make Zhou Chong the party at fault and get him a huge compensation. And Bai Ji fully understood her greed. Just because this thing was in her hand, Luo Fei didn't dare to do anything to her for the time being. Sure enough, Luo Fei transferred 100,000 yuan over first. "For the remaining bank limit, please send me the video." Bai Ji certainly won't post a video. She just posted screenshots of the video, various pictures of bathtubs, arms, and parts of the body. And bath foam. I sent over a dozen pictures, but there were no pictures of men and women tangling together, nor any pictures that were overly revealing. But Luo Fei could see that the hand and the outline belonged to Zhou Chong. Luo Fei's heart was in his throat. He opened the pages one by one and scrolled down, faster and faster, but in the end he didn't come across any truly subversive content. It was not until he pulled it to the bottom that Luo Fei realized that he was being held by this little bitch again. Now she is no longer satisfied with just punishing Baiji. She also wants the video. After getting it, she will let Baiji grind his bones to ashes. So Luo Fei suppressed his extreme anger and pretended to be calm and asked Baiji, "I will give you the remaining 700,000 tomorrow and give me the video?" Baiji didn't reply to her. It's like teasing a kitten or puppy, throwing a little bone to attract Luo Fei, and then ignoring it. Luo Fei waited for an hour but did not get any reply from Baiji. Baiji took the 100,000 yuan and transferred it all to Su Tian. After Su Tian received it, she sent a string of question marks. Su Tian? Su Tian, Zhou Chong also keeps you? Su Tian, are you going to throw money at me to death now? Since Su Jianxiang passed away, Su Tian hasn't received such a large sum of money in one go for a long time. Su Tian felt like she was dreaming. It was like she was back to her 16 or 17 years old, living a life of extravagance, her children making a fortune without anyone noticing. However, the next second Baiji replied. It's not Zhou Kongyi's. I cheated it from your stepmother. Su Tian was even more surprised this time. Question mark. Baiji, she asked me to help her catch the mistress, so I sent her a few pictures of your uncle and I being intimate. She gave me 100,000 yuan first, and I will get another 700,000 yuan if I send the full video tomorrow. Su Tian. Baiji, didn't you say being a model is expensive? If you don't have fashion resources, you have to pay out of your own pocket. Use the money to buy yourself cosmetics and bags. Su Tian saw Baiji's indifferent look and thought he really looked like a genius liar. The 100,000 yuan was given to Su Tian just for the purpose of allowing her to get some equipment so that she could find a new job. Su Tian found it difficult to describe her current mood. There is admiration and there is also emotion. But more importantly, I was shocked. Gigi, Luo Fei is not an idiot. She is just insane now. When she comes to her senses, she will kill you. Baiji, I know, so let's make some money first? Awesome. You are awesome. Before Su Tian met Baiji, she didn't know that there were girls like this in the world. He appears to be very well behaved on the surface, but he is a lunatic behind the scenes. Let alone Luo Fei, if Uncle Joe knew that she sent out these photos of them, would he forgive her? Su Tian couldn't help but worry more about Baiji. Gigi does all this for herself. No one has been this nice to her since her mother died. Su Tian could only pray to God, hoping that Gigi would be safe and sound. As long as Gigi is safe, I am willing to risk my life. Bali Hotel. Baiji ignored Luo Fei. The next day, Luo Fei called her, but the call was not connected. Luo Fei tried to transfer money directly to her, but the bank said that her card was a campus student card and did not have such a large transfer limit. Just when Luo Fei was extremely anxious, Zhou Song actually called her. She quickly regained her composure and pretended that everything was fine. Song? Are you free at noon? Luo Fei, yes, what's the matter? There is a project. Let's have lunch together at noon. Of course Luo Fei accepted it with pleasure. But she had a little idea and said meaningfully, why don't we go to Bali Hotel? It's close to our company. What do you think? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Chong was silent for a second. Bali Hotel is where Baiji works, how could he not know what Luo Fei is thinking? But the more you refuse at this time, the more obvious it becomes. The man said him without any emotion. Luo Fei hung up the phone with an expression that showed he was looking forward to a good show. If the one who hooked up with Zhou Song was really Baiji. So today, she was going to discuss these two people. When Baiji saw Luo Fei and Zhou Kongyi's faces appear together in the hotel restaurant, she roughly guessed what Luo Fei was going to do. Both men and women ordered the most luxurious set meals. Sashimi from Japan's Hokkaido ocean currents and oysters airshipped from France are high-end and luxurious. When Baiji was ordering food, Luo Fei stroked his hair and emphasized, Kongyi, last time classmate Bai recommended me a wine that cost over 600,000 yuan and said it was so good. I said it was far inferior to the one in your winery, but since classmate Bai recommended it, do you want to order it and try it? Just treat it as our wedding commemorative wine. When Baiji heard the words commemorative wine, the water glass in his hand fell to the ground intentionally or unintentionally, and the glass shattered. Luo Fei screamed softly. Baiji quickly squatted down and took the initiative to help her clean her shoes, looking extremely humble. I'm sorry. Luo Fei was so angry seeing her like this that he almost died. Is this a deliberate act of humbleness and pity in front of Zhou Chongye? Luo Fei, forget it, don't wipe it. This sheepskin is already ruined after getting wet. Why are you so careless? I'm sorry, Miss Luo, how much are these shoes? Can I compensate you? Or from you? Luo Fei rolled his eyes. At this time, she said fearing that she would reveal the fact that she collected videos in front of Zhou Song, so she quickly interrupted and said, no need. Do you still have the bottle of wine you mentioned last time?